Good evening, everyone. Please, if you can take a seat, please take a seat. We'll get started here shortly. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call tonight's City of Pontiac Council meeting to order at 6:03 p.m. At this time, can we have invocation? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. And good afternoon, everyone. We pray that each and every one of you have had a safe and lovely day today as we enjoyed the coolness of the season. This evening, we will have Bishop Teresa Lee of the New Birth International Church give us the invocation. Excuse me, Bishop, would you turn on the mic? Thank you.
All right. Amen. What a privilege and honor to always to go before our presence of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Father, we come to you tonight again, thanking you for all that you are and who you are in our life. Father, we thank you, Father, as we come together tonight, reasoning with one another, celebrating the works that you have entrusted into our hands. We thank you. God, we pray tonight as we come together, we pray, God, that the spirit of unity would be that of your portion. And that's what you call us to be, in the spirit of unity. You said, let us reason together. So, Father, as we come with our different opinions and different areas, God, we pray that we can come together, make this city that we are so very proud of to be that of one. In the name of Jesus, God, I certainly thank you for our city council, and I certainly thank you for our mayor, and I thank you for all of the citizens of Pontiac, Michigan. We thank you, God, for what you are doing in this city. It's marvelous in our sight. I pray now, God, that you would give us the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding to go forth in the way that you have called us to go forth. God, we are stewards to the work that you have called us to do. So, Father, we thank you again, and we praise you, and we celebrate these young people that's in this building on tonight. We thank you for what you're doing. Thank you again for all the things that go beyond our comprehension and knowing. In Jesus' name, thank God, and amen.
Amen. At the time, can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this moment, we'll forego the moment of silence and come back to it. Clerk Dora, can you give us roll call of council members, please?
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
McGinnis, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford. Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Dora. Silence all phones, silence all phones. It's good music, though. At this time, can I get a motion to approve of tonight's consent agenda?
Support. So moved, sir.
Okay, I heard it. Thank you. At this time, what we have on the consent agenda is A, Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes from December the 20th? Yes. Okay. Okay. Give me a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilwoman Jones, to approve tonight's agenda. Roll call, please.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. At this time, we have Parks. On the consent agenda, we have Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes from December the 20th, 2024. Item B, Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee meeting minutes from January the 6th, 2025. C, City Council meeting minutes from January the 7th, 2025. Resolution D, recognizing Black History Month in Pontiac. Resolution E, adopting Pontiac City Council rules and procedures for 2025. Resolution F, in support of application for Detroit Institute of Arts Partners and Public Art Program for Pontiac. Resolution G, requesting written update on latest timeline and status of progress for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Bridge demolition and reconstruction project. Resolution H, calling for installation a left turn signal from northbound Perry Street, turning onto Giddings Road, requesting engineering review and response on feasibility and timeline. Resolution I, resolution calling for installation of reflective signage at entry gates of Mount Hope Cemetery at Orchard Lake and Voorhees Roads, requesting documentation on traffic engineering studies of intersection. Resolution J, approving purchase order increase for 3D Creative, providing youth and adult program with Parks and Recreation in an amount of $45,700. Resolution K, stormwater maintenance agreement for 454 Auburn Avenue between the city of Pontiac and Lighthouse. Resolution L, to approve the renewal of Laserfish license. Resolution M, to approve updates to poverty exemption policy and guidelines. Resolution N, adopting city council president job description. Resolution O, expressing frustration at proposed Raymond Group expanded city financial operations services contract not provided to council in timely manner. Resolution P, recognizing Northern Dane Preparatory School Boys soccer team state championship. That's all the resolutions that are in the consent agreement. The reason why we use the consent agreement is to make this meeting more efficient for our residents. At this time, are any amendments? Hearing none, got to get approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
We already approved it.
Rutherford and Jones had already.
I'm sorry?
Rutherford and Jones had
Okay.
already moved
Okay.
in support.
Can I get a roll call?
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Tonight, we have a special presentation celebrating Pontiac Northern Dane Prep Athletic statewide championships for both soccer and football. They're in the house, and they brought the whole teams, which is extraordinary. So would somebody want to read these resolutions?
I'll read.
Okay. I can let Parker read the soccer, and Councilwoman Rutherford read the football. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. The Pontiac City Council resolution celebrating and honoring Notre Dame Prep 2024 Michigan High School Soccer State Champions. Whereas the 2024 soccer team representing Notre Dame Prep demonstrated extraordinary dedication, teamwork, and skill throughout the 2024 soccer season. And whereas the Pontiac Notre Dame 2024 soccer team under the outstanding leadership of Ron Suffredini, I hope I pronounced that right, Suffredini, and the support of their assistant coaches, the team consistently displayed exemplary sportsmanship, perseverance, and commitment to excellence. And whereas the Notre Dame Prep soccer team triumphed in the 2024 Division III state championship game, defeating Elk Rapids 3-2 to secure the MHSAA Division III championship. And whereas this accomplishment reflects not only the talent and hard work of the players, but also the support of their families, school, and community. And whereas the 2024 Notre Dame soccer team has brought pride and inspiration to the community for its historic victory, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Pontiac City Council, the mayor, and the members of this great community congratulate the 2024 Notre Dame Prep soccer team for their outstanding achievements in winning the 2024 MHSAA Division III Soccer State Championship, and commends their dedication and efforts in representing our community with honor and distinction. Pontiac City Council, Pontiac, Michigan, January 21st, 2025, signed by all the members of the council.
Let's give a round of applause for the soccer team. I'd like to offer the mic to Coach Rod Suderfindini, if I'm pronouncing that right. Please forgive me. All right, and make sure the mic is on for us. You just touched the bottom right. Okay, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Well, not to correct, it's Rob Suffredini.
Rod, okay.
I just want to thank you for this distinction. It was a magical season. It truly was a team effort from the school, the athletic department, all the support from the school and the community. It was a collaborative effort with the families, everyone getting involved. There's so much that goes into to anything in a soccer or a sports program, as Coach Fox will probably attest to. But parent dedication, community involvement, and then obviously a great group of young men led by an extensive senior class that had a lot of experience and a lot of learning experiences from several seasons prior. It was a goal that they had in mind. It's a goal we always have in mind, but this group really dedicated time and energy to it. Team chemistry was unbelievable. And not to bore you with the detailed breakdown, but the schedule and the amount of time that we had to put into this, the schedule and the amount of top 10 ranked opponents that we had to defeat along the way was truly a testament. It was not an easy path. Had to beat a crosstown rival in Country Day, which was an exciting achievement. And then throughout the whole tournament run, we had a lot of different drama, which is great about sports and great about championships. Again, truly proud to represent the school, represent these young men, and again, appreciate your acknowledgement of the effort. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great.
Good evening. Pontiac City Resolution celebrating and honoring Notre Dame Prep 2024 Michigan High School Football State Champions. Whereas the 2024 football representing Notre Dame Prep demonstrated extraordinary dedication, teamwork, and skill throughout the 2024 football season, and whereas the Notre Dame Prep 2024 football team, under the leadership of Pat Fox and the support of their assistant coaches, the team consistently displayed exemplary sportsmanship, perseverance, and commitment to excellence, leading to its first state title in school history. And whereas the Notre Dame Prep football team prevailed in the 2024 Division V state championship game, defending Franken-Smith. Thank you, sir. Correction is direction to be led. 42-7 to secure a MHSAA football division Football Division V championship. And whereas this accomplishment reflects not only the talent and the hard work of the players, but also the support of their families, schools, and community. And whereas the 2024 Notre Dame football team has brought pride and inspiration to the community for its historical victory. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Pontiac City Council, the mayor, and the members of the great community congratulate the 2024 Notre Dame Prep football team for their outstanding achievements in winning the 2024 MHSAA Division V Football Championship and commends their dedication and efforts in representing our community with honor and distinction. Congratulations.
And with that, would any member of the coaching team for that crew like to offer recap and acknowledgement?
Thank you very much. My name is Pat Fox. I'm the head football coach at Notre Dame Prep, and it's an honor to be represented or to represent my school in front of this body tonight. As I speak to you, one of the greatest things about athletics isn't only championships and competition, but it's the young men and young women who come through our programs and that are raised to be great leaders in our community. And as I came in here tonight, County Treasurer Robert Wittenberg is one of my former players. And as I look out around the room,
We didn't plan that, by the way.
it was a good vote. We see leaders, our future leaders. We see future tremendous fathers. We see leaders in our community. And I just want to say, to build championship programs, you have to have a tremendous foundation of community, school, and family. And we have that at Notre Dame. And on behalf of the football program and the soccer program, we are blessed to be here tonight. Thank you very much.
Yes. With that, I'm going to turn it over to council. Anyone would like to speak? Council.
Well, since it's in my district, I will just say I didn't get to watch the soccer team, but since I stay right behind what is now known as the restaurant, right across the street from your school, I truly enjoyed watching some of the football games you guys played. And so congratulations on your accomplishment, and I wish you success in many more championships in the future.
Councilwoman Jones.
Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington. Welcome and congratulations to all of you. You know that you deserve it. I know the hard work that it takes to succeed as an athlete, and all of you here have proven it today. In fact, I believe I see a few individuals who were on the soccer and football team. Are you here tonight? Do you mind stepping to the mic for a moment? Come on, let's gather around as a group. Huh?
Soccer.
Soccer, football, or all of them?
All of them.
All of them up to the mic.
Oh, soccer and football. Just come up to the mic really quickly.
Now, don't be afraid.
Don't be
afraid on that
shy.
football field.
This is not an interview.
There'll be more here, but there's a game.
I
Okay.
understand.
So is this on? Yes.
Yes.
If I may, Council, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Andy Guest. I'm the head of school at Notre Dame Prep. I've been there for 20 years. I know many of the faces in the room, Deputy Mayor, several of the council people. We're a big supporter of the city of Pontiac. People may not know the history, but we are the only Catholic school in the city of Pontiac. Notre Dame Prep was founded in 1994, so we're celebrating our 30-year anniversary. Prior to us at that same location was Pontiac Catholic, Oakland Catholic, previous to that Pontiac Catholic, and previous to that the school was built in 1968 when St. Michael and St. Frederick came together to create that new Catholic school of which we reside in today. So we're celebrating our 30th year anniversary. And in 30 years, this is the first ever state championship for the boys soccer and boys football. So I wanted to make that distinction. Would one of the captains or seniors like to say a word? All right.
Come on up.
I just think, like what the coaches said, I mean, it's a true blessing to be here, and all the hard work and perseverance it takes, like playing 4 years, like I'm a senior, just knowing what it feels like to lose, and then it just, you kind of have a chip on your shoulder going into practice and games and stuff, and it's just truly an honor to represent the school here today and win a state title for the school.
Thank you.
You know, like Will said, just being on a team, you know, we had a tough loss last year in playoffs. And, you know, it hurts when you're upperclassmen, you can't take them all the way. And it really does put a chip on your shoulder and just make you want to work harder that next year. And luckily for us, all the extra hard work we put in because of that ended up paying off. And we were able to take it all the way this year. And, you know, I'm just very proud of my teammates and my coaches, and, you know, I wouldn't want to be a part of another team. So very, very happy, very blessed to be a part of this program.
Oh, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate it. This team's just been it's really been a great community this year. The football and the soccer team have just really came together like never before. There's always been almost like a little bit of a divide, almost you could say, between football and soccer, but it really showed when we came together. We both ended up winning our first state title, and these boys are like my family pretty much, and thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Good evening. I want to first say congratulations to the soccer and football team, but I want to say congratulations to the parents, because I know what it's like to have a kid that's involved in sports and the sacrifices that you make. And to the coaches, you are not just building great football players, you are building great leaders. So remember, take these moments every time you win, every time they told you no, you have something that most people don't have, and it's called grit. And grit will get you to the next level. Grit will make you persevere. Grit will make you be successful when everybody has your back against the wall. So take these moments, take these championships to the parents. God bless you. And that's all I have to say.
Yep. Councilwoman James.
Yes, I also want to congratulate all of the athletes. It's a wonderful, wonderful accomplishment. And I just want you to know, as a city of Pontiac, we share that. We share that accomplishment. Your school is located in the city of Pontiac, and we're very proud of that. We're proud of the school, and we're proud of the accomplishments that you all have been, have achieved. And I just want you to know that we're very proud of you as leaders in the city of Pontiac. We are proud of Notre Dame, and we just wish you the very best, all of you. It has to be a great feeling to be state champions, and we want to congratulate you sincerely and just let you know how very proud we are of you as the city of Pontiac. Thank you.
Can we conclude with the fight song?
I'm sorry. Let me get one.
You guys ready?
We can do. Oh, you want to do it now? We give me one more person to speak, and then we want to hear that fight song. Mayor Graham.
Well, I don't want to stand between the crowd and the fight song, but I do just want to say, if I can state the obvious, that either one of these accomplishments in their own right would be incredibly impressive. And the fact that in the same season you had two major sports teams win state titles is really stunning, and I think speaks volumes about the quality of the student body at Notre Dame, but also of the coaches, of the parents, and of the overall program there. And so I know Councilwoman James already said this, but I do want to emphasize that we are so proud of you, and all of us here in the city of Pontiac certainly share in your sense of pride in what you've accomplished here. We're proud to have Notre Dame in our city, and we want to extend all of you a heartfelt congratulations. Again, not just for the athletic success, but for the quality of young person that you're developing at Notre Dame Prep. Congrats.
And just echoing all my colleagues, of course, I'm someone that definitely loves sports.
I really love sports. And I actually always searching the newspaper for any school in Pontiac just to determine, see how they doing in their sports programs, boys and girls sports as well. So again, congratulations on your championships. I wish I could have got a piece of one of those when I was in high school. We got close to the playoffs a couple of times, but I ain't getting no championship in football or soccer, though. But you guys done a great job. We continue to support the school and the parents as well. Thank you for bringing your children into the city of Pontiac. At this time, the fight song is on you, sir.
Okay, and I was reminded one thing. First of all, we are a mission school, so it was very nice to hear the bishop start council meeting with prayer. We are a prayerful school. Our mission is Christian persons, upright citizens, academic scholars. So we start every match and every school day with prayer. Getting an award from city council ties into our citizenship. We talk to all the kids about being aware of the issues, voting, paying attention to politics. If you want the world to be a better place, you got to get out and vote and have your voice be heard. And these guys, both teams, I believe, are academic all-state, and I believe the football team had the highest grade point average of anybody in the state.
Yep.
All right, guys, on three. 1, 2, 3. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send up volley, cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all. While her loyal sons and daughters march on to victory. Rah, rah, rah!
And our tradition is usually we present you with the resolutions we've adopted, but this is perhaps the largest team group shot we ever would have had. So I'll rely on my colleagues. We may forego the full group shot or try and do a 1-minute recess and do it in the hallway. I don't know, a little crazy. But we do also have certificates of commendation from the city of Pontiac for each and every one of the team members. Also, for time, I'm not going to try and juggle all that mid-meeting, so that way you don't have to stay here for hours, and then we don't have to stay here for hours. And so we'll allow you downstairs to dole those out or take it back when school's back in session. We'll let you and the team leadership delve that. So, without objection, are we good with a 2-minute recess? No objection?
No objection.
We're going to take and thank you, audience, for your accommodation. Let's walk downstairs and assemble very quickly. No side conversation, so we can get this to you, and you could be on your way in this chilly evening. What's that?
First one.
Vestibule, first floor.
First floor, yes.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
Welcome back, City Council members. Thank you very much for helping celebrate those student athletes from our community and the venerable institution of Notre Dame Prep. And congratulations again to the team, the families, the coaches, and the entire school. We are going to visit now the moment of silence as a community as we remember those that we've recently had to say goodbye to. I'll read those names now. Katie Elam, Eldora Gatson, Walter Henderson Sr., Rhonda Manley, Sherry Manny Logan, Dale Munson, Maria Ortez, Sydney Owen, Tony Pryor, Wayne Pike, Deborah Russell Winston, Fred Chenavier, Mario Sierra Garcia, Charles Taylor, Donnie Washington, Eddie Joe Williams, and Robin Wright. There also was a murder in our community in recent days, senseless murder at University in Cameron. The gentleman's name, Mr. Steve Simcoe, and we remember him despite the brutality that he experienced, and we remember him and all the victims of violent crime and murder that we have seen far too many of in our community. We, as a city council, do not lose sight and lose track of all those names, far too many names. And so the latest murder victim, Mr. Steve Simcoe, he's also included our moment of silence tonight. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence in memory of those names listed. Thank you very much, Pontiac community. We are now at our second special presentation. Sorry to have a somber lead-in for you, Treasurer Wittenberg, but we're grateful that you have returned again to our city and our city council, as you have many times before, to highlight initiatives and opportunities for our residents and taxpayers. And I do want to note, thank you for being here the day after your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Treasurer Wittenberg.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor for your special presentation.
Thank you very much. And council members and mayor, thanks for having me. And I guess that's the ups and downs of what we do, right, in this government. The jubilation, the excitement with two state championship teams, and then obviously recognizing all the people we've lost in this community, and everyone had a place in this community, and will be missed. And then the work continues that we have to continue doing, local government, county government, state government. And I'm honored to be at the county level as the Oakland County Treasurer. I think I've been here every year doing this presentation, so if people are frequent visitors to council meetings, then you probably heard this before. There are some new things that I'm going to discuss as well, but I wanted to come out and talk about the work that we're doing in our office to prevent tax foreclosure. So I have a few slides that I'm going to go through. I might end up just kind of like going through as quick as I can because I know you have a packed agenda, but just to cover a few things. Like this first one, we don't have to go through all of it here, but it's just talks about the work that we're doing within our office. A lot of different things happening, different departments. I don't really need to go into the specifics, but just know we're busy working hard for all the residents here in Oakland County. The main thing we want to talk about is the tax foreclosure process here in the state. So ultimately, the tax foreclosure process is a 3-year timeline. So your taxes for residents here in Pontiac, your taxes are due every year to here city of Pontiac. So like last year, your 24 taxes, you had your summer and winter taxes, they're due and are still due to the city until the end of February. Then they get turned over to the county to, in essence, become the collections agent. So you have that first year with the city, then you have 2 more years that you have to pay with us to pay your delinquent taxes. And if you don't pay those taxes or you don't get to a repayment agreement with our office, then you are subject to foreclosure March 31st. So that 3-year process. This year in 2025, if you owe 2022 and prior year taxes, you are subject to foreclosure. But I always tell people our office, our goal and what we're charged with doing is collecting taxes. We are not trying to foreclose on people. We want to avoid that because foreclosure impacts not only the person and the family, but but also their neighbors and the whole community. So we do our best to really get out, and that's part of why I come speak at these meetings. I go to township board meetings and city council meetings all throughout the county. We have 63 cities, villages, and townships, more than any other county in the state, so it's a lot. Trying to get out to tell this to as many people as possible. Just to give you an idea, again, what it looks like. So this here is for 2021 tax year and prior. So again, last year, 2024, this is over 41,000 parcels were turned over to us, which is, when you think about it, in Oakland County, there's over 500,000 parcels, closer to 600,000 in between, and that's how many get turned over. 39,000, I think that's how many paid in full. And then you look at the rest of those numbers, that has to do with us doing what are called our taxpayer assistance meetings, our TAMs. They're one-on-one meetings that we do with residents to talk about their unique situation and how we can help them. We cannot forgive you your taxes, your interest, your fees, but we can give you more time to pay and get you on a repayment schedule. We can also help try to find resources that are available to help you catch up on your taxes. We also have within our office our financial empowerment center, like a financial coach. So just to give you an idea here, out of all that, right, we worked through and did all the different taxpayer assistance meetings, over 1,400 of them, got people on over 1,600 repayment plans. We send notice out to every property, multiple first-class certified mail. We actually visit the property twice. We do everything we can to let people know that we are here to help. Ultimately, if we are not successful in reaching people or we're not successful in getting a plan set up for them, it can go to foreclosure and it does go to sale. And so that was last year. There were 131 parcels that were auctioned, and most of those are overwhelmingly the number are vacant. It's usually vacant land or a vacant structure. So that kind of gives you an idea of how that works within our office. I talked about it a little bit, but it gets turned over to us on March 1st. So your 2024 taxes will come over to our office on March 1st. There are fees that are added. There's interest that's added. Unfortunately, we do not set that rate. It is state law as to how much interest. It's 1% a month or 12% a year for that first year once it gets turned over to us. 1.5% a month or 18%, and it's retroactive to what was turned over. So again, we have no control over that, but I always tell people, like, this is like a credit card interest rate, and so we want to get you caught up. We don't want you paying more. We want you paying less. So the sooner you pay off your delinquent taxes, the more you're going to save, the less you're going to pay. So this kind of gives you an idea of how it works. You go through it. There's on the right shows all the different notices, the property visits, everything that we go through. So this is a timeline, and we have this on our website, and I can share it with all the council members, and we can leave copies here if need be. So I don't need to go through all the specifics here, but it just kind of gives you an idea. So the efforts that we're doing, like I said, I'm going out and meeting with as many communities as possible to talk about the work that we're doing. Again, if you owe 2022 and or prior year taxes, March 31st is the deadline to prevent foreclosure. So if you don't remember anything else today, remember that we are here to help. Please reach out to us, call us, and let us know how we can be of assistance. Again, March 31st is the deadline, because then on April 1st, the property is foreclosed if we have not entered a repayment agreement. Like I said, we have our financial empowerment center within our office. We will do those taxpayer assistance meetings. And the bottom one there is help us spread the word. So if you know anyone that is struggling, please send them our way. And names actually we're required to put names in the paper. So in the Oakland Press, actually all the names of people that owe delinquent taxes are in there as well. So the number, our Financial Empowerment Center, if you want to reach out, 248-858-0672. Also, a couple other resources. So when we send out information, we actually send out a whole form of different resources within the community, including some of the groups that are here tonight, I know. And for one of the things we talk to lower income families about is there's a poverty exemption, and so you can reach out to see if you qualify for that, and that could lower your taxes. So reach out to either your local assessor, and I think you all use equalization here in Pontiac, right? So that number, 248-858-0740, you can call to see if you qualify. We also give out Lakeshore Legal Aids information quite a bit. 888-783-8190, lakeshorelegal.aid.org. They are a free legal service for low-income families and seniors, and for everything but criminal cases and traffic violations. So just FYI, those are reasons you cannot call them, but we encourage people to reach out to them as well. Couple of things that I want to cover here. We actually just started last year an Oakland County Treasurer's Independent Bank Homebuyer Assistance Program. It's a mouthful, but ultimately it is for low-income families, first-time homebuyers here in Oakland County, and it's a $5,000 grant that you can get towards the down payment, closing costs, whatever it might be. It is with Independent Bank. You do have to come up with your a personal contribution of $1,000, but it's $5,000. It can be layered on top of other programs that might be available. So we've seen some people who got this with multiple other programs as well. It is based on AMI. So a household up to 100, you can see that they're $116,760 in 2024. So we've had quite a few people apply for this program. It is a program that is helping people move here into Oakland County, again, first-time home buyers. So if you want more information, oakgov.com/DP-assist, or just go to our website, oakgov.com/treasurer. And I promise you I'm wrapping up soon. We will have, we're foreshadowing educational videos that we're going to have, letting people know about some of the things that people can be confused about, their pop-up taxes, explaining the 3-year property tax foreclosure process, things like that. So those will be out hopefully in the next month or so. And I think that's it. I tried to rush through as fast as I could get through this. So I appreciate you indulging me and giving me the opportunity to speak here. So with that, I'll turn it back and see if you have any questions.
There are a few. Councilman Rutherford, followed by Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Whitberg.
Good evening. Great to see you.
Always a pleasure. 2 questions. Number 1, do you have a digital copy of this so that we could pass it out to our community? 2, do you have extra copies? Because most of us have district meetings, and this would be really impactful, especially at our meeting coming up Saturday, so that people who don't know the process, because a lot of people in our community just simply don't know the process. So do you have, if you could get that information.
And we even have, this is kind of a shorter version of it, but we have more information as well that we can send. So if I can send it to Mr. McGinnis, I will send it over to him. That's where we sent this actual presentation, but we can send, this is a PowerPoint, we'll send the PDF version. And then if you don't mind printing that.
I don't.
Okay.
And my follow-up is, you mentioned earlier about the first-time home buyer program.
Mm-hmm.
How are we getting that out within the community? Because a lot of people don't know that. I know that we as a city are trying to create one as well. And just wanted to make sure, let's say if a person got the $5,000 here, they can also use the money. I just want to make I'm correct. If the city creates one, then we can use that money also as well.
That would be my understanding, though. It would be based on if there are rules with the city of Pontiac. Okay. For ours, there are no restrictions other than if you layer it with some kind of federal program, they might have restrictions in place. But as far as our program itself, it's just based on income. It's based on first-time home buyer. It's based on, obviously, that $1,000 that you have to be able to bring to the table. And then there's also a counseling. You have to go through some financial counseling, which I think is obviously very important for people, especially if you're a first-time home buyer, and making sure that you are budgeting for all of the bills that are coming in. But no, this would not preclude you from anything else.
Just wanted to get that on the record in case there'd be any misunderstanding.
We're good with that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes. Your definition of a first-time home buyer, is it a limitation? Like, for example, some programs say you haven't bought a home in 5 years or 10 years. That makes you a new home.
3 years. This one is,
3 years? Okay.
must not have had home ownership in a residential property during the past 3 years.
Okay. And also the $116,000 is excellent. I think that will allow a lot of people to apply for this program in the city of Pontiac because the income is not so low that many people find themselves outside of a lot of the programs that we offer in this community. So it's a positive program. I definitely would spread it out this weekend at my district meeting as well.
Great, thank you.
Councilman James, followed by Mayor Grimel.
Yes, the video that you said is coming soon.
Coming soon, yeah.
Yes.
This is just a preview, letting you know.
Well, that's really good because as Councilwoman Rutherford was saying, we do have monthly district council meetings, and videos and things of that nature would be very helpful in those meetings. So when that is done, if you could please forward a copy to President McGinnis, and really any videos that you have that are informative for residents would be very helpful for us.
I would love that and appreciate
we would
you.
love to help you get the message out about the financial supports that the county has. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I always say, our success is your success and vice versa, right? We're all representing the same constituency, and we want to see them all thrive in our communities.
Right.
Mayor Gramel, followed by Councilman Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for your hard work on foreclosure prevention and homebuyer assistance. I also, though, want to take this opportunity just to thank you for being an extraordinary partner to the city in a whole host of ways. I know that you, both through the county directly, but also through the Oakland County Land Bank, were instrumental in demolishing the old McCarroll School, instrumental in demolishing the former Emerson School, and then also have been really helpful in driving positive residential development in this city. Certainly your partnership on the Casa del Rey apartment complex, I know that's going to be coming up later on our agenda this evening. But a lot of people may not know that it was the county who really served as a steward of that property and helped the city identify some potential development partners there. So I just want to thank you for being an exceptional partner in a number of ways with our communities. Many, many thanks.
I appreciate that. And just to add to that real quick, I want to make sure I recognize Jill Robinson from our office and the executive director of the Land Bank, who was the steward of Casa del Rey from it turned over foreclosed to our office. I think it was in 2014, and it's been like her baby since then, and had offers from people, but said I'm not going to just give it to a speculator who's going to sit on it. We're waiting for the right opportunity and the right time to develop this project. And there's a minority developer who is doing this, she's amazing, Ronita, who's doing an amazing job with this development, and so I want to make sure Jill gets the credit on that as well, and I'm happy to work alongside of Jill, that's for sure. Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. And I want to thank you for saying that the PowerPoint and all the other information is available, but I hate trying to explain somebody else's program. So are you available to come to some of the district meetings to explain this to our members?
For sure. Yeah, just reach out. You have my information, or you go on the website right there. All my information's there, and we can schedule. As long as it works in my schedule, I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
Always happy to. I miss that. My days of, I was a legislator before becoming treasurer, so we used to host just like you all do. But now when we try to host it, no one really shows up. So I'm happy to come and piggyback on the work that you're all doing, that's for sure. I always enjoy speaking with the residents.
We are very blessed at the community participation we have, as evidenced by probably the coldest 2 nights of the year, and we have a full house. So bless you all for sacrificing your time tonight, and that carries through in a lot of our neighborhood and district meetings too. Thank you. Any final questions or feedback? A round of applause for our Oakland County Treasurer.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all, and let me know if you need anything. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. We're now at special presentation number 3, the City Financial Audit Annual Presentation by the Haven Group Auditing Firm.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by having our deputy mayor lay the groundwork in terms of just the basic fundamentals of what's an audit, why is it important, and then we want to invite our auditor, the Haven Group, Sushil, to come to the podium and really walk through the findings of this audit. But again, I want to kick things off by having our deputy mayor just talk at a very high level about what an audit is and why it's important.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Good evening, City of Pontiac. So, as the mayor said, I'm just here to introduce the audit itself, but Sushil Sani from the Haven Group is actually going to go through what the audit is. But why do we conduct an audit? So, one very simple reason why we conduct the audit is it's required by state law, right? So we have to do the audit. But why does state law require us to do the audit? It's to make sure that we are aware of all of the things that could potentially go wrong in any given year, and that we have a certified third party who has nothing to gain from giving us false information about what we are doing well, what we are not doing well. And so throughout the course yearly, as we go through the audit, we're looking for weaknesses. So areas where the city could improve. We're looking for strengths. Hey, you did this really great and you should continue that. And we're looking for opportunities to find new processes that we can put in place to have even more strengths and just reduce the opportunity for theft and fraud. And how often should we conduct an audit? Well, I just said we do it on an annual basis because that is the state requirement. You could do audits more frequently than that, but I would say that trying to do a regular audit any more frequently than on a yearly basis would be absolute chaos because we would constantly be creating all of the financial data snapshots that go into the audit. So when the auditor comes in, not only do they look at all of our processes, they will randomly select items and say, hey, we want to make sure that you're following your purchasing process, and we have randomly chosen this thing that you bought. Send me all of the information on that. We are looking at your process for check payment, and we randomly chose these 3 vendors. Send us all of the information to show that you followed your process on that. So if we were to do this any more frequently than on a yearly basis, we would constantly just be recreating all of the things that we did. So that is why the yearly basis is the standard for why we do the audit. If we did it any less frequently than yearly, we may go too long without finding areas of weakness so that we can put in controls. So every year when we go through this, when we find items, we then take and we do what would essentially become feedback control. So we found something that we did not do well, and so the next year we change our process and we hope that we have done it better that year. And so with that, I will turn it over to Sushil to go through the actual audit itself.
Forward, backward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Sushil, and I'm the audit partner on the city's audit. Before I jump over to the PowerPoint slides, I'd just like to do a couple of house cleaning items. So everyone has a set of financial statements in front of them, I hope. And so the financial statements for the city, the statements are basically over 140 pages. There's a lot of information in here. All of this is really the city's representation in terms of the disclosures, the numbers. What really belongs to us is, so if you turn to page 5, that's our audit opinion. That is basically our deliverable. So obviously there's a lot of work that goes behind issuing this opinion, but the audit opinion is what really counts. So our audit opinion, so when we've gone through at the fund level and at the business unit level, so everything that the city controls, our audit is an unqualified opinion. Our opinion is an unqualified audit opinion. The portion that's qualified here, it really relates to, so on page 5, you can see basically everything related to the pension and the OPEB plan. Those are audited by other auditors, and we take their opinion. And so we essentially say that we did not audit the pension plan, the OPEB plan, and other than that, everything else related to the audit, we have issued a clean opinion. The city also had, so anytime there are federal funds that are over $750,000 that the city receives, it triggers a single audit requirement. The city had over $2 million in federal funds that they expended this year, and so there was a single audit requirement. We issue an opinion related to the single audit also, and the single audit, based on the testing that we did, was also a clean opinion. So now that we have the opinions out of the way, I'll take a few minutes to basically highlight the financial operations of the city. I think the city, so there's a requirement to put the audited financial statements on their website. So the audit is going to be available for anyone interested. They can look it up. So on a cumulative level, the growth in the city's fund balance, so from 2021 through the end of June 30th, 2022, the general fund balance increased by 132%. Overall, like all the governmental activities, those went up by 78%. So the general fund is essentially the city's primary operating fund, and the fund balance is essentially the net position that the city has, which is assets minus liabilities, and that's the net position grew by 132%. Year-over-year growth, so at 6/30/2021, it was roughly 21 million. The following year grew by 9.5%. The year after that, it's a 71% jump. And the year after that, so from last year to this year, went up another 23%. So that was the general fund. This is basically all governmental funds combined. So again, the growth over here went from 47 million to 84 million, and the cumulative jump is about 78%. This is a condensed view of the operating results. So revenues were about 82 million, expenses 77 million. Essentially, revenues over expenditures were about 3.8 million. And then investment income made up $6 million. So the city has a lot of cash and investments on hand that are invested, and that yielded a $6 million income in the current year. And so basically the revenue, like revenues over expenditures, that plus your investments had a change in fund balance of over $10 million. To put that in perspective, so if you so total expenses at the governmental fund level for the city for the year ended June 30th, 2024, was about 77 million. Ending fund balance was about 84 million, of which 46 million is unassigned. So it's not committed to a specific use. Cash and investments on hand are 92 million. That, in a nutshell, is so the takeaway is that the city is in a strong position. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for making this presentation this evening and making yourself available. The overview that identifies the need for an audit, it's also about ensuring efficient allocation of resources. Part of the reason why we have such a healthy fund position, such a flush cash position, is because items that are budgeted don't get completed. So therefore, it just accumulates and grows more and more. So the City Council definitely wants to see great improvement going forward that will be reflected in future fiscal year audits, where we will efficiently allocate resources and then execute them. Because if a budget on paper does not match anywhere close to reality, we will just further be divorced from reality, just balloon further, and we're not delivering the services or making the overdue improvements to our residents. So I just want to make that point. And this council's aware, but for the community, just want to emphasize, this is through the end of the fiscal year. So that's June 30th. You know, just under 6 months ago, it's looking at that last fiscal year. So you've heard the City Council identify a lot of deficiencies and struggles that the Finance Department have had. That wouldn't be demonstrated as much here, because they were able to catch up and make sure all the accounts were reconciled and accounts receivable was all tied out in advance of that, sort of the closeout for that audit. So we're grateful for that, but we also need to ensure that as being protectors of your taxpayer dollars, we know what's going on in real time as well. And that goes right back to being aware of the efficient allocation of resources. Hands from council. Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, thank you, first of all, for coming. I have a question for you, and the second question will be for the administration. My question is for you. Is a large amount of this money including the ARPA dollars? Is that why we have such a healthy fund balance?
Let me go back.
I can go back and tell you the number I'm referring to if you want me to.
No. So right here, when you look at 2022 and 2023, so where you see the jump of 71%, right? So the total dollar amount is roughly 17 million. 10 million of that is related to ARPA funds.
Okay.
So when ARPA first came out, it basically said it allowed up to $10 million to be used to fund existing expenses. So the city did that. And so that was, so that use helped with basically making that jump more. But you take that $10 million ARPA out of it, it's still a pretty healthy.
I want to clarify her question for you. So obviously, $37 million is what the city was awarded.
Yes.
10 million of that revenue loss, which you're referencing in that yellow to green spike for those following along here in person. But the $27 million, would that be in a separate, I see it represented in the audit a progress for Pontiac fund.
Yep.
So it would obviously not be discretionary. It's designated for a certain purpose, perhaps. But Councilman Rutherford and the council wants to get a real sense on, is that additional $27 million, at least what has been received by the city, would that be reflected in the general fund or a separate designated fund, for example?
So it's a separate designated fund.
Right.
It's a Progress for Pontiac Fund. And if you look at page 22 of your financial statement, you'll see that 26 million is unused, and that is restricted cash.
Right, and the reason why I'm asking this is because I want the audience and people at home to get a clear, honest opinion about what's really happening, because in the coming weeks, we're going to be asked to spend a substantial amount of money for this youth center. And I just want the bare number of what we actually can afford. And so that's why I'm asking, is that number right there from 6/30/2024 the number that we actually have in our conferences right now? Because we're going to be asked to spend $24 million. So I just want to make sure we have it. Or $45 million, or $42 million, depending on who asks.
So, again, so from a cash perspective, yes, there is cash. So
at least as of June 30th
as
of last year.
June 30th of last year,
Okay.
right? And
So we anticipate there have been at least some.
Yes.
If they're doing
right.
a
So if
sliver of their task, hopefully we're spending down that $27 million, that Progress for Pontiac Fund,
Yep.
to actually do the work.
So,
Yeah.
so there is
initiatives.
26 million available for Progress for
So
Pontiac.
just 26 million,
Just
as of June
26
30th.
million.
As of June 30th.
For ARPA specifically.
26 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions from council members?
No, I'm good.
And is the Haven Group, my understanding is that we are continuing the audit relationship. So if there are additional clarification questions, City Council
I'm
would be in a
always
position to
available.
directly
Yes.
submit those to you. Thank you. Yes, it's the City Council's task to undertake the audit, so we're required to make sure it happens every year in terms of our role with the government. So, thank goodness we're in a very healthy cash position as of last June. What this city council, and I know the residents feel the same way, we want to know what's the real-time situation on January 21st of this year as well. And that's not on the audit firm's shoulders, that's on the city's finance department and those contracted and listed staff. So it's very important, obviously, the backlog that exists that's being cleaned up now and that still needs to be cleaned up, because come June 30th, the books close again. And come January of next year, a future city council is going to be receiving the audit, and we'll find out 6 months after the fact where we're at. So that's why it's really, really important that we keep having real, current, and rock-solid information. Yes, ma'am.
To the administration, just for clarity, The current jobs that we have that are open, and how many currently? And there's a reason why I'm asking that.
For all departments?
For all departments. Well, how many jobs do we currently have open?
I don't have that number in front of me. Suffice it to say, it is more than 5.
Would it be sufficient to say that it's more than 15? Including engineers, including department heads, including labor 1, labor 2, including code enforcement, including the parks department, it would be more than 15. Would that be suffice to say?
That is possible. That is not outside the realm of possibility.
And so if those jobs were filled, this is my follow-up, would we still have that much cash on hand?
That much, no. Would there still be a surplus? Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty.
A great point. Yeah, labor costs, personnel is a major overhead. We have a lot of our overhead it's personnel, but it's contracted with the sheriff department, contracted with the regional fire department. So if those were in-house, it would be overwhelming. Almost all the money, a lot of the money in City Hall is spent for staff, either directly or contracted. So to your point, absolutely. The more we're fully operational, the less these surpluses would be racking up.
And the reason why I ask that is because I just want us to be realistic, because as we fill these jobs, that is going to come down. And I don't want us to be, as a city, put in a stronghold of saying we have this money now, but now we got to hire an engineer for whatever, how much we paying them, instead of having all these lovely consultants that we paying. One, for example, for $249,000, I still don't know what they do. And so I'm just trying to get a clear reality of what's really happening with that number. So that's why I'm asking, if those jobs was filled, would that be the same number?
Correct, it would not.
It would not.
Pro Tem, Councilman James, Mayor Graham.
Yes, thank you, President. Just a quick question. As you guys conducted this audit, did you find any deficiencies or any negative findings?
So one of the things so from an audit perspective, like it for us, it's like the work is done, right? Whether it's done by third-party consultants or whether you've hired the folks, it's just that it's done. Now, from a continuity perspective, yes, internal staffing would be more helpful. So things like, for instance, we ran into an issue related to the judicial code where we were struggling to get information. So the recommendation would have been, it's like if the finance department was more involved in a regular basis, it would be helpful.
Okay, so you were able to get the information that you needed.
We got through it. So, which is why we said, like, we didn't notice any material weaknesses. We didn't say there's any significant deficiencies, but these were just recommendations that we discussed. We said, and again, the work is done. Obviously, it's always beneficial if you can. Now, I'm aware that there was a finance director. I worked with them, but it didn't work out. Don't know what happened behind the scenes, but so.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilman James, followed by Mayor Graham. I'm going to do a quick point of personal privilege. You have the floor, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that the presentation we received, the charts that are in it, I don't know whether the city prepared it or your group did, but these are very easy to understand, and I appreciate the fact that you were able to summarize your information in such a clear, concise manner. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
They give you a lot of information in a very, very simple way, simplified way to do it. So I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mayor Graham, you have the floor.
Yeah, I do just want to follow up because I know Councilwoman asked a question, and it's an important question, which is about the ARPA funds versus the general fund. And I do want to make sure that I'm clear and that the public is clear that your audit covered, as the annual audit always does, July 1st through June 30th. And as of June 30th of this past year, there was $26 million roughly of ARPA funds in a designated ARPA account, plus $49 million in general fund. And those are two different pots of money. Now, in addition to the $26 million in the ARPA fund, that $49 million includes $10 million of ARPA revenue loss dollars. Have I accurately summarized that?
Yes. So on the $49 million basically shows the $10 million that reduced expenses and increased basically your fund balance.
Any other questions, Mayor Graham? Okay. Council, we have any other questions concerning this audit? Hearing none, I'd just like to thank the Haven Group auditing firm for coming and providing this important presentation to us tonight. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is RX Kids program proposal. I've been hearing a lot of stuff about this particular proposal.
Could I introduce him?
Yes. Mayor Graham, you can introduce this group.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. We're really excited about this opportunity. This is about investing in young children and in their parents, and really doing everything that we realistically can do to make sure the young children are getting off to a strong start in life. And so you're going to hear about major investments in families. We certainly strongly support this initiative. RX Kids has done this in some other communities, most notably perhaps Flint. And a lot of grant dollars from foundations are being brought to bear to make this investment possible. We are also recommending that the city contribute $500,000 from opiate settlement funds, and that's going to be a topic for conversation later in the agenda. But I just want to say how exciting this opportunity is to really invest in families, invest in young children, and do everything we can to make sure that they get a strong, positive start in life.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for inviting us to present to you tonight. My name is Susan Harding. I'm the CEO for the Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency. Many of you know us for our work in Head Start. We've been in the community for a long time, do a lot of emergency services and help for low-income families. This program is near and dear to my heart. I actually was born and raised in the city of Flint. My whole family is from there, and so when this program was announced in Flint, I was thrilled for them. They have been through a lot, we know that. But because I spent most of my career in Pontiac, I was passionate about bringing it to Pontiac. So we are here tonight to make that dream come true. Okay, I am joined tonight by some colleagues who are making this happen. As Mayor said, it is a huge lift in terms of the fundraising side. So I'm joined by Erin Casey from the Community Foundation, the Pontiac Funders Collaborative, Sarah Gold from Oakland County. Oakland County is offering a lot of in-kind support to this initiative, helping us write grants, do that sort of thing. And then my colleague, Al Patrick, who again, many of you probably know. And Al, I'm gonna have you kick us off with some background in the presentation. So join me up here.
Thank you, Susan, to the mayor, deputy mayor, to the council. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the history of OSA. Many of you may be aware that we serve both Oakland and Livingston counties. Last year, we celebrated 60 years of service, and I'd like to thank the mayor and Kafani Stevens, who actually chairs our organization. He's the chairperson. And so we are based in the city of Pontiac, and we've been here for 60 years. We are the largest nonprofit agency specializing in human services within Oakland and Livingston County. We provide education and economic resources, including early Head Start, including early Head Start early education programs, and WIC, with Head Start being our largest program. We advocate on our community behalf to remove barriers to increase opportunity. We help reduce the causes and minimize the long-term impact of poverty. We foster participatory approaches to align our programs and services with local community needs. our stakeholders and local champions, OSA, locally implementation agency for expansion of RX Kids in Pontiac and any future Oakland County expansion city. Oakland County Government Executive Branch, convening and stewarding program stakeholders and funders, in-kind support through community services, and providing operational space for local Give Directly staff members. Oakland County Board of Commissioners, collaboration on stakeholder and funder stewardship and strategic support. Community Foundation for Southeast Michigan, Pontiac Funders Collaboration, potential funder under review, convener and champion for expansion of the program in Pontiac. Stakeholders central support. RX Kids teams at both MSU and University of Michigan under the leadership of Dr. Mona Hanna and Dr. Luke Stafer respectfully will provide centralized activities including leadership, time and effort, market and communication support, website and program materials, recruitment materials and giveaways, research and data technical assistance, Give Directly, international experts in direct cash transfer programs, program administrator for RX Kids, handles enrollment, customer service and troubleshooting, and the transfer of funds to participants. Ensures data related to the program in Pontiac is included in current ongoing research on the program to measure impacts at the individual and community level. All right, thank you.
So the important thing there is to see there are a lot of partners who have already been involved in this and building this program. RX Kids is really the brainchild of Dr. Mona Hanna and Luke Schaefer from the U of M Poverty Center. They have designed the program, they have been doing research on the program, and it is built and ready for us to implement. So there's not a lot of startup that needs to happen. We're going to plug and play with what Dr. Mona has created. As you all know, the need in Pontiac, unfortunately, is great. About 37% of children in Pontiac, depending on which census data or survey you're looking at, live below the poverty line. That is about $31,000 for a family of four. One of the things that Dr. Mona, when she is presenting, really emphasizes, the most vulnerable time in most households' lives is when a child is born. Income, as you can see here, drops to that negative 10%, and it becomes a time where family is vulnerable. The mother may not be able to work. They have increased expenses with the addition of a child, and so it really is a time of increased poverty for many families. And that is why this prescription is prescribed at that conception, pregnancy stage, and the first year of the child's life. So a little bit about the background of the program. It is a no strings attached program. There is nothing that the individual, the household needs to do to qualify in terms of hoops they have to jump through, education programs they have to go through. There's no strings attached. All they have to do is be pregnant or have a child who up to 6 months they can enroll and live in the city of Pontiac in this case. They receive $7,500 per year cash benefit. That's for the full year option of the program. They will receive $1,500 as a prenatal benefit. So when they sign up at 20 weeks of pregnancy, they receive that $1,500 immediately. And then $500 per month for each year of the child's first year after the child is born. RX Kids leverages for Pontiac, again, based on the birth rate in Pontiac, RX Kids will leverage $1.7 million in state of Michigan TANF funds for Pontiac per year. And the remaining benefits are not covered by TANF, are covered by other funding sources, such as the requests that we're making of you this evening, other funds that we have presented to the Pontiac Funders Collaborative, and they are under consideration, as well as other funders that we are approaching or have already approached and received funds. You should have received a one-pager that has this little graphic as well, so you can see that up close and personal. Lots of research about this. You can go to the RX Kids website and see these studies in full detail, but just some highlights. The 2019 Stockton study showed that this benefit, this cash transfer type of program, there was an increase in full-time employment from 28% to 40%. Improvements in emotional health and reduction of depression and anxiety in the mother. We all know the benefit that we saw from the child tax credit in 2021 with a 40% reduction in child poverty in this country. So a very similar type of program. And then, as I said, the RX Kids program in Flint has gone before us. They have been in operation for almost a year, and they have been doing heavy research on the outcomes in that program. I'll highlight the key thing that Dr. Mona is always proud of is they had no evictions during the families that they served their participation in RX Kids. That's incredible in this time of really high eviction and rental and housing issues. They saw improvements in 2 out of 3 food hardship outcomes, improved birth weight, improved APGAR scores when the child was born, enhanced infant brain activity. And then to highlight the things that the families report using these dollars for, included baby supplies, food, rent, utility bills, transportation, all things that stabilize a household at this critical time when they're growing their family. And again, many other research studies out there that we would be happy to share with you if you're interested. An important thing to note about the program is targeted universalism. What this means is that if you live in the community and you are pregnant, you are eligible. There is no income guideline. Everyone is eligible. It's a location-based prescription, so it's about the community, not the individual income or situation of the family, just that they are pregnant and going to or have a child up to 6 months of age to enroll in the program. And this also saves costs administratively. So we don't have to have staff who are checking income and going through that laborious process to make sure a family is eligible. Prove that you're pregnant or have had a child. Prove that you live in the city of Pontiac, and that is it. So again, it's quick and human-centered online enrollment. That is the role that Give Directly, one of our stakeholders, plays. And again, it's at 20 weeks of pregnancy that they can enroll. Like I said, verification of geography and pregnancy. And then families choose whether they want to receive their payments through direct deposit or a prepaid debit card. And again, those that $1,500 at enrollment for the pregnant woman, and then $500 per month after the child is born. And notification is provided to them when the funds are transferred. And note at the bottom that you can enroll from pregnancy to 6 months of age. After 6 months, you cannot enroll. So when we operate this program, when we get it in Pontiac, we will be really pushing to make sure people know at pregnancy and are maximizing that benefit because there are no retroactive transfers. So if they enroll at 6 months, they get that 6 months going forward. We want to make sure that families get the most out of this program. Of course, OLSA is involved because we know that, yes, at birth and that first year is a trying time for families, but we know families need ongoing supports. And so through OLSA services, our early childhood program, our WIC program, through the county services like their home visiting program and health department services like visiting nurses, we want to make sure that these families have all of the supports to continue the success. We will be doing community engagement events. We will welcome the opportunity to come to district council meetings so that we can share this opportunity. In Flint, there are 50 to 60% of the population is eligible for WIC, 50 to 60% of the people who are eligible for WIC in Flint take up WIC. In the case of this program, 97% of people who are eligible for the program have taken advantage and are enrolled. So if we can get the word out, we're confident that it will be easy and that we will have those same results in Pontiac. Benefits are protected, so this cash prescription is considered a gift from Give Directly, so it does not affect other benefits that a family may need to utilize. The addition of philanthropic dollars allows this to be protected. So it does not impact eligibility for SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, child care, housing assistance, those types of things. Really important in doing these types of things to make sure that is protected. The only benefit that RX Kids, kind of the statewide program, is working on is SSI, and that is in process. So we are hopeful that too will be protected, but as of right now, it is not. And then Give Directly, again, that administrative partner, they also do benefits counseling. And again, OLSA, the county, we have benefits counselors as well that can help families do the best thing for them. Impact, as I've already said, it helps families become economically stable at that critical time in their life. It contributes to the local economy by circulating these funds back into the businesses that are in our community. It boosts the capacity of implementing partners because we are part of a network. This is, like I said, a plug-and-play program. We don't have to design it. We can hit the ground running and get families enrolled. And it promises residents that they are worth investing in. I can barely see that, so again, you have this in your packet. This is the overall budget. You see at the top that $1.7 million of the TANF funds. Again, that's based on Pontiac numbers for bursts, which are different from Flint and some of the other communities that are exploring this program. The direct benefits, the non-TANF funds, that's $4 million. Local implementation personnel, that's this team here, is budgeted at $106,000, which it's a big dollar amount in most of our budgets, but for this type of program, it is relatively small. If we had to do kind of all those strings attached, if we were doing some kind of education and that was all in place, it would be much more costly to operate this program. Outreach events to make sure the community knows and gets enrolled at $100,000. Miscellaneous and mileage, $15,000. That program administration that you see, that is related to those central supports. So Give Directly, who is the entity who distributes the cash, takes it in, they do the enrollment. Those funds go to them, also to the RX Kids initiative for all the things that they're doing to support the program too. There are supports that they will give us locally. Which brings us to a total program budget of $6.4 million, I think it is. I can barely see it, but that is the total budget for the program. Our ask of you is the $500,000 for a program in year one that Mayor Greimel mentioned. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to entertain questions with my team.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones had the first hand, followed by Pro Tem Carrington and Councilman Parker.
Thank you very much. I am excited for this initiative. Initiatives like this really help communities thrive because that's how we can get ahead. We reach out and help each other. So I am glad that thank you for your consideration to bring this to Pontiac. I have a couple of questions. I believe I heard you said there's not a lot of a startup with the program like this. So if this is approved tonight by council, I'm wondering what your timeline would be for, general implementation of this program and, if that would include currently expecting mothers right now would then be eligible to apply.
So we are hopeful, and I'll bring maybe Aaron up to help with this. We are hopeful for early spring, early summer. It all depends on fundraising. So this $500,000 that we're asking of the city, that's only a component. We have a request into the Pontiac Funders Collaborative, and there is still a bit more fundraising that we have to do for the full one-year program. We are, if all the things that we have out there now come through, as we hope that they will, we have enough right now for a 6-month version of the program-ish. There are some different options. Of course, we want to provide that full $6 million program. That is our goal because we believe that has the best outcomes for children and families. But there are 2 other options that Dr. Mona, again, has tried and tested, a 6-month option and a 3-month option. So we're hopeful for early spring, early summer. Definitely don't call us yet. We are not ready to go yet. That's the problem talking about it, but that is our hope.
Okay.
Anything else you would add?
Yeah, follow up to that, but go ahead.
Sure. I'll just add, good evening, Council. So currently, as Dr. Harding mentioned, the Pontiac Funders Collaborative, we have a $1 million proposal currently under consideration. We're making a decision on the next steps on that tomorrow. And so if that proposal moves forward successfully and it's on a really promising trajectory at the moment, then we would expect those funds to move forward in early March. We also have some additional kind of multi-million-dollar conversations happening with some local family foundations that we expect to hear back from in the coming weeks. As Dr. Harding said, I think we feel very confident that at a minimum, we will have the funding soon to move forward with the 6-month program. But based on the other asks and conversations that are out there, I think we feel confident that that in 2025, the funding will be available for the full year program.
And follow-up to that then would be just a clarification question. So the full vision of this program would be the $6.4 million, and based on ongoing consideration from other entities, you would then be considering potentially a reduced program for this 12-month budget. And if that's correct, then do you plan to return to City Council after you have received answers from other entities to kind of discuss what will come to Pontiac?
Yeah, once we know, yes. Our goal is to raise that $6.4 million. If we do not do that, we'll go down to that 6-month program. And I think we're already, like as Aaron said, we think we're already fairly close to there and fairly confident to that. Our ask of you is just that $500,000. That's for only year 1, however, of the program. From there, we will have to do additional fundraising to continue after that.
Oh, so this would be more like $500,000 each year?
Potentially, right?
So one point of clarification on that. This is the total cost for the program annually in the city of Pontiac based on current birth rates. Many of you may have heard in conversations at the federal level about bringing back the child tax credit that Dr. Harding mentioned in some of the earlier data. So one of the things that we like to talk about is this program is not intended to be sustainable from a long-term perspective because there's conversations about a longer-term federal solution, and those are bipartisan conversations that are happening now. That's not a Democrat or a Republican conversation. Those are bipartisan conversations. So it could be that we, meaning all of us who are working on fund development for this work, fundraise again next year. But based on all of the great work, particularly that Dr. Mona and Luke Schaefer have been doing, already these conversations have ascended beyond the state level, and this year, the state allocated $20 million for expansions to multiple communities across the state. We're expecting that will be the same again in the next budget year, and potentially a larger sum. But ultimately, long-term, the hope is for a federal solution and bringing back the child tax credit.
I was really just looking for insight on what the 6-month program would look like, but I think it's a bit premature to ask that question at this time, and hopefully we don't have to touch that conversation. We can implement the full 12-month program. So that's all for my questions.
Essentially, it does maintain that $1,500 initial payment, and then it's that $500, but just for 6 months as opposed to 12 months.
Pro Tem Carrington is next on the speaker.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I'd like to thank you guys for coming and offering this great program to us. But I just want to ask a couple of questions concerning, I know you guys follow the Flint program a lot. And I do know on an estimate, 2,000 babies are born in the city of Flint yearly. So those 2,000, what was the projection number of how many families did you reach?
The 2,000 in Flint?
Yes.
That's that 97%. So they reached 97%.
And you know that, do you have a number for that, or just?
I don't. We could get that. We could get that number to you.
Okay. And my other question, is concerning, you stated that you're looking for other funding opportunities. Okay. And you feel pretty confident that those other funding opportunities will happen. Okay. So just in case you don't get those other funding opportunities, I'm sort of worried about the program being in limbo if you're not able to get the rest of the funding. Do your organization plan on coming back to the city and refunding the $500,000 that we give you if the program doesn't go anywhere?
Oh, absolutely. If the program does not go anywhere, that we would not take that money. It's all contingent on all of it coming together. Again, this is the part of the work that Erin is helping us with her connections in the funders world. She knows who the people are to talk to, but absolutely we would not take anyone's funding until we knew for sure we could do the program. The contingency plans are those. Ideally, we want to do the 12-month program. That has the most beneficial outcomes for families. There's a 6-month option that is supported by research, and there's a 3-month option supported by research. Just, think about that 3 months. That's the time when the mother is off, maybe can't go back to work. So even that shows benefits, and there's research to support that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Parker, Councilman Goodman, Councilman Rutherford, Councilwoman James, Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Brother President. And I think I want to thank Ms. Casey. I think she was the one I grilled for about 20 good minutes on the phone the other day. Certainly, it's a great program, and I thank you for out trying to put it in place. But my question is, where do you get your information on, or how do you market your information, and how do you find the numbers of potential parents to know who to give the money to?
Sure.
Is that through some other program?
So a variety of ways that we will do that. We will rely on word of mouth. That, according again to Dr. Mona and the research in Flint, that was the number one way that people heard about the program. We will count on you for district councils. We'll come back here and do a presentation so the community can hear that we are ready to go and have the program set up for them to apply for. Through our partnerships, again, with the county and the health department, there's information there. Parents are coming there at pregnancy and the birth of their child for things like WIC and those programs. So we will do an all-out push to the community. Again, what we know from the RX Kids in Flint is that this enrollment through online enrollment through Give Directly is very seamless and easy for the parents to do. And so that is a big part of why the uptake is so quick. And that universal, targeted universalism. So it's not if I qualify, doesn't matter what my income is, my neighbor also qualifies. So that helps spread the word as opposed to other programs where there's a difference between you and I as neighbors and I may qualify and you may not. So that targeted universalism also helps with the recruitment process. Anything else?
So my next question, I think I asked Ms. Casey even when I was talking with her, is sustainability. And you mentioned that if you don't get the certain amount of money, you just do away with the program. But could you not just reduce the amount that you give?
I don't.
Or what you think of that?
Do you want to?
So the program wouldn't reduce the benefit because there's a heavy evaluation happening in the expansion across the state. So Flint has the longest runway of implementation so far. Kalamazoo recently launched their program. A few cities, 5 or 6 cities in Wayne County will be launching later this year as well. And we want Pontiac to be on that list and put the put a mark there for Oakland County as well. So there is an element of wanting to keep the variability down. And so we can titrate the program to a model of the length of time, but the studies really require the benefit to stay the same.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, I was back there listening. I have several questions. Number one, to the administration, they want to take this money out of the opiate funding, correct? And so my question is, what are we doing for the opiate epidemic, or what are we implementing for that if we're going to take $500,000 out? And what's the amount that's in the funding as of today? So that's my first question. What's the actual amount that's in the opiate settlement, and why? If someone can tell me and clarify. And how does this actually benefit people who were opiate addicted? How does this program benefit? That's the first 2 questions.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the City of Pontiac. So to answer your question, Councilwoman Rutherford, we currently have just under $700,000 in our fund. We are still looking into what the total benefit will be that Pontiac will receive over the course of the years agreed upon in the settlement. The reason why this money qualifies for this program, per discussions with the state, is that it is likely that the targeted participants for this program are at risk for opioid addiction. So.
And while I agree with that and I understand it, I just want to see how it makes sense. We have an epidemic going on in our community. We have nothing put in place for that side. So my hesitation is where we taking the money from, not the program itself. And so I have to be realistic because addiction is real in this community. It runs rampant. This administration has done nothing to do any planning, has given no money to methadone clinics, have done nothing about implementing programs, have done nothing about anything. We don't even have enough Narcans in the community. So I'm hesitant, not about the program itself. I'm hesitant about where this money's coming from because we're supposed to use this money to actually help prevent or to do some form of stabilization for the community. And as someone who has many family members who were addicted to opioids and people who recently just died because of this, that's an issue for me. So that's what my hesitation is. I don't understand why the administration, instead of taking it out of the general fund, we want to take it out of that when this administration has done nothing to prevent opioid addiction, nothing to give money for a methadone clinic, nothing to make sure we have Narcans available. So to the administration, again, my question is, why are you guys suggesting taking this money out of that money when it's supposed to be used to help with that, with addiction and actually prevention? I yield to the administration for clarity.
Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, I think that the grants director spoke to this, but you've heard the expression, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And this is a population that is at risk for becoming addicted ultimately to opiates, and they're at risk of a lot of other adverse health effects as well. And this is designed to be an investment early in people's lives to put them on a positive trajectory and actually prevent opiate addiction long term.
That I still don't understand. So what I'm asking is, what is the administration planning to do for the opioid addiction in this community when we're going to take $500,000 out of the $750,000 that we got for the settlement? That's what I want to know, because I hear that you're doing prevention, but we got people that's addicted now that needs help too. So again, can someone from the administration say, well, we have
already asked once.
Yeah. They're not going to answer?
Well, we got to keep moving with this.
Okay. So then my second question is, what's y'all plan B if we don't give y'all this money?
Can you say that again?
What is the plan B if you guys don't have the vote or the support to take the $500,000 out of opium? What's the plan?
We are constantly looking for funders. We talked about another funding opportunity today, so we will continue to try to make this happen. It will be a fundraising effort through foundations and that type of thing, but we will continue to try. We're not going to give up.
Councilman Goodman.
Hello. So I'm going to keep this relatively positive. One, I am very excited to hear about this program because County Commissioner Charlie Cavell has told me about this multiple times over the course of months, and I've been very excited to finally have this come to us. I think that this is a very good thing that the city should do because, I will just speak personally as someone who has been affected. Multiple generations of my family, including the two most recent ones, were affected by the opioid epidemic. And I can say that personally, living in the household that I did, right? So there's a very deep understanding and knowing that this is a thing that affects not just people who are, taking opioids, but also the people who are around them, the families and the communities that are around them. So I think it's very important that we're using some of the funds from the fact that our communities have been destroyed by this to do some of the helping. Like you pointed out, the child tax credit that we had was massively important for lifting so many children, specifically in our community, out of poverty, to give them food, to give them things that they would not have had otherwise. So I think that in general, this is a thing that the city should do, whether it come out of the opioid settlement funds, which I think is a very fair and reasonable thing for it to come out of, or whether it come out of general funds. If the city doesn't give you the money for this, I will personally come help you raise money for this, because this is a very good and important thing that I think, again, should be a priority of doing things in our city for people who actually need it, and especially people who are pregnant, who are having children when they are extremely vulnerable. As someone who is a child of a teen parent who had me in high school, they obviously weren't making $80,000 a year to be able to take care of a kid. So this is a thing that would be monumental for members of our community. And I think that another thing is, and I want to ask a question to grants or the administration, what is the total amount that we received in terms of opioid settlement funds? I asked the grant person. Thank you.
So far, we've received just under $700,000, but that does not mean that we will not be receiving additional funding over the course of the years. These settlements go out over 10 years. So as the settlements are finalized, there will be additional opportunities for funding to come to the city of Pontiac. So,
is there any settlement funding that's planning on that you see on the horizon anytime soon, like next year or two?
I do believe we'll get more funding within that time frame. I've been trying to get just to the bottom of, how that is dispersed or distributed or determined, if you will, so that I can kind of understand how much we should expect over what span of time. So there will be additional funding for the city to do more work with. I think the other thing that's important here is, Dr. Harding talked about the supports with the RX Kids program from OSA, from Oakland County, that can also support those who might come into this program who are addicted and pregnant. So, I do think that there are some indirect benefits as well that relate to exactly what we're trying to do here.
And so the final thing I'll ask/say is that, with the amount of funds that we have, I do want to hear Councilwoman Rutherford's point that we do need to do things that directly tackle the addiction problem in this in our city. As someone who also has dated a person in the past 2 years who has died of an overdose, right now it's been almost 3 years. I have a very real understanding with this, and I know that we need to do more. We need to have Narcan and these other things to be able to assist people who are in the city. And I believe at one point, a resident who does a lot of this work surrounding Narcan and helping people submitted a plan to the city about a van to help, do this information. And I don't know if that information has been sent around to the other council members. I have it. I believe Councilwoman Rutherford has it. So if you guys don't have that yet, I can definitely send that around also to the administration, because that ask is only about $50,000.
48.
And so with that, there are ways that we can definitely do this and do other things that definitely more directly tackle the opioid and addiction problem. But I'm not saying that in any way to take away from the fact that we very much should be doing this. And again, if council decides not to, contact me and I will personally come help you get money for this.
Again, this is the special presentation. The actual resolution to deliberate is later on in the agenda. So we want to make sure we're focused on the fact-finding part. It could still bleed into, advocacy, but I just want to emphasize that. Councilwoman James, you're next on the speaker's list.
Yeah, I just want to add my voice that I think it's a wonderful program. I don't really have any questions, but just comments. I fully support it. RX Kids, what I like about it is that it offers direct support. So much of what we do here as council people is all indirect. We're paying for financial consultants. We're paying for all kinds of designers and engineering support, and it's all indirect. But here you have a program that is going to directly help young women who are pregnant and who don't have the resources that they need to be able to have these children. So I think this is a great program. I think one of the things, that ties it to, I think she said that these young women are more at risk for opioid addiction. And I might add, since we did talk to you about the data, I'm not sure if you are tracking if these women are, when they give birth to the child, if that child has is born with an opioid addiction, maybe that would be one of the data points that you could possibly begin to track, that would also directly tie what we decide to do with that opioid addiction. But again, it's a great program because it offers direct benefit to these young women. And we know that, especially I know this is not just for African American young women, but we do know that African American young women die of childbirth more often than any other race in this country, almost double the number for other races. So it's a huge problem for our community. And it's something that we really need to address, the vulnerability of young women when they're having children. So, when we went through the data with Casey of the Flint data that shows all of the benefit that this program, and the one that stood out to me the most is that you went to 0 evictions, which is incredible because we had a young woman during the Christmas holidays that we were able to group that operates in the city of Pontiac, of a young mother in the city of Pontiac living in her car, pregnant with a 2-year-old. So we know we have these horrible, horrendous issues out there with young mothers, and this is a program, if bringing this program to Pontiac would provide help for these mothers so that they can be in a stable situation giving birth to children, I think it's, we definitely want to be a part of it. It's a small part of the budget, $6 million, and we're being asked for the $500,000. Hopefully we'll find it in our hearts to find a way to address this, because I think it's very, very important.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay. As a single mother from conception, as having more people I know than I would like to name addicted to opiates, that's why I'm making this a big issue. I need you to understand that it has to help everybody. So what will be the deliverables that you guys are going to do? 1. 2, how much are you guys getting as a fiduciary to do it? 3, how are we tracking the success rate? Because I've seen many programs. I've been a participant of. I've known you a very long time, Susan. So you know me very well. You know I am about deliverables. So I need to know what the deliverables going to be, because I need to make sense to somebody when they say, hey, well, you guys got $700,000 for opiate and we gave $500,000 for the RX kids, and we still don't have anything done to show that they actually are tangible. Because Flint did it one way, but no one has showed me the deliverable outcomes. No one has given me examples. So if you could give me some examples, how much y'all getting paid as a fiduciary, what y'all doing, what it entails. 3, what are the real deliverables?
Okay, sure. I will do my best. Help me out if there are specific things. Let me start with the money part. So the part that we're not getting a fiduciary fee for this. The part that we are focused on, we would be in that local implementation personnel, the 106,000. That is for the on-the-ground work, Al's work, being out in the community, making sure that everybody who's eligible is getting enrolled, materials to do, print the flyers for your district council meetings so we can distribute those types of things. So it is all, we differentiate between fiduciary and administrative fees. That's direct program support to get the word out, to get people enrolled. So no fiduciary fee. There's nothing like that. In fact, we are pushing so that money goes directly. So the lion's share of this is the direct benefit goes to give directly, to give the money to the household. So our push is for that to go directly, to give directly, so we don't even have to touch that locally. So it's all that program support, not admin. Let me see if there's anything else on. Did you want to?
It's a small point, but this is again representative of a full year program. And so if the program was titrated down, any additional support that's not the direct benefits would also be titrated down. So this is a snapshot for the full year program. So those numbers represent a full 12 months of interaction and leadership from OSA's part.
Okay. Councilman Goodman? And it'll be two more speakers. Did I ever get you, Deputy Mayor? Oh, my goodness. Deputy Mayor is next, and then Councilman Goodman. And then after I speak, I think if you don't object, we'll wrap up and move on to public comment next. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. I will be very brief. My questions really are just asking Dr. Harding to explain to the public the alphabet soup. So, TANF?
Temporary assistance for needy families.
SNAP?
Ooh, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Thank you.
I didn't know there was going to be a test.
I'm here. I know all of these, but you're the one who works with them. WIC?
Women, Infant, Children Nutrition Program.
And then you use the word, the group used the word universalism. Can you just explain what that is and why that's important to getting people to actually use the program?
Sure. There it is. So universalism means everyone gets it. So in this case, it's every pregnant person, everyone with a newborn receives it. There are no income guidelines. You don't have to be on Medicaid to get it. You just have to live in the city of Pontiac, be pregnant or have a newborn, and that's it. So it is beneficial in these types of programs because, one, it is not about an individual issue. It's about a community that is maybe struggling or may have issues with it, so that everyone, if every child gets it, then that lifts the whole community up. So it is intentional that it's not about the individual. It's about targeting a community and making sure that everybody receives it. That also helps with uptake, again, because there's no stigma to being involved in the program. If everyone receives it, then everyone receives it, and they don't have to feel like, I'm going to Ulsa's stores to get this program and my neighbor isn't. So it's intentional to make sure that the uptake is that 97% that I talked about for the Flint program.
All set. Councilman Goodman?
Two quick questions. So I know that you mentioned other cities that this would be expanding to in Wayne County. What cities are those, if that's public information?
Do you know the city?
I'm essentially seeing if I can go bother friends to talk about this.
So none of this has been officially announced or launched yet, but there's sort of a Wayne County bundle that they're considering. I know Dearborn, Southgate, River Rouge, Inkster, and Highland Park. So a handful of communities in Wayne County that are hoping to move forward with launch in 2025.
And then the other question is, would someone, doesn't matter who, well, I will ask Aaron personally, would you mind coming to my district meeting next Monday to talk about this some more? I'm sorry to make you look at your calendar right now. I will take anyone else, including Al Patrick, but...
It's earlier in the evening, right? 5 p.m.?
Yeah. Yeah, it's at 5 o'clock.
Yes, I can attend.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that's it.
All right, if there's no final, I just want to really quickly clarify. So how many pregnant to 6 months recently given birth mothers are there in Pontiac? Do we know broadly?
Broadly 800 per year.
Okay. And so the goal is calculated so that it can provide universal or near universal saturation. We're talking, full 800 families that would be directly impacted.
Correct.
And if fully funded, each 800 moms, Pontiac moms, our neighbors, would receive how much each month? There's an initial and then?
At enrollment, $1,500.
Okay.
And then $500 per month, so total of $7,500 for the year.
So if it's a year, it's $7,500 directly in cash assistance to expectant and young mothers in our city.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think you've thoroughly answered a lot of questions. I really want to thank the ULSA team, oh, yes, feel free, a hand, take it away.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenya Halabi. I have been living in Pontiac for almost 7 years. I am a home-based family educator at ULSA with almost 3 years of service in this great organization, and I firmly believe that this project will be very good for my community. and I will benefit many pregnant women regardless of their race, color, language, or religion. I am building of this project because during my pregnancy, it was impossible for me to wear since I threw up every day from the first month until the day I gave birth to my son. Adding 3 kidney surgeries and having a stem inside my belly for 4 months during my pregnancy, without being able to wear or generate income, and the first month of his birth were not easy at all since being an immigrant. I did not have close relative or how to pay for a daycare. It was impossible for me to work. That is why I am sure that this will be a good benefit for pregnant women and mothers to be able to live a peaceful pregnancy and be able to dedicate the first months of their babies, since they are the most beautiful and at the same time difficult month, since then my son was born in Pontiac, and I dedicate my time to serving the community that I saw my son born, and that has seen me grow, and I have so much to be thankful, and I will do everything for my power, for my city and my community. I believe in Pontiac, and I know that this is the beginning of great change in the United States. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation. I did do some quick math right now. So if we're talking about 800 children and their mothers, so 800 sets of families, the $500,000 contribution from the city, no matter what fund it comes from, but you're required, is it true that through the program you're required to have a local match? Is that a true story? Can that be represented by philanthropic or municipal, it can manifest in different ways?
So required, I think that might be overstated. In order to, you have to, like as we talked about with some of the features, we only get $1.7 million from the TANF fund. So in order to do this whole program, again, the way Sarah shared, it has been designed and researched. We couldn't do the program without additional funding. It can be, as we said, we're not charging a fiduciary fee. There's in-kind support from the county that is being provided to help this. But we also have to, TANF funds are for individuals who are low income. To make it that universalism, we have to raise additional funds to provide the support. So it's not required per se, but you can't, it wouldn't work without additional funding.
So if we invest $500,000 of Pontiac resources into this initiative, it would be 800 families would impact it. That would be a $625 contribution from us taxpayers to then result in $7,500 for those families. But we're talking about at least a mother and a child. So that's 2. That's 1,600 Pontiac residents that are impacted. So that means we'd be investing $312 per resident in the program, and then we'd be able to dial that up where they'd be getting $7,500 for a family. But if it's, our family is eligible if they have more than one child. So they have a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old, and now they are an expectant or a new mother.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could see many Pontiac residents, many children, not just those that fall into that 800 a year kind of category as well, that the sort of the multiplier of the other family members that are impacted.
Correct.
For grants and philanthropy, you don't have to answer this tonight, but City Council is going to want to have a full sense of what we've adopted so far on opioid settlement agreements. We had, what's happening is that the pharmacists overprescribed these opioids for generations, and it really led to the addiction crisis. So each of those major entities, Walmart, Target, Walgreens, Kroger, we voted, I think Kroger was the one we most recently voted on. So each of those have a class action settlement that they got to divide up, and there's calculations. So we want to know what's arrived so far. Sounds like we've got that figure. What is prospectively on the horizon? And I just want to emphasize, just like with this or any other funding, I just ask the administration, don't come to us with posters that say, just say no to drugs. I mean, we want programs that are going to impact families, prevent addiction, intervene, provide the support, but we are really talking about those children and mothers in our city, and so we want to be as strategic as possible. This is an amazing collaboration where if we invest some, it's leading to so much more investment. We just want to make the smartest investment with those resources. Councilman Parker?
Oh, this may not, I would just have one question as you was talking about and trying to reduce some of the expenses of pregnancy. Are there any local doctors available that's offering free services? And if so, have you investigated whether there's any local doctors willing to investigate? I know we have some free clinics in the area, but are they on board with some of this? And if not,
We have been through the health department talking with, and providers will be an important part of the outreach to this. I don't know in terms of free services. Sarah?
I don't have the figure in front of me, but a large portion of those births that happen in Pontiac are Medicaid eligible, and so the county does work to make sure that people are signed up for Medicaid, and then their prenatal care is covered by Medicaid. And there are, Gary Bernstein, there are clinics that provide free care. The health department works very, very hard to match those services up to anybody who comes in. So if you're hearing of somebody who is having to pay out of pocket for prenatal care, please contact us at the county, and we can make sure that that person is cared for.
Thank you.
And a quick point of information.
You want the floor, Councilman?
Just to give Pastor Parker some more information in terms of free clinics, as she pointed out, a small plug for the Gary Bernstein Health Clinic, as I am on their board, but they do provide free services to anyone who is not insured, not just in the city of Pontiac, but all across Michigan. So that is someone who is very much available.
Thank you, but I already knew that. I just want to make sure that they were aware and that they were involved in this activity as well. So thank you.
A quick question of clarity from Councilwoman Jones.
Is this program available to mothers who have recently adopted young children? And if you don't have an answer tonight, that's okay.
We need to find that out.
Just
get that
over to me.
Good question.
Thank you. Or fostering for that matter.
Correct.
Just interested in how far we're outreaching here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing this thorough examination of RX Kids.
No problem.
It'll be before us in a little bit for conversation. We're at public comment, request pro tem. Oh,
Actually, pass those to me.
would you like it tonight, Councilwoman James? You want to read some names?
Yes, I'll read it. Is this? Okay, the first name is Dr. Deidre Waterman.
The gentleman just here asked me, did you have to sign up for comment? I think this is his first time, so sometimes you give them an exemption, and I'm just speaking. He just mentioned that to me. I haven't seen him here before, so I think he's new. What I wanted to talk about was, by the way, that program, RX for Kids, is really good. And Councilman James, you mentioned the fact that the statistics showed the birth rate mortality is high among African Americans. Another factor is that, and I know this from my healthcare background, is that the United States has one of the highest rates of perinatal birth mortality in the developed world, in the whole developed world. With all the technology we have, that's just an amazing factor. So that would be a good program. One of the things that I'm very interested in is, of course, the finances of the city, because that's one of the things that worked very hard to get us back on financial stability as mayor. Even given the fact the first 2 years we were under the state treasury, and the last 2 years we had a pandemic, I still left a $25 million surplus, as well as brought the $38 million for ARPA funds to the city. So I'm always interested in maintaining our fiscal stability. And so it's good that we had the audit report here today, although one of the things that he didn't bring up was a 5-year plan in terms of the outlook for where our funds would be. It's nice that now we have the ARPA money here it's inflating what our fund balance is, but remember that's one-time money, and hopefully it will be spent for community benefits as we had intended it to be. I also looked at the agenda of things coming up, and I see amongst the other things affecting our finances is, and I hope we've got some real answers today for the money for the increased pension benefit for our seniors who are retirees, and they've been waiting a long time for that, and that's something I hope that we are moving ahead on and getting some real answers for them, as they have been asking for so long. But the other thing I saw was that you're bringing back Raymond, the company that did our audits for so long. And unfortunately, a couple of years ago, when they gave the city a very bad audit with a lot of corrections, unfortunately they got punished for being the messenger instead of the corrections, and the mayor fired them 2 weeks after the report was published. So it wasn't their fault, but I'm glad to see that we're bringing them back because they were a very dependable, reliable audit firm, one of the 6 best municipalities in the state, and certainly could help our situation because from the finance director, the last finance director only lasted 2 weeks. She tells us that the credit stating that we had has diminished and that we are no longer a bondable city. So that's important to get that corrected.
Mr. Donovan Monte Gomez.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to put that aside. The dissolution between the family, what we call a family, I believe is mother, father, children, okay? It basically, I have a huge disagreement with that program over there, the Community Action Fund Agency, but I understand it's essential. The only time that the government should get involved with the family is if one of the parents is indignant, but this is basically prioritizing majority women and children instead of prioritizing men and children, having men in the equation. And one thing I seen that was lacking was that of the element of the critical aspect of a child's life is the father. Okay, so dear City Council of Pontiac, I remember witnessing your representative, Brenda Carter, in Lansing, a March for Our Lives rally in Lansing, Michigan. Her argument was that we must save our children by passing legislation that prohibits people where it can carry. More unfortunately, as of recent crime occurred in a notable marijuana dispensary where a hardworking businessman was shot to death and pronounced dead at the scene. I argued that no form of passing gun laws would have prevented these criminals from committing a horrific act this day. I argue, you know what could have is the ability for the owner to have a firearm at his own accord and utilize it effectively to stop the deadly threat, where they took what they wanted and dispersed like cowards back to Cincinnati, Ohio, where they were later apprehended. The ATF and all these other guys basically came in after the fact. They want to promise you guys safety and security, but you can't be promised safety and security all the time. Auxiliary precaution is also listed in Federalist Paper number 51, and we need auxiliary precaution, but right now I see it was talking about the separation of powers between government, but now there's also the 10th Amendment that exists out there. Anything that is not specifically outlined in the state constitution or federal constitution belongs to the rights of the people. So what's happening is these healthcare industries have gotten out of control and they became too invested in our lives, where under Michigan MCL 330.128 Section 1, the Michigan legislature decided that it was okay to basically involuntarily treat somebody if they were alleged to have mental illness. But basically, these psychologists throw around slang terms and say, oh, yeah, you're mentally ill. And meanwhile, you're deprived of your liberty and you're also billed about $1,000 a day. As for the it's a huge deprivation of liberty, and the courts are basically trumped up and they don't actually they basically consider anybody to be a danger to yourself or others when you step into court. So what I'm asking the City of Council to pass pro-gun resolution for anybody who has the ability to carry, and eventually create a pathway recommend to the federal government to create a pathway for relief from disability for those adjudicated as mentally ill. Just because you were adjudicated as mentally ill doesn't necessarily mean you are dangerous, because the standard is clear and convincing evidence instead of beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's something that I'm going to all 83 counties in Michigan to raise awareness of. That guy was just basically just straight up assassinated in cold blood. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you. Ms. Dawn Hanna.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I want to bring awareness to what's going on in District 3.
The residents in North Hill Farms have an issue. I have residents without heat right now, and it's extremely cold. And what they're being told, they're putting on a waiting list, and they've been waiting for months. There's been months. I even helped resident get his heat on by calling the management company. He had been waiting a month and a half for this. This is not acceptable. And I'm not sure what we can do, but this is a constant problem. I put up a YouTube video. This happened 5 years ago when the news came out. So what are we going to do to help these residents? Just because they're low income, that don't mean they get treated any kind of way. They're facing evictions for repairs that should not be charged for. That's an issue. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to help them. Anything the city can do, any assistance, I appreciate it, because I have a couple ladies, they have to use their oven to get warm. One resident, she have kids. What are they supposed to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Teresa Lee.
Good evening, our mayor and city council and all the citizens of Pontiac. I'm Bishop Teresa Lee, resides in Pontiac, 347 East Wilson. I'm just here to just elaborate real quickly about the urgency that have really taken place with awareness through our city council, how they have came to us concerning the emergency warming center. I want to, first of all, just thank our city council for just really coming and making me even to be more aware of an issue that that has been a continuous problem down through the years. But I want to let you know, because we've really said yes to this issue, lives are saved. And I want to thank each city councilman for coming and helping out with us. As of right now, I'm dressed the way I'm dressed now because we've been working. We just been working untirelessly. Not only that, we have so many organizations that have come. They're giving away coats. They're giving away shoes. They're giving away boots, clothes, food. They're eating a healthy meal every day. And I just want to thank you all. They are receiving coats. We've given away so many communities have came out, churches have came out to be a part of the support. What you all have came to us, and we just said yes, not knowing what we were saying yes to, but I don't regret it one bit. I do like to say, because of the people that are coming, that they are coming to church as well. So they get to hear the word of God, and we get to pray along with them. And they cried on our shoulders, and we are ministering to them. I think I'm over at the church more now than I am at home. So we just want to, again, thank you, Councilwoman Melody Weatherford, Pastor Parker, amen, the one that called me on a Sunday to come and to be a part, as well as our chairperson, Mike McGinnis, our chair president, Mike McGinnis, as well as everyone there that have came out to support us. And we don't know where it's going, but I do thank God. Well, wherever we are right now, they sleeping. They're not freezing. So thank you so very much. Please forgive me. I have to get back over to the church. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Lee. Ms. Claudia Fuller.
Good evening, City Council, members of the City Council, Mayor Greimel, Deputy Mayor Stevens. I'm here this evening to bring attention to the unfortunate and I believe unnecessary delay in finalizing the agreement to modify the settlement agreement between the city and CPRIA. one that would bring substantial benefits to the city in relief of payment for retiree health care and in significant reduction of the city's liability, saving the city millions of dollars. The city and CPRIA have been in negotiations for 3 years. On November 20th, we had come to a handshake agreement, one that would be a fair resolution to the matter of the additional $400 GERS monthly pension benefit. Here is what has followed since November 20th, and it has been very frustrating, to say the least. On November 26th, the Council for the City sent documents consistent with the November 20 handshake agreement. Then there was Thanksgiving. On December 4th, CPRIA submitted a redlined response with a couple of modest revisions, typos, and clarifications, no substantial changes. On December 5th, the city suddenly asked for CPRIA's actuary report, the report that had been given a year earlier. The city wanted to make sure that the actuary report had included payment of the additional $400 monthly pension benefit to the beneficiaries, not just the retirees. And the city also wanted a letter from the actuaries, so stating that this was included. CPRIA sent the actuary report along with the requested letter from the actuary, stating that the payment to the beneficiaries had been included, was part of, and included in the actuarial report, and that the city had 130% protection, and that the projection is that the city will save money each year, that there will be a substantial money, many millions of dollars remaining at the end. On December 13, the city reneged on the agreement, on the November 20 agreement, for the benefit payments to the GERS beneficiaries with an unjustified reduction in these payments. No good reason was provided. On December 20th, CPRIA made its most recent demand based on the city's changed framework. More than a month now has passed without city's response, refusing to timely contact CPRIA attorneys. The mayor is in Japan and not responding. The mayor has returned and yet no contact, and now the lawyer is out of town. The longer the payment is withheld, the less valuable it is for the retirees. These delays are unnecessarily punishing. The retirees have been waiting for this agreement to be finalized for about 3 years, and any payment now will be without interest, so you understand. I urge you council members to encourage the mayor to finalize this deal, including the payment of the additional $400 per month pension benefit to the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Nikki Taylor. Ashley Bowers.
Right here.
Rick David.
Good evening, administration and city council. I'm here for just 2 short points. One is the audit. I wanted to hear the results of the audit, and to hear an unqualified result is what we want to hear. It's a really good thing. I'm pleased to hear this evening my understanding of an audit report is simply the examination of all the books and records of an independent body giving some reasonable assurance that the financial statements and records are in order, that everything is in order, and that's so important. So we have much to do, but to get that unqualified status is so important. That's number one. Number two has...
Order in the chambers. The resident has the floor.
I'm sorry. Number two, speaking to the superintendent of schools through a Rotary meeting in December, she indicated, and you may know, there's about 10,000 students that are qualified to go to Pontiac schools. Less than 4,000 do. And she is concerned that perhaps as many as 1/3 of the student body of Pontiac may be part of the deportation activities that may occur in our city. Now, is that for sure? No. But she raised that issue, and we should be aware of it. The city should be aware of it. The administration should. And again, she made a comment at that was our presentation at our Rotary Club in November or December. So that is that. And then on a better note, or a more pleasant note, is about my Pontiac Transportation Museum. I mean, we're going great guns. Travel Advisor, we're the #1 site to come to in our city. Number 2, we had an event on Thursday, the 17th. Different administration people were there and city council people were there. And then yesterday at the Martin Luther King event, we were giving a special award by the Committee of 50. I just want to say that we've received about 4,000 people since we came about. We have representatives of 17 countries already here. It's really a wonderful thing that's going on. The final thing I would always mention is that we're giving a 50% reduction to Pontiac residents, 50% reduction to the administration costs, so remember that. And that's an issue of volunteerism all over Pontiac to try to get more people involved. So I thank you very much. Come to the museum, but there's much to work to do, but thank you for an unqualified audit.
Next is Marcus Bowman, followed by Pastor Captain.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, all in attendance, all watching at home. Good evening to the Mayor's office as well. I'm here to make a few announcements on behalf of MIP 100. I'd like to take the opportunity first to congratulate Notre Dame Prep, though, as well, from earlier for winning the state championship. I was a high school athlete, collegiate athlete, semi-pro athlete, so I know what it feels like to actually win a title. I came close, kind of like Councilman Carrington said in high school. We got knocked out by Antonio Gates before he became a football sensation, so I don't feel so bad. But I will be remiss to not capitalize off what the coach said when he made mention to how they've nurtured our future leaders and our future fathers and our future coaches and police officers and just pretty much those who will engineer our future after we get too old to take care of that business. And again, I wanted to piggyback off that without taking too much of their shine from them, but to give this an opportunity to challenge the council to let them know that we have great children in our community all across the board, and we need to take advantage of supporting these children. MIP is promoting Future Leaders of Tomorrow initiative in partnership with the Pontiac School District starting in February with the middle school. So I definitely would like to have you all support that. I also like to piggyback off that as well by thanking everybody who came out to our January 11th meeting. It was a total success. It was much more bigger than what I thought it would be. But when I say there was a wealth of information in that room that we got, it was a wealth of information. So I'd like to do a special thank you to Council President Mike McGinnis for showing up, Councilman Parker for showing up, our Mayor Tim Grimal for showing up, as well as our State Rep Brenda Carter, our County Commissioner Angela Powell, and then to our gracious person that came and spoke to us, our speaker, which was Dave Coulter, our county executive. I'd like to do a special thank you to him for taking time out. And I also like to say that it's very special to see you all come in the same room together and have these important conversations, because the reality of politics is partisanship and bipartisanship in some form or fashion, but we want to be on the same line, and we want to stick to the 80-20 rule. We can argue about 20% of things that don't matter, but the 80% of things that we need to be in agreement to move our community forward, those are the things that we need to focus on in these next few years moving forward. I like to end by saying, please, with the weather being the way it is, check on your seniors, check on your family members, make sure everybody's keeping warm, make sure everybody know where all the warming centers is. And with that being said, as always, thank you for your time, and you all have a great night.
I just have lots of good announcements tonight. First of all, I would like to thank the residents of District 5 who turned out in numbers for a great district meeting, and our incredible Mayor Pro Tem who stood there and answered what seemed like thousands of questions with a smile on his face. And it was just a really good meeting. Good food, good friends, and good foundation of information. I would also like to thank the women who work in this building. Pro Tem Kalfani Stevens, secretary, the mayor's secretary, the clerk's secretary. As many times as I call for information or just what time is that meeting? They are always polite. They are always more than courteous. And I feel like there's a smile on their face. And it's important. It's changing the face of how we view what we get when we call it the building. And it's a positive change, and I think the girls should know that we appreciate it. And then, in your seats, you have flyers, because some of our own people are being awarded commendation. Pastor Terrence Garrett, Rosie Myers, David Coleman, who we see a lot of in this chamber, Mother Beverly Page, Ms. Jalen Jefferson, and our own Miss Victoria, Miss Veronica Taylor. I don't know why I said Victoria. She's been my friend for years now. Miss Veronica Taylor. They are being awarded for their service to the community. All different ways, all different areas of help, but they're doing positive things to help our community grow in positive ways. Be sure to thank them.
Microphone.
Our last comment is from D. Clark.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year to the mayor and administration, council as well. The first question, well, the statement I want to make, in November at the GERD's last, third week of the month, the mayor made a comment why there was not a settlement being done. And correct me if I'm wrong, please, Mayor. You said that it was a negotiation whether the spouse should be included or the sibling should be included in accepting this money upon the death of the person who earned it. Now, she's here, Claudia's here saying a different story. The problem is this. If this has been going on for 20 years with the GERDs and 3 years where the people are uncertain to what's going on, the siblings or the state should actually get that money. They earn it waiting on the city to make a rational and to make a fair and just decision. So that's one thing I wanted to say. But what I actually here to address this to the mayor. Mayor, could you please explain to this resident of Pontiac, since we are under a new presidential party at this point, how would that affect funding coming in from the governor and helping Pontiac to get off their feet? A lot of residents want to know that question. I think it's a fair question because a lot of residents are scared. There's a lot of programs that Lansing or the governor give to the city of Pontiac, and people want to know, is that going to be hindered? Also, with the extra money that you have in the general fund, wouldn't it be feasible, or maybe I'm not a realistic person, to see, can't you buy a inexpensive shelter and have the city of Pontiac own it, invest money into building up Pontiac? If that's possible, instead of having in planning, you have you got one person coming in for drugs, for fentanyl on Martin Luther King. Then on off Baldwin, you have one center wants to build there on an area that's very narrow, but it was approved by planning. So where do you invest in the city of Pontiac with the overflow of money that you have?
And that concludes public comment. Councilwoman James?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. We are now at number 5 on this evening's agenda. It's a public hearing
regarding the residential building located at 111 Oneida Street in Pontiac, Michigan. This parcel is 64-1431-231-001. It's been before us in different layers of decision-making. It's the former Casa del Rey apartments, for everyone's familiarity. So we are going to have a presentation from the administration to spell out what's the request before us, open a public hearing where anyone, whether you signed up or not, can speak to the proposal, ask questions, raise concerns, advocate for, against, or indifferent. And then when we will close the public hearing, we'll aim to get answers for the public and then take up the resolution to see what the verdict is for the City Council, for the City of Pontiac. So Mayor and Administration, who would like to take it from here?
Thank you. I want to turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, to walk through what we're proposing in terms of support and tax incentives for Casa del Rey, and she will then open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and citizens of Pontiac. Tonight, we are here to discuss a NEZ certificate for Casa del Rey. Neighborhood Enterprise Zone is a certificate that exempts taxes for a period of time. In the case of Casa del Rey, because it is a qualified historic, the tax exemption period would be a period of 17 years. For those, we've been many times discussing Casa del Rey. Basically, it's the renovation of the historic property, approximately 50 units, ranging in income from 60 to 120% of area median income. So we are now requesting, as part of the their application, and I'm stuck, is to consider the NEZ certificate, which would allow for tax abatement on the real estate. The taxes would be held at the current rate, and then any improved rate would be held for 17 years, and then after year 17, it would return to the regular rate of taxation. We have the developers here with us as well. And we, too, want to commend them for all the work they've done on this. This is one of the steps in the financial layering that makes this project be able to move forward and keep it affordable, as well as because it is a historic structure, there were significantly higher costs than in a normal renovation. So we are proposing today a 17-year exemption certificate for the property taxes. And with that, I'll open up the public hearing or return it back to President
If we'd like to give the floor to the developers who have submitted the
Sure.
application request.
Sure.
The community may recall that we as a City Council approved this new economic development tool, Neighborhood Enterprise Zones, but we have yet to identify specific instances where that new economic development tool could be used. And the next item would be instances of that.
Good evening to the mayor, to the councilmen and women. We are the developers of 111 Oneida, also known as Casa del Rey. If you've passed through Seminole Hills, you see fencing, you see work being done on the building that has been vacant for 20 years. And we are in the process of actively revitalizing it. And part of, Deborah has already mentioned, this is part of our capital stack in order to make this project pencil out. So if there are any questions, comments, we're also working with several other entities as part of that capital stack to make this project a success.
Could you elaborate on some of those entities so we get a sense of all the different collaborations coming to cause this to be about?
Yes. So we have 2 state entities, MISTA, MEDC. We have 2 CDFIs. We also have Oakland County, and also a state as the third supporting arm.
Further questions before we open it up to the full public hearing? Just really not to opine, but to help clarify that might give residents a fuller understanding before we open it up to public hearing. Pro Tem, Councilman Rutherford, anyone else?
Yes, just one quick question. This is for the administration. Maybe Ms. Younger may can answer this for me. With this 17-year exemption of property taxes, how much funds are the city foregoing?
Approximately 2.8 million over the course of the 17 years.
Okay. Thank you for that number.
Councilman Rutherford?
Every day I get to ride past that building, I'm excited, man, because it's the dream to have more housing that's affordable and attainable. So I've never wavered, never changed. You know I support this. I think this is going to be transformational for District 2, for Milana Jones, which she represents, and also for the city as a whole. So keep doing it the right way. Keep being good neighbors, keep doing the hard, heavy lifting. Let's get through this so we can get it built so that the city of Pontiac can once again see a beautiful, shining building on the hill. That's it.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you
You're
very much.
so welcome, sir.
So recognizing that not every taxable year will fall the same way, but if those numbers hold, we're looking at 117,000 just over per year. So what that means is that if this never gets done and it sits vacant or is demolished or falls in on itself, we get the same nothing or near nothing that we have been getting into the city's coffers. But after year 17, granted, values can continue to go up even higher, but we'd be fully getting a contributing element. How many units are in this structure?
50.
Okay.
And just on that note about the tax, right now, the county owned it, so there was no taxes being paid at all for the last since 2014, there have been no taxes paid.
Let's conservatively estimate that there'd be 100 adults living in the building. That could be very low, depending on what works out and everything. But what would be the impact to city income tax revenue from the 100 plus new adults living in that building? Is that impacted by an NEZ?
No.
Okay.
No, the income tax would not be impacted by the NEZ.
So even though we are still going to get income tax sort of at the pre-renovation level for this, 2 years construction and 15 years life of it, we're still going to get income tax generated from new residents.
Correct.
Not to mention the benefit of more housing and more neighbors, more quality housing and a historic renovation. But then it will be a full taxable situation after that, 15 years post-construction, and we got the income tax rolling in too.
Correct.
Okay. Further clarification or discussion before the public hearing? Councilwoman Jones.
Quick discussion. I'm excited about this project. I was present at the groundbreaking, which was my first time stepping in briefly to the building currently being renovated. And, I just wanted to say that I am hopeful that council will find some way to accommodate this request. And of course, I'm looking forward to hearing from the community as well. So thank you for the initiative you took on.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jones.
Any further information or clarity before we open the public hearing? Hearing none, the public hearing is now opened at 8:44 p.m. The applicants can take their seats. And any residents that wish to speak, please state your name and address and take it from there.
Hi, Darlene Clark Williams, 506 Nebraska, here in Pontiac. The building is a beautiful building, and I remember when it was in good use, to say it like that, and it was beautiful then. But the question now, I don't know if this is for the owners or for the council. Because this is a 50-unit building, and you have approved for the parking structure, on 1 car per unit, maybe 2. Will you turn the street itself, because the streets in that area is so narrow, will you start making one-way streets? So having traffic or one-way opposed to, because you have less traffic now. So are you going to try to make a one-way street to keep down the confusion of the apartment being open because of the size of the vehicles that we have today?
Thank you. And we'll capture all questions and be able to try to address them all. Further discussion on this public hearing?
Can I just ask a question without having to get up?
Yes, and I'll recap it. Kathy Desero, 1200 Colony Line. What's your question?
Is there an impact on the church that's next door? And if so, did they have to have a public hearing in the block around it?
Okay, thank you for that question. We'll capture that. She was asking, there's a large congregation that's very near in the vicinity. How will that impact this housing development in terms of change in traffic volume, parking, et cetera? And will they have to do a public engagement or hearing with that congregation and those neighbors? So we got that question. Yes, sir, you're up.
Yes, Rick David, 28 Franklin Boulevard. I'm chair of the Historic Commission. When people remodel in the 5 historic districts, they come before us. And this group we met at Pastor Jones' church. So in a sense, he's already given a green light on that. We're very supportive of this. And as you may know, we follow the Department of Interior and Pontiac different criteria. And we'll be working with the developers throughout the process. We already looked at windows, but they'll probably be changing as we go along. We look forward in a partnership with them and making this building very special again.
Further discussion during this public hearing? Any other requests for speaking at the public hearing? Any other requests? With that, this public hearing, but there's more. This one is concluded at 8:47 p.m. We give the floor to the Economic Development Manager of our great city to recap some of those questions, and we can assist you on that.
The question was about the impact on the church. Pastor Jones has been an integral part of the project. In fact, the church sold one of its parking lots to accommodate parking at the project. At this time, the parking is all off-street. There's not any anticipation of changing of street in terms of one-way or two-way. The parking is behind the building. There's about 15 parking spots on the actual physical site, and then the parking lot, Pastor Jones' parking lot, was bought by the developer to accommodate the residential parking. And I think those were the only questions.
Do you want to speak about when there might have already been public hearings, when neighbors would have been noticed?
There have been several in terms of, because it was a historic district, it had to go before Plan Commission, it had to go through the historic, and Renita, you can help me because you went to more than I did. But at least 3 public hearings were held with regard to this building because it was historic and because it had to have site plan and because it had to have meet parking requirements. So I'm aware of 3 public hearings minimally, and there could have been more.
And then there's this tonight.
And there's this tonight.
I think that might have covered all of it. A resident did make the fair point that people are driving a lot bigger vehicles. So we know those mega trucks, it's harder to get down our early 1900s streets, depending on the parking situation. But we've heard of no requests to bring on new one-way parking, one-way streets anywhere in the city. I've not heard any that have hit my radar because we want to be less confusing, not more confusing.
And I make the point that people are driving less cars now. We see the younger generations have less cars. And, as we move forward and redevelop our urban community, we might want to look at parking requirements moving forward. But that's for another day.
So this here is the neighborhood enterprise zone. Can you elaborate for the community, what's the purpose of a neighborhood enterprise zone? What's the whole intent of the tool?
The tool is to spur redevelopment for both properties that have sit vacant that are residential or commercial mixed development, but it also provides existing homeowners the opportunity to get a homestead, and a homestead allows you to be able to do the same thing that a developer would do. If you improve your property and you're in an NEZ zone, you can come in and request the exemption certificate so that your taxes won't go up if you make improvements. Going forward in future tax bills, the equalization will note on your tax bill that you are in an NEZ zone if you are a homeowner. And at that point, you can file an exemption certificate. It still would come here, but you can file an exemption certificate. So this isn't just for developers. It's also for existing residential homeowners so that we can hope to induce them to revitalize sort of the broken window theory. You see something happening in your neighborhood, now there's an opportunity for you to improve your property. So the goal is to attract investment and to revitalize properties or to construct new buildings with a mixture of residential and commercial development. So you can have existing buildings that we renovate for housing, new construction, which would have to be mixed development, and then existing homeowners. Those are the purposes of NEZ.
Thank you. Is it okay if we make the motion and then debate further? Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving request? I'm sorry, I heard a few. Who was first? Councilman Rutherford moves, Pro Tem Carrington seconds. So that motion is now before us. Mayor Grimel, you had a hand?
Well, I just want to echo, I think Councilwoman Rutherford pointed this out. This is a really big deal. This is an exciting project. It's a building that has sat vacant for decades, literally decades, that is on the National Registry of Historic Places. It is a really exciting opportunity to finally see this building start to be redeveloped. And of course, it's not just about saving the building, it's about saving people who will have access to affordable housing. So this is actually a really, really dynamic, exciting project. I want to mention that yes, we're foregoing tax revenue compared to what we would get if this project happened anyway in the absence of a tax incentive. But I think we've heard from the developers, and certainly it's our judgment as well, that this project would not happen but for this tax incentive. And so we're probably really not giving up much, if any, tax revenue, because if we didn't offer this tax incentive, this project would never get done. And the other thing I want to mention in that vein is that this is a limited time period of a tax incentive. It's a 17-year tax incentive. And that's important because we've made it a point to try to avoid tax incentives that tend to continue in perpetuity like pilots. So this is a very finite time period. And as was mentioned by another council person, we're not foregoing any of the city income tax from people living there. So I'm confident that this is going to be a big positive in terms of revenue generation in the city, while simultaneously providing affordable, accessible housing to residents who need it. And this is just one example of the important work we're doing across the city in a number of neighborhoods to bring more affordable and accessible housing online. I do want to take a moment to thank our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, who has worked tirelessly on this. And I also want to thank the developers. This is not an easy project to get done. A lot of people have looked at this over the years and walked away because of the challenges associated with it. So I want to extend our gratitude to the developers for taking on the challenge, for taking on the risk, and believing in Pontiac and investing in our community.
Further discussion on the motion? In other words, a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. And hopefully these birds in the hand can make the bushes shake some more, all throughout our city. Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to give kudos to Deborah Younger for even coming back to do the NEZ and the work that you do that sometimes is unnoticed and not appreciated and not said publicly, because this has never happened before with an NEZ zone after completed. And shouts out to the council for actually having the tutelage and the knowledge to vote for this. This is transformational. That's how new housing happens. That's how new innovation happens, because we trust the people that we hire. We don't second guess them. We don't undermine them. We don't listen to rumor mill. We trust them. So, Deborah, kudos again publicly, what people won't say to you privately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on the motion? Councilman Goodman, if you can hear me, we're about to vote on resolution number 6. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution approving the request for Casa del Rey Apartments redevelopment, the site located at 111 Oneida Street in Pontiac, Michigan. And we're talking about the one parcel in question. This doesn't spill over. This is one parcel in question. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. You heard us reference it. Now it's time for the next public hearing. This is a Neighborhood Enterprise Zone, or NEZ, exemption certificate application under the state's Public Act 147 for the property located at 454 Auburn Avenue, the Lighthouse Auburn Place Apartments construction. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor to queue it up for information before the public hearing.
Thank you. So this is another example of our efforts to develop and facilitate the development of more housing throughout the city. In this case, the developer is Lighthouse, and we're incredibly grateful for their continued investment in the city in a number of locations throughout the city. This particular location is 454 Auburn, a very exciting development that will bring a lot of new housing units online, affordable and accessible housing units online. I believe it's proposed to be a 5-story building, which not only will bring more housing online, but will also help enhance the entire Auburn Road corridor. We're going to be repaving Auburn Road this year, and this project is right on time to really enhance the development and appeal of that entire Auburn Road corridor. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our Economic Development Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As indicated, this is another NEZ project we're excited about. This is 50 units, affordable housing that Lighthouse will be embarking on, new construction. It's part of a larger development of Beacon Square and Beacon Townhouse as well, but this is new construction. The other two are renovation of existing. We're only asking for the NEZ for the new construction. And again, it's part of the capital stack, and oftentimes, because of the cost of new construction, the NEZ is vital to the financing of the project. Before you ask, we would forego about $1.4 million with this project. And after it, the annual taxes would be, if everything, the millage and everything stayed the same, which probably won't happen. This is 15 years. The annual property taxes after the 15-year abatement would be about $255,000 a year. Okay. And open for questions from
Clarification before we open the public hearing from the council. Hearing none, we want to give the floor to the applicants.
Okay. This development, Auburn Place, is set to add, it's actually 55 units of, it's okay, of all affordable, 100% affordable, at or below, I believe, 30% AMI, on a lot that Lighthouse has probably owned for, I'm going to guess, about 30 years. And thanks to the American Rescue Plan Act, we were able to find a financing mechanism to actually build on it. And we presented in front of council on this project for a number of different pieces of the puzzle. And the NEZ is going to work in concert with the housing tax increment financing to make this project work and make it viable. So we are grateful for the past support towards getting us across the finish line. We hope to close on financing, still targeting March. We were hoping originally for it to be earlier, but I think MISTA has a lot of projects in their hopper right now. And so this one, I think, is slated for March. The redevelopment of Beacon and Auburn, we're trying to close on within a matter of weeks. That one, we're trying to move faster, but that does not require an NEZ. So.
Okay. I do have some broader philosophies about how we can speed up and fast-track more housing developments in our city, but I don't want to sidetrack after 9 p.m. on this specific application request. But just
I would like to hear about this. We were just having a conversation about that there's only $20 million annually in LIHTC for the entire state, which is probably less than 5 or 10% of the need for the city of Pontiac annually, right? Yeah. Let alone the state. So if you have philosophies on what else we can do beyond this process, we are all ears.
Not tonight. That'll be too philosophical.
Okay.
AKA too lengthy. So we're talking about vacant land on the south side of Auburn between Francis and South Sanford. Right. Well, I guess there's not right at the corner of South Sanford, but for those, the Frosty Treat, the vacant land across from the Frosty Treat is where we're talking about. So the numbers break out to over 17 years, about $87,000 of taxes that wouldn't be fully realized.
15 years.
15, okay, a little bit less.
Yeah.
All right.
It's actually 12 plus.
Construction?
Right.
Okay. So it comes out to a few hundred, all the more so a few hundred per adult resident, very likely if you calculate that per year. That's the city's quote-unquote contribution through the foregoing of this particular tax capture. Obviously, it would still apply. Income tax would apply for those that are gainfully employed. And 55 units,
55 units, and this is actually a different NEZ than a rehab. So,
Tell me.
The city of Pontiac actually still receives money coming off this project from property tax because we assign what's called a specific tax.
Okay.
And so you get all of the debt mills and special assessments covered and reimbursed for those.
All right, if there's nothing further, we're going to open the public hearing. Anything before the public hearing? Councilman Rutherford.
I'm just waiting to vote. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we want to hearing the public things to hear. So without further objection, we open this public hearing regarding 454 Auburn Avenue and their request now. It is 9:02 p.m. Please state your name and address.
First, I give honor to God. My name is Veronica Tell. I live at 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. I stay in the townhomes apartments. I don't have a problem with the building behind me, right behind me. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is with Lighthouse and the people promising stuff to us and getting the stuff did. As living there at J. Hubbard Lane for 7 years, I was infested with the raccoons in my home for 3.5 years, where I had to take it to the congresswoman when coming in my home seeing this. And to have Lighthouse not to keep the promise after being with the mayor, Pastor Parker, and Mr. Ryan, of promising me that they would reimburse me for the next 3 years, and having who is the management, like Continental Management. I would like to know who's going to be the management of that, and the promises that they make to people, are they going to be able to keep it? And that's my goal, because right now I'm still paying rent where I was paying before to the Lighthouse and to Continental Management. So if you make promises to us, I expect for you to hold on to those promises. Now, you all got to be reelected, and I don't talk like that. But to be heard and have a voice and be damaged with my voice and my vocal cords from there, now I see this in a different light for my community. I live in District 7. That's going to be District 6. And I am representing them to the 10th power. And I am not going to let none of us be ate up again and be infested by the promises of Lighthouse or anything. Thank you.
Other requests to speak during this public hearing? Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed at 9:04 p.m. Any further information that applicants, staff, or council wants to speak to that was raised in that public hearing feedback?
I do have a question.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Ryan, if you can come to the mic really quickly. We understand. Good evening.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well.
Great.
We understand in property management there's always issues. When you get this a project approval, do you think that you could have a community liaison to work more closely with the individuals so that we can do solution-oriented work?
Yeah, we actually have one now that we recently hired who's been holding community meetings, and we intend to continue that. We actually have not finalized who will be the property manager on this new development. We are in the process of consideration there, particularly given our desire to partner with property management with experience working specifically with the population these units are targeted for.
And my only follow-up is, once this is approved, if it is approved, what will be the actual date of when these...
It'll be about 18 months after closing, so we're hoping to close by the end of March. So it would be essentially late 2026.
And the price range for the rent, just so that the reason why I'm asking that is because every day it's a new struggle, and the struggle is real.
So rent is essentially, there'll be vouchers attached to these units through partnership with the Pontiac Housing Commission, which means rents will be subsidized so that tenants are paying, I believe, a third of gross income or less, in theory. The Beacon and Square and Townhomes also will be receiving vouchers as a part of this new transaction, so it'll be a similar dynamic there as well.
And I just want to point out that that is a collective partnership with the Pontiac Housing Commission, which I currently sit on the board. And so I wanted you to say it openly so people knew that there was Section 8 vouchers attached to it, how people can make it attainable, because right now there's a shortage of housing, and so many people who currently have vouchers are being maxed out with the time loan because we don't have houses readily available. So I thought it was important.
I believe that the voucher agreement was signed today.
It was.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you got it on record. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
Further discussion, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just want to ask you a question. One of your residents actually that stays in one of your duplexes just made some damaging comments. So
that's not a duplex. That's the townhomes, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So have you guys worked out something? Because this is the first time I heard it. So
Okay.
I'm not going to take sides on any of this. But is it something being worked out with this particular resident?
Well, I don't know how specific and personal about the specific situation I should get, but I'll just say that
Are you rectifying the situation? That's
the actual situation. We've spent, I believe, over $100,000 on rectifying the situation with the raccoons, and the city inspector released rents out of escrow, and it's been resolved.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion on this clarification on the public hearing? All right, can I have a motion
So
to adopt
moved.
the resolution? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. I'm sorry. Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. So that motion is now before us. We went through it through the presentation and the public hearing. But as the representative for the East Side, I just want to emphasize, and I want all of us to envision what a thriving, beautiful, well-maintained, and really dynamic corridor that Auburn Avenue can be and should be. And I view this project as one that's an important piece of it. The reconstruction of the road matters, but we need a lot more revitalization, a lot more investment, a lot more breathing new life into the Auburn corridor to make that possible. Every city must keep reinventing, evolving, growing, and Auburn Avenue has not seen that to really any substantial degree for too long. So thank you very much for prioritizing this thoroughfare. I think it can be a very beautiful corridor if the city, private entities, developers, residents, neighborhood associations, congregations, all of it, can move in that brilliant way forward. I just want to share, when it was mentioned by the mayor that the Auburn is under construction, there will always be traffic that can get through. So we're not closing Auburn. There will always be lanes of traffic, and I'm grateful for the administration and the engineers for always making sure that's true, because we don't want to be snarled when that's happening. Any further discussion on the motion before us? And thank you to representatives that have come to the District 7 meetings, architects, et cetera, to continue answering the questions of our neighbors. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution approving this NEZ application for 454 Auburn Avenue.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 9 now on the agenda. Speaking of another footprint on the east side, we're talking about resolution approving the settlement agreement in the case of the City of Pontiac versus Paddock Manor Limited Dividend Housing Association Limited Partnership. It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Jones. We give the floor to the administration to provide more information about this, and I know a lot of people have always been interested at location of Paddock and Willard. That intersection, it's been a lot of years since that burned and has still not been rebuilt, so residents are often asking. So I'll give the floor to the mayor. I'm going to do a point of personal privilege real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So this is also an exciting project that has been a long time in the making. The building, sadly, was destroyed by fire way back in 2017. And so by the time the 8 of us elected officials came into office, it had already been sitting for over 4 years and had not been redeveloped or reconstructed. I won't get into all the weeds of the history of this project, but I do just want to note that the city did loan way back when this was first built, way back in the very early 2000s, the city did loan $300,000 to this project. And there are a lot of different elements to the history here. And so we're really excited about this proposed settlement agreement. The city will get repaid its $300,000 plus some interest as part of this. But even more importantly, this settlement agreement will pave the way for finally redeveloping this apartment complex, again, bringing more accessible, affordable housing online. And the developer intends to actually build a bigger complex there than was there previously. So actually bringing on more housing units in the city. This isn't quite on Auburn, but it's just off of Auburn, so maybe in a broader sense as part of the Auburn corridor. But we're very excited about this settlement agreement and about the opportunities that it opens for additional housing on the east side of our city. And with that, I want to turn it over to Morgan. I always have a problem. Have trouble with your last name.
It's Martin now, so it's much easier.
That's easy.
Yes.
I didn't know. Congratulations, you've
Thank
obviously
you.
gotten married. So Morgan Martin, that's much easier. So I want to turn it over to you, Morgan, so that you can get into any specific legal dynamics here that you want to share with council.
Yes, before we start, can we get that up on the screen if it's possible? Do we have anything for the screen? No? Okay.
I can.
Don't worry about it. If they don't have it, continue. I'm sorry.
Perfect. My apologies. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Mayor gave a pretty good summary of the history of this case, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background. I know everyone is super familiar with this property. It is 245 South Paddock, former senior living facility that burnt down in 2017. In the state of Michigan, there is something called the Fire Insurance Withholding Act, which allows municipalities to receive funds from fire insurance after a property burns down. And so in accordance with that act, back in 2017, when this property burnt down, the city took hold of some of those funds. And ultimately, in 2017, the city and Paddock Manor Limited Dividend Housing Association, which is the developer that owns Paddock Manor, they came to an agreement in which the city was going to hold about $1.05 million in funds in escrow. And in exchange for holding that money, the developer was going to rebuild this property and turn it into a new senior living facility. As everyone knows, that has not happened. So at some point, there was some demolition. The burnt down property was demolished, and some rebuilding initially occurred. Currently on that property, there is, I believe, a mechanical building and an open stairwell. So it's not exactly a safe property for the city of Pontiac, and because the construction stalled, and frankly, it's my understanding that nothing has happened on that property for several years now, I think about 3 years, the city decided that clearly discussions between the developer and the city had stalled. So in 2023, we brought suit against the developer, and specifically, we brought an allegation of a breach of contract, condemnation, and foreclosure. Specifically, the foreclosure has to deal with a mortgage that the city lent the property initially of $300,000. Ultimately, after significant negotiation, we came to an agreement, and that agreement contains a number of terms. With regard to the escrow, which is about $1 million that are currently being held, $650,000 of that is going to go to the developer to be used for this development. $390,000 of that is going to the city, and that represents the entire mortgage balance, so $300,000 plus interest in the amount of $90,000. And then $10,000 is going to be held in escrow until the conclusion of the pilot. As you guys know, there is an existing pilot. That pilot is in effect for the entire length of the mortgage. That is scheduled to end around January 31st of 2034. So we're going to keep that pilot in effect until January 31st of 2034. And during that time, the city is going to continue to hold that $10,000 in escrow. Once the pilot concludes in 2034, that $10,000 will also go to the city. In addition to this, the agreement conditionally approves the site plan. There, like Mayor said, this is a larger development that was previously there. It's for seniors exclusively. It's going to hugely benefit the city. But we don't have engineering plans for that yet, so this approval is a conditional approval subject to final approval by DPW and engineering, fire, building, and landscaping requirements to be met for planning. So we have a basis here for the site plan, but we need some additional information. We do have a timeline for the reconstruction too as a part of this settlement agreement. There is some information in the settlement agreement about requirements for financing. Specifically, this development is going to be seeking brownfield funds from the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Association, NEZ funds from you guys at the county or at the city council, and some additional negotiations with MISDA. So the settlement agreement specifically requires the applicant, the developer, to go to OCBRA and obtain the brownfield approval, come to the city council and obtain that NEZ approval, and then they have to conclude the construction of the property within 3 years of obtaining those approvals. So we do have a timeline on when this needs to be done. All of that is encompassed into a settlement agreement, and as part of that settlement agreement, we are dismissing the case without prejudice. That means that if anything happens, we can always bring another action against them. So if for some reason this doesn't work out, obviously we can enforce the settlement agreement, but we can also bring the initial action against them as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Yes, council have any questions?
Comment. I just want to thank you, Beth. I know how hard you worked. Thank you guys for doing the right thing and giving them back their pilot. Mr. Washington has been working diligently to try to make sure this goes well. Senior housing should be the top priority of this administration, be the top priority of this city. And so I thank you for all the stuff that you did behind the scenes, making sure this finally happens 3.5 years after the fact. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council have any questions? Councilwoman James.
I have a question. This agreement, from what you have outlined, has a lot of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
Just how binding is it?
It's a contract. It's a settlement agreement, so it is binding on both parties. So if Paddock Manor does not abide by the terms of these agreements or this agreement, then we can bring an action in circuit court.
And the earliest is, so he has committed to rebuilding a senior building there.
Correct.
And he plans to utilize NEZ, he plans to pursue brownfield funding, all of this. So we're giving him the 3 years. When does that 3-year time frame start?
So in speaking with Manager Younger, we are hopeful that we can get the approvals from OCBRA, from the county, and from the council through the NEZ in 6 months. Okay. So ideally, this will be constructed in approximately 3.5 years.
Okay. How soon before you will execute giving the developer the monies when is that going to happen? Is that going to happen after if we approve this, that will take place?
It's within 14 days of the approval.
Okay.
Great questions. Great questions. So we're talking about another purgatory site, Paddock Purgatory. For too long, the neighbors have had to contend with that site. But as you mentioned, this will come back to us in a few different ways, come to some other public agencies in a few different ways. But we should, within the next 6 months, expect an NEZ application and a public hearing that would come through here. And it would then have to go to the Planning Commission for a site plan? No, because
Not necessarily, because this is a settlement agreement.
Okay.
Yeah. It does have to go before the council for the NEZ. Frankly, I would expect to have that application before the council within the next 3 months.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Further discussion on this motion? Hearing no further discussion, the question is, Do we want to approve the path forward out of purgatory for Paddock Manor? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones. 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We ask the city attorneys, please update city council in terms of the execution of the agreements, contracts, so that this is a unique one. And so we want to make sure that, unlike some other projects, that we don't let it linger or lose momentum.
Absolutely. I will say time is of the essence. I think everyone is in agreement about that.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Point of information. We haven't done the vote for the RX kids yet. Are we doing that tonight?
Yes, that is number, on page 3.
Can I make a motion that we move that up because they've been here since?
Yes, but it's not in order right now because we're still, I don't think we voted on the resolution. Did we? We just
No.
voted? We just voted. We just voted. Okay, sorry. All right, so yes, that's in motion. Councilman Rutherford moves to amend the agenda to now bring up what had been item number 10, did you say? 15, thank you. And make that the next item of business. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones. Anyone clear on the motion before us? Suspending the rules, changing the agenda order, taking that item up. Hearing no discussion or clarity, roll call on amending that agenda, suspending the rules. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. So is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is the resolution to request approval to allocate $500,000 to the City of Pontiac's opioid settlement funds for the first year of the RX Kids program to OLSA, Oakland Livingston Human Services Agency. So that matter is now before us. It's been presented on previously, but discussion from council members, and I know that there's interest from council members that after we adopt this resolution, we'll suspend the rules and direct the administration to prepare for us consideration of the Healing Hearts Safety Services mobile CPR van to verify that it's eligible for opioid settlement funds as well at about $48,000.
48. It's actually 50,000 totality.
50,000 rounded.
Yes.
Okay. So just wanted to procedurally make sure everyone's aware that that would come next if that motion carries from this body. Further discussion on this motion before us? We went at length about it, but there, of course, can be more discussion now. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of that resolution approving the allocation of $500,000 from the City of Pontiac's opioid settlement funds for the first year of the RX Kid program.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. You want to speak to it, or you want to make the motion to suspend?
I want to make the motion to suspend the rules.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to say thanks for staying. And everyone in this audience, you know you love Pontiac because you're still here at 9:20 at night on a very, 9:25 at a very cold night, and we got a lot more business items to go through. So bless you and thank you for believing and caring about the business of the people of Pontiac. So Councilman Rutherford moves to suspend the rules to take up that new resolution. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Jones. And the resolution would be it hereby resolved, the Pontiac City Council identifies the February 4th, 2025 Pontiac City Council meeting to consider the item of business of the Healing Hearts Safety Services mobile CPR van utilizing opioid settlement funds upon verification from Grants and Philanthropy that it is an eligible expenditure under that federal government.
$50,000.
$50,000 what's identified?
Yes, it is. I got
Okay.
the whole presentation.
So that's been moved to suspend the rules or, motion to suspend the rules in second. Any discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on suspending the rules to allow us to take that up.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. That motion carries. So now is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
Support, but point of information.
Yes, moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Jones, and you want to clarify?
Clarify that this would be before us on February 4th.
That's right. The next regular city council meeting is Tuesday, February 4th, so that gives the administration about 2 weeks, a little bit less in terms of preparation of documents, so they can give us a review of the proposal that has been received by administration and council, vet with the opioid settlement, confirm that it would be eligible, or, sort of, and then come with a recommendation or a resolution that we can then act on versus us writing it right here on the fly. Does that clarify you?
Yes.
Yes. So there's still the ultimate action. We can still review it, debate it, and adopt it in 2 weeks, or if we need more information, that's certainly an option. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I wanted to speak to why this is important to me. Ms. Harris had wrote this proposal on 11/30/2024. The proposal is for us to have an active CPR, Narcan, van, mobile unit within the community. It speaks to making sure that people, when they're having overdoses, that the van is readily available to actually provide the services that are needed, because not everybody has insurance, not everybody knows how to use Narcans. Ms. Denise Harris has been instrumental in trying to push this narrative forward. Her story, very shortly, is that she's had family members that had opioid addiction and overdose and actually lost their families. So this is what pushes her passion. She does the CPR classes for the city already. She's also doing Narcans voluntarily. She has a station that was set up in District 1 on 53.5 West Huron. She has another one that was set up at All Saints. And I think that this speaks to us saying that we want to attack the opiate epidemic to make sure this service is readily available, and $50,000 is nothing compared to the lives that she and her organization can save. And that's why I'm fighting for this to happen for $50,000. That's it.
Thank you. I want to give the grants director an opportunity. Is there any initial reflections you have?
I just want to make sure that I get a copy of the presentation that was. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilwoman James.
I would like to see it as well. Not familiar with the program at all. So, yeah.
Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, I also have a copy of it, so if no one gets it, I can make sure I send it around. I think that this is a very important thing to do. I hope that is a permissible use for this funding, which very much seems like it is if we're able to do the art kits thing. Not saying that they're comparable, but if we can do that cool thing, we can do this very attached thing. Again, and this is speaking as someone who has personally been affected by the opioid epidemic, both in terms of family members and, again, someone that I was dating for a period of time, passing away, actually in the city, believe it or not. So, I have a very real feeling with that, and also to the other parts of that van. As someone who's, my mom just passed away from hypertensive brain hemorrhage, so her high blood pressure and her heart health. And so that's something that is, extremely important, not only to myself, but many people in this community, because it affects, age brackets, it affects socioeconomic brackets, it affects all these people. So I just hope that this is a thing that we can do.
Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to say why this is personal really quickly. So last week, my aunt was found unresponsive in a very horrific situation because she had an addiction. She left this city. She moved to Arizona. Things happened. And I wonder if they would have had this addition to the other services, would she still be here today? I have a sister who died from overdose on New Year's Eve 13 years ago from opiates. I have another sister who passed April the 8th. I have a grandmother who was addicted. So this is personal for me because this service wasn't around. And so that's why I'm advocating for it, because I don't want to keep getting calls about people not knowing where Narcan is, not knowing how to use it, not knowing if it's readily available. So I just want the administration to get on board and be a part of history and do the right thing and do something that other organizations, other communities don't have the guts to do it, and not fight on this and just give this $50,000 to make it available. If we can make it available for everything else, we can do this for this, because all of us have somebody we know that has had an opioid addiction. All of us have somebody we know who might have passed, and this is an easy fix. It may not solve anything, but it's a start, and that's why I'm advocating for it. And I thought that if we put a face to a name, these are Pontiac residents, these people we knew, maybe it makes sure compassion be shown about this. And so this is personal for me. That's all.
Thank you both for sharing. I wanted to elevate this previously. Is there an expiration, and what is it? Does it vary per opioid settlement funds? Do we have to use it by X date? And if you don't know off the top, just we'll want to know that information as we're assessing.
I don't know that information off the top, but I imagine it is nowhere in the nearest future. So, but that does not mean that you don't get those dollars out to the community. So,
Of course. Further discussion? So the motion is to identify next regular city council meeting for this item of business to be before us from a proposal and resolution from the administration. Hearing none? Roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, Director Campbell. Right, we are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to give an update on their position? Seeing none, we are now at agenda address. Are there any requests for agenda address this evening? Councilwoman James.
Do I?
Yep, it's that one.
Is this it? First on the list is Dr. Deirdre Waterman. She's not here. Ms. Dawn Hannah.
Gone.
Rick David.
Gone.
Pastor Kathy.
Oh, sorry, she did.
Pass. And Darlene Clark. Okay. They're all passed.
All right.
Mr.
All the agenda addresses passed. Bless you all. We are now at number 10 on the agenda. We are at resolution to approve the first reading of the zoning ordinance map amendment to conditionally rezone the parcel at 43 East Columbia Avenue. Council wanted to make sure that the applicant had an ample opportunity to make them and their legal representatives available. Was that identified by planning staff? Are they, or should we postpone it?
This was not, and on the 7th, they had been communicating, as far as I know, directly with City Council. I've not heard from the applicant about tonight's proceedings.
Okay. Without objection, Councilman James, are you comfortable with that we postpone it
Yes.
indefinitely? Okay. And then please just communicate with the applicant to find out when they're available to do it.
Sounds good.
Thank you. That was what we requested to the mayor and deputy mayor when we were approving the agenda, was the applicant ready to roll? With that, motion to postpone indefinitely? Is there, all right, moved by Councilman Jones and seconded by Councilman Goodman. I say indefinitely because maybe it's not the 4th, and I don't want to redo it again if that's not the day. So we just set it on the table and pull it back when we're ready for it. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on that motion to postpone indefinitely the current number 10 on the agenda.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're now at number 11. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning text amendment for adult use marijuana businesses LED lighting language clarification?
So move. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. We can give it to the planning manager unless the mayor wants to take a bite at it.
By all means.
Planning
Take
manager.
it away, planning manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. There's a zoning text amendment. I'm going to very briefly go through this. It's not very comprehensive. It's rather simple. So the marijuana zoning and municipal ordinances are established. They've been established since 2023 with there's been a few updates since then. The city clerk's office is currently accepting licensing applications actually that may have passed at this point. Upon further review of the zoning code, there is some ambiguity regarding lighting that staff wants to provide consistency with industry standards. The zoning code currently prohibits LED lights for adult use marijuana establishments. However, as most of you know that own homes, LED lighting is the industry standard. Staff proposes minor text amendments that would allow LED lights but prohibit the use of LED or string lights along building facades and windows, which was the original intent. This amendment does not prohibit the application process moving forward for any applicants, so I just want to be clear of that, but this does give clarity to those that are applying. Just an example of what staff is proposing to be prohibited, and these are non-marijuana uses, but this is specifically for adult use marijuana establishments in the city. The proposal, again, would allow LED lighting, but but they must follow the remaining lighting standards in the code, which is Article 4, Section 5, which is the lighting standards for any business in the city. But it does add the following language that LED rope and string lighting on the facade of the building and surrounding windows shall be prohibited. Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0 of the proposed amendments, and City Council will review with a minimum of 2 readings. So I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Out of abundance of caution, Councilman Rutherford is abstaining from the deliberations and the vote. Remaining council members, discussion. I think we have a motion, so discussing it, Councilman James.
I just have, this applies to outdoor lighting only, correct?
This would also include within windows as well, on the windows itself. It could be inside or outside, but it would be outdoor lighting or indoor lighting that gives an outdoor appearance.
Okay, this is the change here, the LED rope and string. Is that what's confusing me? I just want to make sure that in the language it's clear if it's talking about outdoor or indoor or both.
Yeah.
Because from what you just showed, I'm not clear
Absolutely.
on that.
Morgan, can you help expand on that a little bit?
So this language in the zoning ordinance amendment would prohibit rope or string lighting on the facade of a building, so on the exterior of a building, or surrounding windows, either inside or outside. So if it's on the windows, if it's on the inside, not allowed. It's on the outside, not allowed. If it's inside the building, but not around the windows, that's fine.
Okay, but I guess maybe it's just me. It's confusing to me, the indoor part, the outside, the facade. When you say facade, you're talking
exterior.
Exterior. But now you also are including that they can't be indoors, around windows. So you probably could work on that a little bit, because it can be confusing, as to what's allowable outdoors and indoors. Because it's not that clear to me.
To take it a step further, is there a legal classification where facade is facade, both interior facade and exterior facade? That might be part of the pertinent
Legally,
question.
facade just means exterior.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the facade part, I think Ms. James is saying that's understandable.
That's
Your
clear.
question is the window thing.
Where it's inside the window, but
inside.
it's shining out.
Yeah, if it's visible from the exterior and it's lining the windows, then that is prohibited under this language.
Okay, but it's not clear, and from what you guys have written, not to me.
Okay.
To me, you just really need to be very clear on what is prohibited, whether it's interior or exterior or both. You need to be really clear on that, because it's not. What you read can be kind of confusing.
There's 3 more on the speakers list. Oh, 2 more on the speakers list. And this is a first reading, so changes can be introduced at the next council meeting for a second reading as well. Councilman Barker.
Well, as I read it, it's somewhat confusing, but I read it to mean that as long as if you can see it inside or outside, it's not allowed. Is that about right?
Not necessarily. So if it's on the exterior facade, then it's not allowed. If it's surrounding the windows, whether it's installed on the inside of the window or the outside of the window, then it is not allowed.
So it has nothing to do with what I can see from the outside, other than it's not allowed on the outside. That's probably the confusing piece, because it could be inside, but I can still see it.
The language that you think is sufficient is surrounding windows.
Yeah.
What you think enforces the rope around it inside or out?
Yes.
I believe that the city staff can work with our attorney to come up with better language next week. I think our intention is that something surrounding the window is easier to regulate. When it becomes interior lighting of a business, that's kind of hard to enforce with one business versus another. So we will, I appreciate the comments from our council members on that issue, and I think we can address that for a second reading. So.
So I will echo what my colleagues have said, and I would like clarification on that for the second reading. But I'm also a little confused about the whereas in this resolution. It's in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare to accept this draft ordinance. And I'm just wondering, yes, Manager Yandrick, if you could, briefly just kind of recap how this ordinance prohibiting these string lights and LED ropes are, how this is going to benefit the safety and welfare of.
So that's a great question, and that's really some of the basis for zoning and overall. The reason why this is it really improves the aesthetics. If you're driving down a commercial corridor and there's one of these establishments and there's a lot of string lights and lights, it's drawing your attention away from the road and onto the business. And really the aesthetics and safety is what the public health and welfare is trying to achieve with this legislation.
Okay, I would like to compare that to Christmas lights, which we would not be banning within the city or anywhere else. I mean, yes, it might, catch your eye, but in some cases, and I mean, this one isn't in Pontiac, it's just all I can think of. This one entity that I'm thinking of, their green lights are about the only way you could point them out at night. Yeah. And, that would also help for navigating into these businesses and, taking the driveway to get in the residence without, damaging the curb or any other city property, no matter where it is. So I'm confused about why this is so dangerous compared to something, that we've had around the city for aesthetics.
Part of the reason for this is an establishment that the city has approved and will be forthcoming in the city. But what we're trying not to do is draw a lot of attention to these establishments for kids, for safety. We want this to be integrated, as a normal business of the city. We have seen in other communities, I'm thinking of 9 Mile at Hazel Park. There's a lot of green lights and really trying to get attention on the different businesses that are on there, and we don't want that for the general commercial welfare and aesthetics that we would like to see within Pontiac.
And specifically, this is about adult use marijuana businesses?
That is correct.
What's the regulation on medical marijuana establishments?
We do not have this legislation, in here for for medical. Excuse me. We just have this in here for
because for
adult
practical
use.
purposes, they would be synonymous in many locations.
Correct.
Or all locations.
Yep.
Okay. I'm speculating. I'm not putting my thumb on any scale. I am merely conjecturing for policy-making purposes. Please let the lawyers reflect that. Okay, so we're talking about adult use marijuana businesses. It's about trying to prevent green lights, green. We already had regulations saying you can't have a big green pot plant, you can't have a big green medical plus sign like you see in some of the unregulated municipalities or under-regulated municipalities. That's right, we've already addressed that. This was a LED loophole.
Yep.
Specifically, okay. Further discussion on this first reading? You've heard from council. We'd like to see if there's, Councilman Jones?
Just further suggestion. I do agree with, the plant, the medical sign that I don't know the proper term for. That makes sense. I would rather see something reducing or limiting, the number of lights that such establishment could have on the outside, whether they're green, blue, or I'm sure they're going to be green. But, I just don't see the point in banning it.
Staff considers that for types of legislations like this, and it's very challenging because you're going to have some very larger buildings and establishments, particularly your grow facilities and whatnot, and then you might have other ones that are very small facilities, and trying to regulate what would be allowed. Again, the purpose of this is we wanted to make this look aesthetically pleasing for the block that it's on and not draw attention on it and not at the commercial businesses that are around it, and we wanted to make sure that it was properly integrated into that block of where it's located.
Further discussion on this first reading? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution with the understanding that council has identified opportunities to further research and explicitly clarify intent and application. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution on the first reading is approved. It'll be back before us at a future City Council meeting for second or additional readings. We're at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the first reading of zoning text amendment? It would amend Section 2.204, Section 2.560, and Section 2.561 regarding places of assembly.
So moved.
This is the first reading. It's moved by Councilman Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Jones, second by Councilwoman James. The administration, if you want to queue it up, I know that city council members have verbally identified in various feedback they've shared that they would like to see the consistency of timing be addressed. Right now it's 12 midnight for non-downtown district places of assembly, but 2 a.m. for downtown places of assembly. And so I've heard from council members that they would like to, we can sort of adjudicate that one quickly, resolve that one quickly, and then debate if there's further sticking points. But I want to give the floor to the administration to introduce it, and then you'll have the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there are a number of elements to this proposed zoning ordinance. I know it came through the Planning Commission. We, too, have heard from members of the community who would like to see uniformity in terms of the required closing time so that it's 2 a.m., not just downtown, but also throughout the city, so that we're not treating different areas of the city differently in terms of how early they need to close. I know that our planning manager put this in his memo that's in the packet, but we would recommend that council make an amendment to address that discrepancy so that the required closing time for all establishments, no matter where they are in the city, is 2 a.m. And with that, I'll turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Andrew.
Okay. Good evening. So this is a citywide zoning text amendment. It is city initiated. It comes out of the moratorium that was passed on July 9th for places of assembly. Now we were having issues with places of assembly that were unpermitted, but we were also getting a lot of applications around the city, and we just wanted to take a quick time out for 6 months to really evaluate what are the regulations, because there are not a significant amount of them. So we did have
Meaning significant amount of regulations.
Correct.
Okay.
And I can get into that in a second. So the City Council had a public hearing on the 3 moratorium items on November 19th. I know that a lot of the discussions were not about places of assembly on that day. We did have a public hearing at Planning Commission at December 4th, and tonight is the first reading before City Council. And there, as always with text amendments, there are a minimum of 2 readings per state law. So as I mentioned, there was a moratorium. It really was established as citizen concerns that focused on public nuisances occurring at places of assembly, such as noise pollution, on-site consumption of marijuana, and after-hours alcohol consumption at such facilities. And I want to be clear, this is not all facilities. It was just certain ones at the city. Presently, the City of Pontiac really has no regulations for establishing such a use with the city other than which zoning district that it can be located. And I think the thing is there are currently no hours of operation restrictions that are in our zoning code. So a place of assembly could apply to be open till 4 a.m., 6 a.m., 8 a.m., or 24 hours and have the legal right to do so. Now, we still have a noise ordinance, but that's for outside. If you have an inside establishment, you could be open for 24 hours, how it currently is written. So we looked at general provisions, hours of operation, nuisances, enforcement, penalties and remedies, appeals procedure, and security. We noticed that there's approximately 20 of these in the city. About half are downtown, about half are outside of downtown. And they're not clustered anywhere outside of downtown. They're interspersed in many of the council districts throughout the city, most of them being on the thoroughfares. The regulations that are proposed tonight is that it can be established by right in the downtown C2 district, C3 district, which is corridor commercial, C4, which is suburban commercial, and the 2 industrial districts. It also can be established as in the following zoning districts as a special exception. That would be R3, which is multifamily residential, C0 and C1, which is office use and local business. So the special exception uses are closer to residential by nature, but an applicant would have the opportunity to come before Planning Commission to review, is this appropriate? Are there certain land use things that would make this safe for the neighborhood, safe for the neighbors, et cetera? So more than 50 is a separate establishment. It's already been a separate establishment in our zoning code. And these regulations would allow it in C2, C3, C4, M1, and M2, which is the same as less than 50, but it can only be established as a special exception permit in the C1 district, which if you go to the slide of less than 50, it's the most intense commercial zoning district adjacent to residential, that it would even be allowed to be applied to the Planning Commission. So those are the only two differences between the two. The general provisions that are within this ordinance prohibit marijuana production at facilities, require compliance with Liquor Control Commission rules, whether or not they have a liquor permit, stipulate procedures for inspections, and provide city staff with contact information for local contacts. Now, Planning Commission in its review and its motion proposed the following hours of operation. Within the C2 zoning district downtown, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. The other zoning districts, with or without a liquor license, and I just want to reiterate, with or without a liquor license, the proposal is 7 a.m. to midnight that a place can operate. Again, there are some additional regulations for nuisances prohibited, enforcement, penalties and remedies, revocation appeals procedure, and again, security requirements for these places. These regulations is trying to balance the interest between the residential property owners' rights of what they have adjacent to neighborhoods and what the commercial, what the city's interest is for these commercial properties for those that own it and those that also frequent the places. And the proposed use chart is not making many changes except that the C1 district currently has an established principal permitted use, and right now we're modifying the C1 to a special exception permit. So when you look at the minor less than 50, the only change to the land use chart is that C1, instead of being a permitted use, it would be a special exception use. So the Planning Commission recommended approval of the zoning text amendment with two conditions. Number one, the hours of operations for locations outside of downtown should be 7 a.m. to midnight, and the associated municipal ordinance shall be passed at the same time as the zoning code. Now, municipal ordinances do not have to go to Planning Commission, and when this went to Planning Commission, there was not a municipal ordinance proposed. But in working with our city attorney, it was determined that we could come up with a little bit more of a business license specifically for places of assembly that would give the city a little additional meat on the bones and rights that if there are nuisance issues, that the city has more control over it. So, and the last thing I want to follow up with has been mentioned tonight is staff has heard from many residents over the last 45 days, including council members, and we know that council members have heard a lot from the public itself about the closing time for non-downtown establishments. There is no objection from city staff if the hours are amended by city council that is reasonable and maintains the balance between places of assembly and the surrounding neighborhoods. So there is an example motion up here. City council could consider it this evening. You could consider an alternative motion, or you could wait till second reading, but I'm going to read that example motion. I move to amend the place of assembly zoning text amendment that operating hours are from 7 to 2 a.m. in all districts of the city where places of assembly are permitted.
Is there such a motion?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, to amend the place of assembly zoning text amendment that operating hours are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. in all districts of the city where places of assembly are permitted. So now we are discussing the motion, and then after the specific amendment, then we will get to the main motion. But so we're discussing the proposed amendment about yea or nay for 2 a.m. Councilwoman Rutherford, then Jones.
There are so many people in the black and brown community who that 12 a.m. would affect. It would basically shut down their businesses. And so to do this the right way is to be fair across the board. I want to thank the administration for listening to my complaints. Mark, I know that was a lot for you to handle, and I called you too many times. But I did it because there are so many people who have those event spaces that people can't afford the regular spaces, so they have to go there, and it's not fair to them. And so I just applaud y'all for doing the right thing in this moment. So let's get it to 2. Let's be fair. That's it.
Councilwoman Jones?
Okay, I know that the new motion is before us, but the original recommendation was not well received. This came this did, come out in the Economic Development, Housing and Planning meeting. I won't be out at such hours, but many residents are. So for that reason, I am glad that we have this new motion before us for 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. across the board, regardless of location. Thank you for getting this out here and for doing your job. That is going to make a big difference, and it's going to help the city in the long run, because if individuals can't have the events that they want at the times that they prefer, we're going to lose the business, and some will end up leaving the city for those services and to have fun, and that is not what we want. So I'm very glad that this is before us now, and I also, that's all of my comments and questions, but question, Council President, we are on the zoning text amendment, not the municipal ordinance.
That'll come next.
Okay.
And we might have to do a mirror language change there too, if attorney advises us.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Further discussion on this particular amendment? Councilwoman James.
We're not
Microphone.
planning on voting on this tonight, are we?
This is the first reading, so this will not be the adoption of the ordinance, but we can vote on this particular amendment where we change the hours window from 2 a.m. across the board, and then it can be debated further in 2 weeks or no matter just the number of readings that it requires before we come to a decision.
Okay, I am prepared to vote on the amendment that we made tonight. I do think that's fair. I do think, though, I'd like to see more work done on this with respect to businesses that have alcohol licenses, because we've had a number of problems with a business in the city of Pontiac that have had these parties that have led to fatalities in the parking lot. And so I do think that if we are going to put some guidelines and some rules in place for these businesses, the closing times is just the tip of the iceberg. We really need to deal with more issues relative to that, like security, for people exiting those events, especially when marijuana and alcohol is being used. So we just, we want to keep everybody safe.
Yep.
And if you're going to sponsor those kinds of activities, if you have an event business that you are sponsoring and you're allowing that, you really need to be able to provide security for those individuals. And if we're going to have guidelines, our guidelines definitely need to include some security measures, minimum security measures that these businesses should be maintaining to be able to do this, because we don't want to see fatalities in parking lots. We want that to go away. We need guidelines that put some rules and regulations on these business owners so that they are taking more care of what is happening, not only inside their businesses, but in the parking lots and everything else.
And if I may preview, we'll talk about this in just a second. The municipal ordinance really establishes that instead of getting a regular business license, these places are going to get a place of assembly license, and there will be a 3-strike rule with these places where nuisances are occurring, and there'll be written documentation. The owners will know about it, but we can talk about that in the municipal code. But I just wanted to share that these two are working in tandem together.
Okay.
And I do want to highlight that where some of those most egregious instances have happened outside of places of assembly, they've been well past 2 a.m. because there's no hour regulations. And those, based on the ones I'm aware of, weren't registered as a place of assembly at all.
No.
They were off the books. They were, sort of underground, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I will say, just like, as Councilwoman Jones is saying, she's not likely going to be partying until 2 a.m. I'm not going to a cannabis dispensary, so to speak, but I want that, if that's the fad or the phase, I want it to breathe new life into the buildings, into our commercial corridors. And I think that's what we've seen with places of assembly, whether they last a few years or a few decades, they're really renovating, breathing new life into a number of buildings that are otherwise dormant. And so I'm glad to know that we're going to try and do it the right way, the fair way, and keep assessing. We don't want to be punitive. We don't want to sort of stifle the growth and the economic development, as a lot of my council's colleagues have said. Any further discussion on this amendment making so that the time is consistent across all permitted areas in the city. This is the zoning text amendment, the amendment language about the hours only. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Okay, that motion carries. That's the first reading. It'll be back before us again, but with that amended language incorporated. We give the floor to the administration and staff on the municipal text amendment. Oh, how about, I'm sorry. That was the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so we're back to the first reading as amended. Any further discussion tonight? Any further discussion tonight? It'll be back before us again should it be adopted. Just the first reading. Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution on the first reading as amended.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Okay, thank you. We are now at what was number 13. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution for the first reading? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Jones. Is now before us. Mayor and staff.
What we just voted on, for members of the public who are following along here, was the actual zoning ordinance text amendment. This is really the companion piece, which is a general regulatory ordinance. And with that, I'll turn it over to our planning manager, Mark Andrick, to get into any additional details relating to this proposed ordinance.
Thank you. Again, as I mentioned during the last item, this establishes in the municipal code an annual license for places of assembly. There are certain rules and restrictions. Morgan, would you like to expand on those a little further, actually, for City Council for me? Thank you.
So the municipal ordinance essentially creates a licensing requirement for these places of assembly. So under the current business license requirement, places of assembly don't have to obtain a license. This would require them to obtain a license. They would have to, in the application, provide a number of things. Specifically and most importantly, they would have to provide the name of a contact individual who is going to be located within 30 minutes of the location in the event of a nuisance. So someone who can immediately respond in the event that something happens. And also there's an insurance requirement. So they have to provide general liability insurance of at least $2 million per aggregate and $1 million per occurrence. So that creates some additional safety for the city. As Mark said previously, there is essentially a 3 strikes and you're out kind of a rule embedded in this ordinance. You get your municipal license. If you have 3 violations, then you lose that license. You're not able to operate a place of assembly in the city of Pontiac anymore.
And to clarify, it's not a complaint. It's a sort of
Yes.
court-approved violation.
Exactly right.
So even if a neighbor hates you and calls 20 times, that doesn't mean there's 20 strikes.
Exactly
Correct?
right. Exactly right. Yes. So a nuisance would be
Not that any Pontiac residents would ever do.
a nuisance would be a violation of the ordinance, which would have to be ticketed by code enforcement and found to be substantiated by the court. Yes, or ticketed by the sheriff's office. That's absolutely correct. This ordinance does also contain similar language with regard to hours of operation. So I would highly recommend that you move tonight to amend the language of this ordinance as well to reflect that across the board, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. hours of operation. Otherwise, we'll have an inconsistency that will have to be remedied later.
And to clarify, did they have to be voted on at the same night or at least go into effect the same night, or excuse me, the same day, because the condition that the Planning Commission imposed was that they would be sort of done concurrently?
That is a great question. The Planning Commission is a recommending body.
Got
it. The Planning Commission made a recommendation to you as council. They felt that it was important to have this companion municipal ordinance because it creates a licensing requirement and provides more stringent restrictions that these business owners have to abide by. So they recommended that you approve both simultaneously. You as council are the lawmaking body of the city. So if you choose to not follow that recommendation, that's absolutely within your authority. So you can choose to approve either the zoning ordinance or the municipal ordinance or both together.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? I have a question. Oh, a question first from Councilman Parker.
In reviewing this ordinance, does this also include places of religious assembly?
No, there is an exception.
That's a different land use.
It is a different land use, but because this is a municipal ordinance and not a zoning ordinance, that's a great question. And if you look at the very bottom of page 3, which is section 26-1603, this article shall not apply to religious institutions, cultural or municipal uses, theaters, schools, private clubs, fraternal organizations or lodge houses, private recreation facilities, restaurants, or bars. And the reason for that exception is because at Planning Commission, there was a lot of talk about whether certain uses fell into this category of places of assembly. Specifically, there was some discussion about an arcade and whether that would be considered a place of assembly. We wanted to make it extremely clear that those were not to be regulated by this municipal ordinance. This is exclusively places of assembly that don't fall into those other categories. So no, it does not include religious institutions.
What about community service facilities?
I would argue that I don't think that fits within the definition.
Night, but that'll be a question I'd like you to research.
Absolutely.
What's the impact for places of assembly on community service facilities, which is also the umbrella category for warming centers, et cetera. So, was your question answered, Councilman Parker?
It was.
Okay. Councilwoman James Jones Rutherford.
Okay, I have, you mentioned that private clubs are excluded from this, and unfortunately, that's where we're having problems with private kinds of entities that do utilize their buildings to rent. Sometimes they rent, or sometimes they sponsor these dances and parties, and this is generally where we tend to get into problems. So if this does not put some guidelines to these other kinds of groups, how can we ensure that, businesses that are having parties and events like this that include drinking, that there are some rules applied? Because if they're exempt from this, then that really is going to leave the city of Pontiac vulnerable, because we have these groups who are having private parties and private activities on their property that, we are seeing problems in.
Is there a municipal language, is there ordinance already spelling out what qualifies as a private club and regulations for them?
That's actually part of the definitions in this ordinance. It specifically is defined as a membership organization that holds regular meetings and may, subject to other regulations controlling such uses, maintain dining facilities, serve alcohol, or engage in professional entertainment for the enjoyment of dues-paying members and their guests.
Would an Elks Lodge be a private club?
If dues are paid and they hold regular
Not
meetings.
that I'm trying to call it the Elks Lodge, I just know there's fraternal organizations.
Then arguably, yes.
Okay.
Provided they meet that definition. I unfortunately don't have enough information to say if they meet that definition.
But see, it still should say, and I think it's a good definition, but it still should say, even if those groups are having a public event where they are inviting the public in addition to their members, that they need to fall under some guidelines.
So we can't solve that tonight, but that's definitely a question we got to delve into.
But it's something that I'd like to kind of throw into the mix.
Amen. Councilman Jones and Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, I would like to call attention to this last sentence for public sake and for clarity. And it says, like the city's business license program, this annual license, referring to the new one that would be required for all places of assembly to obtain, is free. However, there are fees if an establishment is operating without a license, which is understandable. I'm just wondering if either of you know off the top of your head what that fee is. Hopefully it doesn't apply to anybody, but.
I don't, but with the business license program, I believe it is $150, but I can confirm that for second reading with what that is. And we also have penalties that are proposed as part of this as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
All right. We have bike clubs here, night riders. Want to make sure this isn't going to affect them. So I'm asking about that. Have another Caucasian club on Woodward. Want to make sure this doesn't affect them, because if we get to telling folks.
You mean bike club on Woodward?
Yeah, the bike club on Woodward. Yeah.
Called it the Caucasian club.
I called it Caucasian Club. I didn't know the name, so there's a reason why I'm asking this. Okay. I'm asking it because I want to be clear. Does this affect them? Because they pay dues and fees and they have private parties. Somebody give me some clarity on this.
We might not be able to answer that tonight, but just like private clubs, we got to.
Under the language as currently written, they would be exempted. They would not have to obtain a license. The question is whether council wants that to continue.
Yeah, I'll be voting yes for that to continue. Secondly, you guys said $1 million. How much does $1 million cost for an assembly person to get insurance? How much does that cost them every month?
So a $2 million aggregate policy and a $1 million per occurrence policy is pretty standard. Frankly, I would hope that these types of institutions have that type of insurance anyways. I don't know the cost off the top of my head, but we can probably look into that before second reading.
And there's a reason why I'm asking that. There are people who are renting these places. Mm-hmm. Then there are people that own these spaces. So Ronnie McNair is renting his space, whereas Pig owned his space on the east side. So does a person who's renting this space have to have the insurance, or does the owner of the actual building have to have the insurance? Because what will happen is, and there's a reason why I'm saying this, a lot of these slum landlords, they tell people who are renting the space that they have to pay for the insurance, when in actuality, the owner of the building must have this insurance. So that's why I need to get clarity on that.
So it is insurance not for the building, but for the business itself. So whoever the applicant is has to provide proof of this insurance.
Okay.
I will say, though, that many businesses around the country will say, hey, to use my space, you got to get a special event policy or something.
Right.
But we're right, we got to weigh so it's not really financially burdensome.
And that's why I'm asking, because the black and brown community can't afford $1 million insurance policy. And so that's going to be my hesitant to figure out. If y'all can tell me how much it's going to be second reading, that will be depending on how I vote. And that's where I'm at with it. Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to amend the language
So
to
moved.
make it consistent with the 2 a.m.
So moved.
wherever it's a permitted use? It would mirror the language in the zoning text amendment. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones, and they move to amend the place of assembly zoning text amendment that operated, the municipal amendment that operating hours are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. in all districts of the city where places of assembly are permitted. Everyone clear? We're on just cleaning up that language about the hours of operation to mirror what we did in the previous ordinance. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of that amendment, that specific language amendment.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution, or the amendment, is approved. So now we're back to the main resolution, the first reading as amended. Any other discussion before we move it along and bring it back for second reading with more research, review, and prospective language? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution on the first reading as amended.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution as amended is adopted. I do want to point out that many council members have been sitting for 4 hours. So if you need to, at any point, get up, stretch your legs, let your blood circulation do that. Just do a point of personal privilege so I'm tracking how we are on quorum, because we always have us 4 at one time. Or we could do a full recess for a few minutes. I want to thank Madam Attorney, for your many hours of participation tonight, or observation with a little bit of participation, and Manager Yandrick, thank you as well. I just want everyone to reflect that it's not every gig that you got that you have to, on top of your regular work week, have to throw in these unique, and then you've got Planning Commission tomorrow night. I'll see you tomorrow. But just thank you for your time, and that's true for the other staff members that we're going to keep hearing from tonight. Councilman Rutherford?
Can we take a 5-minute recess, please?
There's a motion to hold a 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford. It was seconded first by Goodman, but A+ for Councilman Jones for making it carry. Any discussion on that? All right, hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on taking a 5-minute recess.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones, McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington.
No.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. We are at recess at 10:18, so let's be back at 10:23. Thank you all for your patience as well. Please also stretch your respective legs. For those tuning in right now, we are at a recess at the 4-hour mark, just to allow council members endurance to keep going, and the audience as well. Thank you very much for your patience. If council members are able, we will conclude our recess. We are at number 14 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution to approve a budget amendment?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. This would approve a budget amendment for this fiscal year, increasing budget, increased budget revenues in the amount of $1,473,045 to federal grants, other funds, and we're going to make a few tweaks to the language here to reflect some GL account changes. But broadly speaking, this is something that's come before us before. It's good news about moving community development block grant funding back in-house. Mayor and staff, do you want to speak broadly before we get into the weeds of changing GL numbers or phrasing?
Yeah, I will speak very broadly and then turn it over to our grants director. But just very broadly, we, as was just mentioned, we are excited that we have brought the administration of our community development block grant funding back in-house after it was outsourced to the county by emergency managers over 10 years ago. And this budget amendment is about allocating the roughly $1.5 million for this program year to a variety of important priorities, including down payment assistance, home repair program, a building facade improvement program. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Campbell for more detail.
Thank you, Mayor. Not much more to add there. We're just excited, like the mayor said, to have these funds come back to the city. Our new CDBG administrator was hired back in December. So we're ready to move forward. HUD is ready for us to move forward. We can see the funds in our IDIS accounts. And yeah, we're ready to go. We've had our first initial planning meetings with economic development for the programs that are relevant to that department. And other than that, just ready to move forward.
Thank you. And I want to work in tandem with the clerk to identify slight amendments we need to do just for technical purposes. Clerk, confirm if I'm correct, but we need to show that the revenues in that amount we identified is coming from the general ledger account number 260-000-532.000 CDBG 24 federal grant others. Is that correct? Okay. And then the second change is that we need to identify the existing GL numbers rather than them being revenues. They are expenses for the $273,045 program administration cost, $100,000 down payment assistance home, $700,000 CDBG home repair program, and $400,000 building facade improvement CDBG. So that is the proposed amendment. Is there a motion to amend that language? It was moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Any discussion on that clarifying language? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, so you saying that you're changing where it says whereas and whereas, budget revenues to budget expenses?
I don't have the document in front of me. I want to verify the clerk who has in front of him. I'm going off of the summary on the agenda, which already was inaccurate, to make sure that the language throughout the resolution and all the documentation reflects those corrected information. But yes, they identified what had been revenues instead as expenses. Correct. So that whereas it would change that word from revenue to expenses, and it would identify in more language that the revenues is from the corrected GL number of 260-000-532.000.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Everyone clear on that? Sorry for the language weeds, but yes.
Who was it was moved by Parker?
Seconded by Rutherford. Any further discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of that amendment clarifying the account language.
Jones? Yes. McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That amendment carries. We're back to the budget amendment resolution as amended. Any discussion on this matter? Do we want more money? Yes. Do we want to bring CDBG in-house? Yes. Do we want to repair homes and improve facades and assist home buyers? The answer is yes. Pro Tem Carrington, who's been a strong advocate for this for many years.
Yes, I just want to actually say thank you for the council. This is one of the first resolutions that we actually brought to the table as a council, and it's just great to see this actually going to happen, and that we start to control our own destiny here in the city of Pontiac. Again, thank this council, thank the administration for working on this, and staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, thank you, Director Campbell, for burning the midnight oil proverbially so far. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Promises made, promises kept. When we got into this administration, the administration as well as the council said we were going to get back control of our collective destinies. It took the tutelage and the bandwidth of Miss Lisa Campbell, to hire Tuesday Redmond, who knows about these things, who has been a part of this system, and others. It took us all collectively to get beyond our own thoughts and to do the right thing, which is for the people to be in control of their collective destinies. I cannot wait to see the CBD funds spent on housing. I can't wait to see Motor Street done. I'm going to be the sweetest person there ever was once it's prepared. And so I just want to say that publicly. I appreciate you for all the hard work you've done. It has not gone unnoticed. It has not gone unnoticed to me. Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the budget amendment resolution as amended.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
We're at what was 16. Is there a motion to postpone it indefinitely?
So moved.
It is no longer necessary because of what amendments we made to the previous resolution.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones to postpone that resolution authorizing the city clerk to post notice of a budget amendment, which is no longer necessary, tabling it indefinitely. Any discussion or clarification? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the motion to table indefinitely.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is amended and the budget is amended. We're at what was 17 on the prepared agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing entering into a contract with Raymond Group for expanded city financial operations services so we can begin debate? It was been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones. We give the floor to the mayor and administration for initial information.
Thank you. We entered into a contract, as council knows, back in November with Raymond to provide accounting services to the city, and they have hit the ground running in terms of that work. But as council is aware, it's been challenging to find and hire and retain qualified finance director, and so this proposed contract would expand the scope of Raymond's work for the city to include managing the finance department as well as a number of other tasks in the finance department like accounts payable beyond just accounting. We continue to look for a new finance director. We haven't given up on hiring an in-house finance director. This contract has been reviewed by the city's general counsel and has been approved by the general counsel. One of the provisions in it is designed to allow for flexibility to renegotiate the contract if and when we find and hire an in-house finance director.
Okay, so council members now have the proposed amended engagement letter for essentially the proposal. We did not receive that until less than 2 hours before the city council meeting, so we already have adopted in the consent agenda expressing our dissatisfaction. For us to legislate well, we have to, especially for weighty decisions that have a lot of nuanced language, we want to make sure that we're able to thoroughly review and deliberate and be prepared as we come to this. But we recognize how urgent and time sensitive this is. The council has reiterated that over and over again. So because we have not had a lot of time to go through this prior to the meeting, we'll probably delve a little bit more than we otherwise would. But I do want to give the floor to the vendor, to the Raymond Group, to be able to speak about the proposal from their vantage point. And thank you for your marathon session tonight. And I hope your family member was able to escape many hours ago. You got it.
All
Yep,
right.
it's live.
Excellent. Yeah, my guess is that she's watching a movie on the iPad in the finance office as we speak.
Oh.
So just again to thank you to Mayor Grimal, Deputy Mayor Calfani Stevens, and to the council for considering our proposal. Again, from Raymond's perspective, we've enjoyed already the couple of months that we've had an opportunity to partner with the city and the opportunity to help in the finance, in the accounting function so far. As it relates to the finance director functions and the finance director services, we really look forward to bringing a strategic view to the finance department. So, partnering with administration, being able to respond to council's desires for timely and accurate reporting, and then having the oversight to provide that to you as quickly as possible. So, those finance functions, as mentioned, are really part of the finance director role. So kind of on that first page of the proposal, under the scope of work, what we've really added is that finance director role area. So directing and overseeing the work of deputy finance director and other finance staff, preparation and amendments, of course, to the city budget, preparation and coordination of the annual financial statement audit and single audits as applicable. Again, the communication with stakeholders, including federal, state, and other local stakeholders, financial forecasting, evaluation and modification of processes and procedures to ensure we've got adequate internal controls, participate in the city finance committee or board meetings to help present that financial information for decision-making purposes, and of course, participate in strategic planning with the mayor and the deputy mayor. The other thing that we did add under the finance department assistance section was a bullet point for payroll, and that was intentional. We do plan on assisting in the communication between the payroll system and the general ledger system, which is currently one of the larger barriers to getting timely and accurate financial information out of the finance department. So we're excited, again, to partner, and we're thankful that the city is willing to consider our proposal.
All right, the primary question is, how's it practically going to work? What's the expanded version? What's it going to mean as it interacts with or fills the void and gaps? And how might that evolve over time? And then my second concern is the language in the resolution really just addresses an accounting services contract requires a council approval if it exceeds $500,000. So the terms of this greatly exceed $500,000. So we do have to approve it, but it's obviously giving a lot of versatility, and I respect that there's a base rate, but I think this city council may want to keep a more direct engagement on that versus sort of open-ended, because that'll be my next question after they share how it's going to work in everyday terms for Operation City Hall. What does base versus real cost look like? And I know that's a hypothetical, but help us understand what some of those beyond base costs are as it relates to this contract. Mayor or Deputy Mayor, do you want to speak on how's it going to work for your operations of the finances of the city?
Yeah. Thank you. So how it's going to work in terms of operations is oddly not too different from how it's working now. So we currently have Raymond staff on site a couple of days a week. So, but that staff is focused almost exclusively on general accounting detail. Because they are here and they are a great service provider, they do answer questions that veer outside of specifically accounting, but instead of occasionally answering questions, they will actually be here and they will actually have staff that will be dedicated to that full-time management process. So they won't just be filling in, doing accounting work. They will actually not just be working side by side with our accountants, but actually directing our accounting staff. They will not just be working with our accounts payable. They will actually be directing that staff and making changes. One of the things, again, as I said, they've already provided some guidance and direction. We are working on actually changing our accounts payable process to be much more streamlined, and Raymond has already taken the initiative to answer some questions that I had about, all right, if we made this change, is it possible? Is it feasible? You know, could we do this? What are other communities doing? So that will actually be included in the contract and not not either additional hours that they are billing us or something that we have to rely on out of the kindness of them being a good service provider, but actually something that they have been contracted to do. We will also now see Raymond attending the subcommittee meetings, right? And so being able to give City Council that real up-to-date information and answering council's questions directly, because they are filling in the role as the finance director. So that's how it will work on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Before I turn it to you, Mr. Carpenter, Councilwoman James, you want to take the questioning further?
I have two. One for the administration is who is the deputy finance director, and then the other question is under the finance director role, and you just mentioned that they will be attending the finance committee meetings, but I think as a finance director, City Council wants to have access to the finance director. So I do think that they need to be available for certain City Council meetings where we are going to be dealing with very large financial decisions. They should also, or whoever is going to be in that role of finance director also needs to be available at certain city council meetings as well.
So definitely agree to that point. And then what was the first question that you had asked?
Who is the deputy finance director?
It's currently vacant.
And to clarify, that would require a vote of city council, would it? To appoint a deputy finance director? Or, I mean, you could obviously make somebody.
Deputy does not require city council. It's the actual director that requires city council approval.
Okay. All right. So I want to keep the conversations going, but rather than let it linger, in scope and out of scope. Scope. Raymond will oversee and assist in all finance department functions for the city and subject to the limitations identified in the section for out-of-scope work and implement procedures designed for timely and accurate completion of finance department responsibilities and complete tasks for the functions as follows. Assume the role of finance director or CFO for the city of Pontiac, including oversight of the following. Direct and oversee the work of the deputy director of finance, vacant, and other finance staff, becoming more vacant, in day-to-day operations, preparation and amendments of the city budget in accordance with policy, preparation for and coordination of the annual financial statement audit and single audit if necessary, communication of financial matters with federal, state, and local stakeholders. Would that include Internal Revenue Service or Michigan Department of Treasury? Would they be considered stakeholders?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Financial forecasting, evaluation and modification of processes, procedures, and internal controls. Participate in one monthly city finance committee or board meeting. Participate in strategic planning with the mayor and deputy mayor. Raymond will provide additional finance department assistance as necessary to ensure timely and accurate completion of key finance functions, including preparing, processing, and reconciling the following transaction: accounts payable, accounts receivable, adjusting journal entries, audit preparation, budget adjustments, bank reconciliations, financial reporting, general ledger accounting, grant accounting, payroll. And so then you can see on the next page 2 of 3 out of scope. Purchasing, out of scope. Treasury, excluded. Income taxes, excluded. HR, excluded. IT, excluded. Current finance staff. The city acknowledges that the engagement is intended to supplement and not supplant or replace or override the workload of the current finance department staff. And again, we identify there's some vacancies and emerging vacancies. These positions and responsibilities are expressly excluded. Okay, and the city agrees to maintain these positions and functions at appropriate staffing levels and with appropriate supervision for the duration of the contract. So, Raymond, are you able to, if the mayor or deputy mayor or their designee isn't providing satisfactory supervision or responsiveness or timely communication, you could sort of ding that as an out of scope because you have to then fill that void as it relates to the oversight and management of existing finance staff? Has that happened in other municipalities?
So we recognize that the day-to-day operations, number one, are very fluid, right? We also recognize that we want to be in a partnership with the mayor and the deputy mayor as part of administrating, the operations, including the finance functions. Typically, I would say typically no. We're not talking about little things where we have to step in and help answer questions, make decisions, that type of thing. That's part of our partnership with the mayor and the deputy mayor. What we're talking about is where a position is really vacant for a significant period of time, and for us to ensure that the finance functions continue to operate and the results that are expected out of the finance department continue, right, that we have to actually step in and fill a position. So that's why those 4 positions are specifically identified in the engagement letter.
I would get the assessment, though, that for a city of our expanding operations and financial complexity, that even those staff members are not sufficient internally. That would just be my assessment over these last 3 years. But we really haven't had a fully functional finance department for me to even provide a clear assessment or comparison. But what do you consider a substantial vacancy? More than 2 weeks?
So ideally, we would consider a vacancy more than 2 weeks to be substantial, yes.
Okay. And then it triggers hourly rate.
If we were to
you
have to step
automatically
in.
are able to fulfill. I'm not clocking it. I just need to make sure I understand it, and I didn't have this before the meeting, so I've got to be able to make sure the community hears it because they didn't get to see this either. Okay. All right, I've got more, but Councilman Rutherford, your hand.
How can the Treasury be excluded from this? I'm a little confused. That's the first one.
Based on the Finance and Personnel Committee, what they shared with us, we want to verify it, but their assessment is that Treasury is performing well, that they don't feel like they're understaffed or that the current city treasurer and their staff is performing, so they haven't identified it as an area of concern. But as this contract would allow, if that changes, if 2 staff members fly the coop, it might have to be, in part, the mayor, with this approval, has the authority, correct? It would be an out-of-scope addition if you had to backfill or provide a bridge for Treasury or any other broader finance and operational needs.
Yes, it would be considered an out of scope, and we would be willing to enter into a conversation of, what are the specific functions, what are the specific positions that are vacant? Is that something the city's interested in us filling for a temporary to permanent solution, and coming to an agreement at that point in time? But our assumption here is that those positions would be maintained by the city.
Councilman Rutherford, on follow-up.
So my clarity question to the administration is, we understand that the current individual will be leaving, has resigned. I believe his last day is March the 7th.
Early March.
Early March. What does the administration have set in place for that position? And also, I believe the deputy treasurer position is still vacant. What does the administration have in place for that position? Because it's all good to hire them, but you guys currently in the past have hired consultants that we still to this day don't know what they did. We're paid almost $249,000, and I hate to beat a dead horse, and it's no slack against you. I'm just trying to figure out, what are we really doing with those other positions? Why has it not been explained in great detail with that group that we paid $249,000 to as a consultant? Where are their deliverables, and when will that be turned over to the council leadership so that council leadership can share that with us? So I yield to the administration to get clarity, because I'm still confused about what is actually going on.
Any responses? Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Treasurer position has been filled. The individual who has announced their retirement, we've already shared that information with Raymond and with our HR department, and are working to make sure that that position is appropriately filled as needed. As far as the contractor to which you are referring, the deliverables that they worked on was preparing us. They started preparing us for the audit, so we can provide you with their working papers, but I don't know how, other than giving you the working papers, I'm not sure what output you would actually want to see.
So just if I could I hear that's not what you guys told us at first. You told us that this individual group was working with the finance department, had limited access to the files and things of that nature. So that's why I keep asking this question. And now you guys are telling me that this individual who you guys paid $249,000 was preparing for the audit. You didn't tell me that. So is it that they needed access to the information, or is it that they were doing the audit? Because I like clarity, and I can tell you what you said, but you never said that. So I'm not going to go back and forth. I just want an honest answer. What did we pay them for? What did they deliver? Where's the information? Somebody, please tell me.
So again, the firm did not do the audit. The firm did the work to prepare us for the audit, or more specifically, the firm began doing the work to prepare us for the audit. Ultimately, Raymond finished doing the work to prepare us for the audit. What does that mean? That is getting us up to date on all of our different accounting functions that should have been done by the close of business June 30th, but was not done. So getting all of our bank reconciliations done, getting our our correcting journal entries in. These are all of the things that Sushil was talking about when he said that when he did the actual audit, the work was done, and therefore we did not get dinged for it because it was done when he did the audit. But someone had to go in and do all of that work retroactively because it wasn't done in real time.
Councilman James, followed by Councilwoman Jones.
Yes, let's go back to the process. So, how is this going to work? I asked the question, who is the deputy finance manager? And you said there wasn't one. Now, a moment ago, you said that one had been selected. What I'm trying to figure out is who is supervising. You've got your current finance staff as out of scope for the Raymond Group. So on a day-to-day basis, who is supervising your in-house staff? Because when you're looking at the document, we're supposed to have a deputy director, and the assumption would be that the deputy director would be the in-house supervisor working directly with the Raymond Group. I'm trying to figure out, how is this functionally going to work, Deputy Mayor? Because it's one thing to approve the contract. It's pretty straightforward. But we need help. And we're at the point now where we have to get right down to the details. And the details are not here, because I look at this, I don't know who's in charge. I have no idea who's in charge on a daily basis. Who's making decisions? Who's in charge? Because if you're in charge, then you're still split. You're still splitting two jobs.
Or more.
And that wasn't our intent in bringing them in and asking them to take the director role. So again, who is supervising our in-house staff? And when are we going to reveal who is the assistant finance manager?
Councilwoman Jones, followed by Mayor Grimal.
Okay, so time and time again, I hear similar feedback from many of my constituents regarding city's finances, that, we are, to the public's eye, in trouble, and that we need additional assistance. And all the while, council is fighting for a new finance director in-house. Excuse me. So my question now is, because I heard Council President mention that in the write-up of the contract, that monthly presence from your company would be included. But I don't know if we received clarification on this. I'm wondering if you will be able to attend the finance subcommittee meetings each month, how many council meetings each month you might be, or someone from your organization might be able to be here. And I wanted to clarify, Deputy Mayor, I thought you were acting as the financial director, or perhaps you were acting as our law director. It's kind of hard to keep for me to remember that, but I wanted to clarify that, because I thought that you were acting as one of those positions, both very crucial. But that
You yield to the deputy mayor.
Yes. Are
Okay.
you the deputy finance director?
So, no, I am not the deputy finance director. We don't currently have a deputy finance director. We did recently hire a deputy treasurer. And then as far as law director, I have never operated as a law director. I don't have a legal degree. And there have been times that I was actually the person who was the interim finance director.
Is that true now?
That is de facto true now. There's not a named.
Mayor
Yes.
Grimal is next on the speaker's list.
Well, the deputy mayor provided some of the clarification that I wanted to provide. But again, I do want to emphasize, we hired a deputy treasurer, not a deputy finance director, just to clarify things in answer to Councilwoman James's question. But moving forward, this contract proposes that Raymond is running the department. So they become the finance director on a contractual basis, and they would report to the deputy mayor just as any department director reports to the deputy mayor. So what is proposed under this contract, also in answer to Councilwoman James's question, is that Raymond would fill that finance director role and, like any department director, report to the deputy mayor.
Correct, yeah. So I got the impression their answer was yes, they could attend one monthly subcommittee meeting of City Council for Finance and Personnel. But how will it work for finance-related items of business before the City Council for consideration? Would a representative from the Raymond Group be fulfilling the duties of Finance Director, providing advice, making recommendations, presenting proposals in regard to that sphere of the city operations?
Yes, we could be available for that as well.
Okay. So meaning as needed?
The intent, yeah, the intent of, I think the way the language was written was that we will commit to one per month and then as needed or as requested on top of that. And so we can come to that as requested.
One subcommittee meeting or one council meeting? Are these interchangeable?
One subcommittee meeting or one council meeting, or interchangeable?
One meeting interchangeable, and then other meetings as needed.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I have so many, I'm so confused, so I'm just going to throw it out there, see if it hits. How many, was this put out as an RFP, this contract? Because what I'm confused about is, did we have 3 other bids, or did you guys just select this group? Did you select this group based upon what the lady who quit in 2 weeks said, or because we used them before? That's the second question. Third question, you stated about 2 minutes ago that you are still acting as the finance director. So who is handling the day-to-day operations of this city? Because she didn't get an answer. Michael didn't get an answer. So I'm going to be very clear. If you are doing that, who's making sure that the workers here are protected, they're not being abused, they're not being neglected? Like, I'm very confused because I believe that's your job, to protect and to take care of those people, as well as everything else that you've been doing for 3 years. So can you just give me a definition of what your current role is? I know that you're called the deputy mayor, but now you're also the finance director. So for people at home, we just want to know what you actually have to do. Do you do both? That's what she's asked. Michael's not going to ask it. I'm going to ask it. Can you please give me clarification, Deputy Mayor?
So to repeat what I said, I am in fact the de facto finance director, which means that I am in fact doing that responsibility on top of the responsibility as the deputy mayor.
All right, further discussion? Councilman Parker.
Yes,
and apologies for being on my phone. I'm pulling up the original Raymond language that we saw initially because there are variations. And so, so please forgive me while I'm rooting around my email for that documentation. Councilman Parker has the floor.
I just want to ask, having heard all I said, at the end of the day, you're going to be the person that they're reporting to, correct?
That is correct.
So they'll be checking, so you'll be the person that makes sure that they're doing what they're asked to do?
Correct.
Okay.
And would that change if and when an in-house finance director is ever hired?
That is a great question. The answer to that is yes. If and when an in-house finance director is hired, the way that this contract is written is that we would be able to renegotiate the scope so that the specific finance director role is no longer being fulfilled by Raymond, but Raymond will continue to do all of the assistant work that they have already started and backfilling of vacant positions.
I just want to make a statement.
Okay.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, while I know you are of great intelligence, this is why we are in trouble right now, because you have to wear 5 or 6 different hats. And my fear is, and there's no dig against you guys, is that they're not going to be able to help you still because you're still doing everything. Like, it's like we weren't even making accounts payable on time. We have a backload of things that are not being done, and you're still doing it. Like, I'm not knocking your intelligence. I'm trying to see your bandwidth, and I just don't see this helping. Like, I don't. I'm not. No knock against y'all. This doesn't make sense to me, because what I was under the impression was that this organization was coming in to run our finance department, and you were getting out the way. Now you're telling me, no, that's not what it is. They're reporting to you. So we still are stuck with not only not having a finance director, but you being pulled 4 different ways. And that's puzzling to me. And it's starting to really make me frightened, because I know that the audit says one thing, although we had proof of something else, and I accept that. But this don't make any sense to me. It's like micromanaging at its finest. That's all I wanted to say. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Mayor Grimal, Pro Tem Carrington, Councilman James.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I had indicated earlier, they would be running the finance department. So I want to be really, really clear about that. That is the main item in this proposed contract, is them running the finance department. But all directors of all departments report to the deputy mayor. And so just as they would be the finance director and report to the deputy mayor, that's true for our community development department director. It's true for our DPW director. It's true for our HR director. So they would be running the department, but just as other department directors report to the deputy mayor, so would they.
Okay, Pro Tem Carrington, Councilman James. And then
Well,
myself.
actually, the mayor already repeated what I was about to say about on page 1 of the document when it talks about scope of work and finance director roles. So that really covers what Raymond will be doing here at City Hall. But my other question is, how many staff people we have in the finance department right now that we currently have working?
Give me 30 seconds as I count.
It's that many?
No, but I want to count all the roles, right? Okay. So, accountant, AP, payroll. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 11. Approximately 13.
Okay. And so is anybody in-house that you are considering promoting to Deputy Director of Finance?
So we have had discussions with about an internal candidate.
All right, thank you.
And to be clear, those 13 candidates involve divisions of finance that would not be in this scope, including payroll, or excuse me, including purchasing, for
Correct,
example.
yes.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford, you've been recognized a few times already, so I got to give it to Jones first. Councilman James is first, then Jones.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this because the issue is voting on the contract itself. But participation at city council meetings, I would recommend that we add that to this scope of work. It's not currently, or to the finance director role, because it's not currently there. And then the other thing is I've never gotten clarification. When you look at the finance director role, it says direct and oversee the work of the deputy director of finance and other finance staff in day-to-day operations. Does that mean your staff or the staff that we currently, the 13 employees that he's currently talking about?
Both. So to the extent that the finance director would be responsible for identifying tasks that need to be done directing the staff, whether that's an employee of the city doing that task or has been assigned to that task, or an employee of Raymond that's been assigned to that task. It could be either. The finance director would be responsible for identifying the tasks that need to be done, prioritizing those tasks, making sure that they're assigned, and then also following up with accountability to ensure the tasks were completed appropriately and timely. So the entire, what I'll call the entire leadership cycle of the finance department would fall with Raymond, and we would take responsibility for that. So that our goal is really twofold. Number one, take some of that burden off of the deputy mayor currently, but also two, so that we can stand here before you and before the mayor and the deputy mayor and say, you know, the buck stops with us, right? The output from the finance department is our responsibility, and we're going to assist you in ensuring, again, the right people, the right positions, the right processes are in place to make that a reality as quickly as possible.
I don't think any council member here is questioning the capacity, the ability, or the option of the Raymond Group. So we are not hung up on that. So I'll consider that a win. What I am gravely concerned by is that we have before us an accounting services contract with a above anything exceeding $500,000. No hard cap, no trigger or threshold when it's going to have additional council oversight apart from what is potentially shared with us. We'll ask for it, demand it, et cetera, but it's not going to formally and mandatorily come to council for an approval. And when this was, you know, we had a break the glass, 5-alarm, finance-focused city council meeting on November 19th. And part of that, we adopted a resolution saying there would be a sort of an emergency team of council leadership, the mayor and deputy mayor, the Raymond Group, and treasurer to come up with a contingency plan. And so this is ultimately what's come out of it. It's not as swift as I think would be appropriate for something this urgent and sensitive, but setting that aside, when we met with you, the pro tem and I, on January 3rd, met with you and the deputy mayor, you provided us base estimates of if you do it for just under 2 years, it might clock in at the base $1.6 million. And I'm paraphrasing here because my notes from that meeting are not in front of me. And then if it's 4 years, which would lock in a lower rate, if we lock that in as a city, we make that commitment to the Raymond Group as needed, but base costs, it would be something along the lines of $3.6 million. And again, I am broadly rounding. We have before us, as the city council and the citizens, a memo from Deanne Irby, which is obviously an error, so I'll just move past that. It has no financial impact, no financial estimate of what would it cost at year one, what would it cost at, you know, month 18, and that it's not breaking down the estimated of if X happens, these are the beyond out of scope base costs. This is asking me as a city council person to say, they've messed up. They've messed up the managing of the finances, and we are going to approve to them, we are going to approve the ability for them to hire a firm, a capable firm, to, without a ceiling, as it may tally up. And the city council will work hard, if this is adopted, to try and get the city and the council information on the real results of that, but I mean, this just speaks to how terrible it is that we don't have finance leadership. You're not telling us the financial operations cost implications, and not you, but the executive administration is not providing us a cost estimation of what's the real impact. What are the taxpayers footing the bill for to clean up the finance department, to fill this gap? And so our next city council meeting is February 4th. That already puts us past when this engagement would begin February 1st. So I'm not trying to derail anything. I'm just saying I have grave concern because the actual language of the resolution says, now therefore be it resolved by the Pontiac City Council that the mayor or mayor's designee is hereby authorized to engage in contract negotiations with Raymond for a contract exceeding $500,000 for a term from February 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2026 with automatic one-year renewals. Further resolved, and again, that just says enter into a contract. This does not
that language at least did not say adopt the contract, but let me go further. Further resolve that the expanded contract will cover professional procurement services on an as-needed basis with a focus on best practices policy and procedural changes to improve the procurement department. Further resolve that upon conclusion of negotiations, the contract will be presented to City Council for final approval. So are you saying that we are not actually voting on the terms? We're just saying we're gonna negotiate? Mayor?
Yeah, I noticed that while we were sitting here as well. I'm not the one who drafted this.
Was it Deanne Irby?
No, it was our city attorney, actually, I believe, who drafted the resolution. And that language is odd because I don't, unfortunately, she's not here to ask the question of, but it's odd to me as well because we've got a contract in front of us that I thought we would be voting on. So I think you're right to flag that, which is, it seems to me that those negotiations have concluded and that final further resolved should actually reflect that we're approving the attached contract tonight. You've hit on a
Yes, continue.
You've hit on another concern that I think is reasonable, which is that you've said, hey, there's this base rate of $80,000 per month, but if additional services are utilized at an hourly rate, there's no overall cap on the total amount. And I think that's a reasonable point as well. I mean, we could obviously put in some sort of cap on total cost based on the possibility that additional hourly services are used, because I understand your point, which is council doesn't want to sign a blank check for a bunch of services without any cap or control on that, which I think is reasonable. And then I think your point is well taken. From our perspective, or at least from our general counsel, city attorney's perspective, I think the negotiations with Raymond have concluded, and this is the contract that's being presented this evening. So that further resolve clause in the resolution should be modified to reflect that, assuming the council is comfortable with the contract. But we've got the contract in front of us. There's not a thought of further negotiations or deliberations around that. That's why the contract is in front of you today.
I believe Pro Tem Carrington was next, followed by Councilman Jones.
Well, I just, actually, I done a little math. Actually, for the 80,000 for 4 years, like $960,000 $960,000 a year.
Base.
That's the base, yes.
And the term will be for 18 months, is that right? Not a full 2 years? Does that sound right, or something close to that? And that would come to $1,440,000 base.
So we ended up proposing two options in terms of term. The first term, the shorter option was 23 months, so starting February 1st, 2025 to the end of 2026.
And that's at the 80,000 rate?
And that's at the 80,000 rate. And we also proposed a term that would add 2 years on top of that. And the rate per month would reduce about $12,000 per month. So a substantial savings if that longer term was considered.
And is it a full 4 years, or is it 4 years shaving off the month of January?
Minus 1 month, yes.
Okay.
So we did have two options from that perspective with the same scope of work. The only different was those two.
So base of, if it's the 23 months, we're talking 1,840,000 base. And if it's the longer, 4 years minus a month, $3,196,000 base. But I think we can all recognize that there's a great capacity for it to go much beyond the base as the realities keep evolving. I just wish there was more control and safeguards of those commitments for us taxpayers built into it. And this gives me great concern. Anything further, Pro Tem?
No.
Councilman Jones, followed by Mayor Grimo, and then Councilman Rutherford.
Okay. Based on what's in front of us, I have two opinions on this matter. One, I am not really comfortable voting on it because the parameters that council needs in place to feel secure in our financial decision-making really aren't addressed in this resolution. I know that you verbally have said that you'll be available for one interchangeable meeting and as needed beyond that, but you know, at $80,000 a month, I don't know how the city plans to sustain this type of contract, considering everything else coming before us this year and in the future. But what I really want to know, and I guess this is for Raymond, if this does pass, because you mentioned, or I think maybe Mayor Granville may have mentioned, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you are here or will be here twice a week in-house in City Hall, on City Hall grounds to assist in financial operations. So if this if this resolution passes, will you be in-house more than 2 times per week, or is 2 times per week set?
So with the current structure, so we would actually there would be a Raymond person that would be here more than 2 times per week. The finance director would have their role, right, and then the other accounting assistant staff would have their role, and then of course, depending on what happens with vacant positions, right, there could be a part of that role. But the intent would be that there would be someone here at minimum 2 days a week, but probably more than that until the other positions are filled, and then through the duration for both the finance director and then the other accounting assistant. So I'm going to say probably 3 to 4 days a week is what I expect is more realistic in terms of what the city needs.
4 days a week. Will that funding source come from the Raymond Company or from the city to fund those, or would that be covered under the contract?
That would be included in so the hours that are included in the contract are expected to be primarily on site. So there will be some off-site time, there will be some virtual meetings that we'll be able to do, but that would be included in the 80,000 that we're already talking about. Would be that time that we're talking about on site.
So it's included in the base price?
Included in the base price, yes. The intent of the base price is to cover what we truly believe we think your needs are today. The only time that I expect we're going to go above the base price is if you have one of your current positions vacant for an extended period of time, and where we would have to actually step in and fill that position temporarily. That is the time that I would expect we might have to get into a above base situation.
In other words, if a deputy finance director is not hired or appointed from internally, then that will rank up the base cost.
It could. We would definitely have a conversation with administration before we started that. So it would be something that we would say, this needs to be filled, right? We would encourage administration to fill that position as quickly as reasonably possible. And we don't want to, our intent with that clause is not to be unreasonable with the city. Our intent is not to come back and say, hey, it was unfilled for 2 weeks and 1 day, and so we swooped in and we're going to start charging you. It's let's work together. Let's have a plan of how we fill that. It's really to some extent, protect us, protect the city, that we just don't want positions vacant any longer than they have to be, right? And so how do we have a plan to fill that? And Raymond's willing to be part of that plan to fill that, to get through those times.
Okay. Council President, if we exceed the base price quoted, if this passes in this contract, do those decisions or that additional funding allocation come before City Council, or how would we know?
As currently stated, no. No, I would not believe so unless there is perhaps if there's an entirely new contract negotiated to try and supersede it, then those terms would have to come before City Council. The mayor has proposed some potential language that might get us over the hump tonight. And it's a sound approach to cap it on a monthly rate, so that way the base, the out-of-scope expenses wouldn't exceed more than $200,000 in a month. That still presents a high opportunity for it to cost to still balloon, but it at least provides some safeguards and protections for taxpayers, that it's not a runaway consultant situation. I mean, this city, other municipalities, and again, I'm not knocking you, but legal, professional services, when you start contracting out, if the in-house city isn't on top of it, it could balloon to astronomical expenses that make that external ability so cost prohibitive. And you won't realize it until it's too late, until the bill comes due, and we gotta make cuts to the bone. So we want to prevent that. Councilwoman Jones, did you just speak? Yes. Okay, so Councilman Parker's hand is next, and then I'll start queuing up some amendments that we can consider that might get us to where we need to go. Yep, and then you as well, Councilman.
Thank you. My question is, as I'm looking at this, it says you contract, totaling up in your contract, it says that it's an $80,000 monthly fee for a year, which equals $960,000. And that's already over the $500 limit that I thought we weren't supposed to expend.
Mayor Grimel might have an answer for you.
Yeah, so I think the reference to the $500,000 is, Deputy Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, and I don't know if it's a city ordinance or if it's in the city charter, but I believe what the Deputy Mayor was referencing is that the executive branch has the authority, without getting council approval, to enter into a contract for accounting or financial services up to $500,000. Obviously, this proposed contract exceeds that amount, which means we have to get council approval to enter into the contract. Is that accurate?
So why not just say it's going to cost you $960,000 a year, we need your approval? I would have thought that would, but I may be.
Well, so one way is to do an annual cap, and one way is also do a monthly cap, because we want to not create it to be nuts, where if they need to go $5,000 extra because for 2 days the finance accountant is on leave and we want to get that cleaned up, we want to provide some ability for them to govern on a day-to-day basis. But yeah, we want to create one way or the other, monthly, annually, term of contract, some safeguards and some caps, so that way we've got that built in. Anything further, Councilman Parker?
No, that was my question.
Councilman Rutherford?
So my thing is, we are going to lock the city into a contract when we don't even know what the administration is going to be in the next couple of years, because none of us may not be up here. So that means are we locking the city into a contract? And what happens? Let's say, God forbid, we all lose. Then the next administration is already locked into this. So I'm very confused on why we're doing it for such a long term when we don't know who's going to be here next year.
Think about if you were Mellow Smooth Productions and you had a staff of 20 and you worked a few different places of assembly. You got bartenders, mixologists, whatever. Are you going to bring on your contracted staff to be a part of your private operation if those places of assembly are only doing it by the gig or month to month?
Okay.
That the finance firm needs some understanding and assurance that we're going to be in it for a minute, because they're going to either hire new people to do this. They're privately going to hire what the administration can't do. They're going to privately hire more people, or they're going to reassign people from other accounts, other municipalities, other books of business. So that's why there's a length of term. But your point is valid, and Pro Tem Carrington and I were very concerned about that. This is the language that it says about early termination. The city may terminate this contract without cause for a fee of $240,000. So if they're still performing as they are to the scope of the contract, and the city is not justified in saying, either a new mayor comes in, a new council votes a different way, this council votes a different way and says, nope, we're axing it, or some other thing where there's a disagreement or showdown and the administration tries to dismiss them, if there can't be proven cause that it's a breach of the contract, $250,000 is the city on the hook for that. However, there is language now. If during the initial term of this engagement, the city of Pontiac hires a full-time finance director or chief financial officer as a W-2 employee, both parties agree to reopen and renegotiate the scope of work to remove finance director responsibilities being assumed by the new employee and reduce the fee structure to an agreed-upon monthly fee appropriate for the new scope of work. If the parties are unable to reach an agreement on the appropriate fee within 60 days of the city hiring a full-time finance director or chief financial officer, no clarity on if they quit within 2 weeks or within 60 days, but on the appropriate fee, the mayor may terminate this agreement without an early termination penalty. So those are built-in sort of off-ramps. One without cause, expensive, and then one if we or future city government brings in a full-time finance director or CFO, they got 60 days to work out something new. Because no matter who's finance director, we want to have some firm on call or at the ready or knows the lay of the land that can say, we can fill in as that deputy so-and-so, we can fill in as that, we've got a team that can, basically update the scope of work. And rather than us whack-a-mole trying to find a new finance firm with dwindling results because everyone's going to get the word that Pontiac just keeps going through recycling different finance teams and finance staff, then we're in a very difficult spot in terms of the basic functions of the city finances. And sorry for letting me use the entertainment side of your professional work history to illustrate that. Okay, so the potential amendment language here that'll clarify that we're actually talking about a contract, not a contract negotiation. In the resolution, is there a motion to amend? Wait till I read it. To say that it will now read, now therefore be it resolved by the Pontiac City Council that the mayor or mayor's designee is hereby authorized to execute the attached contract with Raymond in an amount exceeding $500,000 for a term from February 1, 2025 to December 31, 2026 with automatic one-year renewals. Is that a motion from a council member to change that language?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. It's moved by Councilwoman Jones. Is there a second? Support. It's been moved by Jones, seconded by Parker. To reiterate it again, the amendment would change the first resolve to read, now therefore be it resolved by the Pontiac City Council that the mayor or mayor's designee is hereby authorized to execute the attached contract with Raymond in an amount exceeding $500,000 for a term from February 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2026 with automatic one-year renewals. And then after we get through this, we're going to amend the final resolves that puts in a monthly cap.
Okay.
But this changes the language about to be negotiating, but it's saying we're talking about the contract attached.
Yes.
Any other clarity or discussion on this particular amendment proposal? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is incorporated. Is there a motion to amend the final further resolved that the total amount of expenditures to Raymond is capped at $100,000 per month?
So moved.
Period.
Support.
It was moved by Councilwoman
Rutherford.
seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So, that's the amendment that adds a cap. And then after this amendment, I will write another final resolved that requires regular reporting to the council on how it's progressing. What's the bills coming out to be, and sort of status updates, which we anticipate and we would hope would be the standard working expectation, but I would like it to be explicit. I'm going to repeat it again. The current final resolved would be struck and now read, and further resolved that the total amount of expenditures to Raymond is capped at $100,000 per month. And inherently, this would mean if it goes beyond that, it just requires a vote of council. Or it could require a vote of council, or it doesn't happen at all. So those are some further mechanisms to ensure oversight and accountability. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of this amendment, changing that resolved language.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is adopted. Now I would add and further resolved, a final new further resolved, that the administration shall report to the full city council in writing on the total monthly expenditure totals in with the Raymond Group contract.
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second? Okay, again, it would just add a monthly written reporting mechanism, and rather, it can go to the Finance and Personnel Subcommittee, they're going to talk to that, but we want the whole council to know it, so that way it can go in the, weekly updates, et cetera, or it could be something more formalized. Any other clarity or discussion on that further resolved new language, adding a fourth new further resolved about monthly reporting mechanism to council? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of that amendment proposal.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is adopted and incorporated. Now we're back to the resolution, the main resolution as amended with these multiple changes. Any final additional discussion before us? Yes, Councilman Parker.
I have a question. Having heard all the changes we made, are you guys still in agreement with stuff?
We are still excited to partner with the city of Pontiac. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this is not casting aspersions on the work ethic or qualifications or team capacity of the Raymond Group. This is just ongoing concerns that we have about capacity, management, oversight, leadership, and we would want to make sure that on behalf of the citizens and the taxpayers, we're doing our legislative part of the puzzle. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the resolution as amended, approving this contract with the Raymond Group.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Come back to me, please.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Hesitantly, yes.
McGinnis,
Painfully, yes.
Rutherford.
Does it pass if I vote? It's not nothing against y'all. It's against
Our
me.
council rules and procedures don't allow, you could say one word. We were
I get
pushing a
you.
little bit.
Well, I'm sorry.
You could say it in your closing comments or discussion.
Regrettably, painfully, yeah.
All right, that
6
motion
yeas,
carries.
no
What's the
nays.
tally?
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that resolution's adopted. And just want to emphasize, the city council would very much want to know when this contract is executed. That is something that historically has not always reached us in a timely manner. So sharing that with the administration, but also sharing it with you, because you can update us if there's a lag there in terms of when that information gets us. Because we want to make sure this is locked and loaded and working for the city's finance operations. All right, that concludes that resolution. My goodness, there's more. All right, so is there a motion to adopt the next resolution approving the budget amendment?
So moved.
Support. It's been moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilman Parker. Our city's HR director, who has been able to provide us updates at the subcommittee level and at the full meeting level, had a family emergency. So when the deputy mayor shared that with me, my answer was emphatically, thank you very much. Please provide a vending machine treat to your family member. That is it your child?
She's getting her driving hours in, so she can get her
Oh,
own
okay, all right. Well, that's exciting.
Have a great evening.
When that question came to me, do we want to try and move it up or et cetera, I thought with our packed agenda, it was only wise that she had already kept us apprised. She has given us an updated number, which was the main question we had. In reviewing the council resolution, it identified that the council's intent was for the full payout of unused sick time. So it seems the interest of the council is to amend the budget to provide for that full window. And just to confirm, Deputy Mayor, that number all in, whole bank, you're showing calculated at the latest, possible, as real time as it can be, is $459,697.86. Is that your understanding as well?
I thought it was 461.
They just keep updating the calculation.
Okay.
So we can amend the budget, or we can revise the proposed budget amendment to allow a little bit of a cushion there. It could be $500,000, and then it doesn't have to be fully utilized.
500,000. I want to make the motion.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Jones to revise the budget amendment before us. Instead of saying $170,000, it would strike that and replace it with the figure $500,000. Did you get that move in second for the amendment, Clerk Doyle?
Melanie and I'm seeing Rutherford and Jones.
Okay.
I do have a
So now we have that amendment before us. Is everyone clear on what's before us? Everyone familiar in terms of the transition from the sick time policy to the PTO? And wanting to make sure that the city staff and morale allows for that full payout as was voted by City Council at the previous meeting. Okay. Councilman Parker, Councilwoman Rutherford?
What was that number?
500,000.
What the HR gave us was 459,697.86, but obviously there could be variation for the remaining 5 months of the fiscal year, so it allows for some buffer rather than them having to come back to what is probably more than is needed. But rather than come back and do a budget amendment for $1,200 or $4,000 if it goes beyond what's currently estimated at the 459. Yes, sir.
So should the resolution be further amended in the second whereas it says the city plans to compensate employees for their unused sick time in accordance with the current payout policy?
Yeah, I mean, we could just strike that because we already have adopted a resolution on that front.
So just strike this?
Yeah, but right now we have the amendment on the changing the figure from 170 to 500,000.
So we're changing that in the title, the third whereas, and then in the final resolve?
All references. Okay. $170,000 will be replaced with 500,000. Any questions, debate, clarity? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So if we vote for this, we do the amendment, and then we vote it in, what's going to make the administration actually pay these people? Because I don't think we voted last time. They didn't veto it. But then they came back with this number. We're going to vote again. How are we going to make sure these employees get their money? Because morale is down about this. Folks are upset about this. And I want to say it publicly. The council is trying to give y'all money. And I just want to know, what do we have in place if the administration chooses not to pay these people their sick time? Because originally the plan was to not give them nothing or to give them 80 hours. And now we're saying we're going to vote again. And I just hope that this administration takes this seriously. Like, you can't ask people to work for you, earn the hours that they earn, and then say, you know what, I ain't going to pay you. I'm going to give you 80 hours. It's a disservice to the people that sit here and work every day. So I just want to know, to the council administration, to the council leadership, what are we prepared to do if they veto this? What are we prepared to do if they don't pay them out?
There are limited options that the legislative body has at our disposal. We amend the budget. We authorize the amending of the budget. That could be vetoed, of course. But even if the budget is amended, as we've seen in our first 3 years in office, amounts can be approved in the budget, but then the administration does not execute. And there's, in terms of division of powers, there's limited options, although there could be legal avenues because the council voted on a policy and it is not being implemented, or an impacted employee can bring suit saying that, hey, this is the policy of the city, according to this resolution and this budget amendment, where's my payout? Okay. But I'm not a lawyer. We've had some deliberations with some experts in the field, but there's always limitations to the legislative branch as it relates to the executive branch. We can communicate, we can advocate, we can legislate, but we ultimately cannot execute.
I just want to put it on the record that I do believe this is the best thing and to push the city forward. And I just hope we just give these folks their money and stop playing with you, because it's so sad that people literally are trying to be like, I had all these sick time, I earned it, and they can't get paid. It's so sad. We can't be like Amazon. We can't be like other organizations. So that's it.
All right, so the motion before us right now is changing all references to 170, strike it, and replace it with new references to $500,000. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on that proposed amendment.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is approved and incorporated into the resolution on the budget amendment. Is there a motion to strike the final resolved? Is that correct, Clerk Doyle?
No, it's the, the second whereas, and then in the third whereas, to strike based on the current policy. So we would just read, whereas it estimated that the cost to pay out employees is $500,000. Because it's removing
Let's say
current-
does not exceed $500,000.
Does not exceed.
Because we were given an exact number of 459 and change. As of current reading. Is there a council motion to amend the resolution to strike that whereas and amend that resolved accordingly? I'm sorry, who moved it? Councilman Rutherford? Seconded by Councilman Parker. Everyone clear on that change? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of that specific amendment to the main resolution. Clerk Doyle?
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
James, Jones, sorry. All right. 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is adopted. Now we're back to the main motion, the budget amendment resolution as amended. Any further discussion or clarification? Hearing none, roll call on adoption of the resolution as amended. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Okay, that concludes the action items. We are now at discussions. Let's make it tight and right. If the colleagues are willing, we might be able to land this meeting before midnight. First, congratulations to the Pontiac Middle School boys 8th grade basketball team's strong season. We're going to want to acknowledge them. When the agenda was drafted, they were undefeated and then going into their final game. Pro Tem Carrington, do we know how that turned out?
Actually, they finished undefeated.
Wow, that's great. That's fantastic. So we congratulate them, their staffing, their family, and the community for rallying behind them, and we want to, we'll work to recognize them as time goes on.
Council President, I have a motion.
I'll come to you when we get to we'll still add that discussion. City of Pontiac retiree benefits expansion status update. Mayor Grimal, do you have any insights for us?
Well, just to sort of try to quickly recap where things are, we had an agreement with Cypria last summer. That agreement, which was put in writing and signed by me and by Claudia Filler, and by signed, I mean a term sheet was signed pending approval by City Council. That made it clear that the $400 would be restored to retirees only, not to beneficiaries. We learned in, I guess it was September or October, that Cypria wanted it to apply to beneficiaries and began insisting on it applying to beneficiaries as well. We had discussions with them, even though that violated the agreement that Cypria had already agreed to, and even though Cypria was reneging on what they had agreed to. We tried to meet them halfway, and we reached an arrangement that was agreeable to both the city and Cypria, but GERS, the pension fund, said that it wasn't workable. They couldn't actually implement it. And so we've tried to go back to the drawing board with Cypria since we got that news from GERS to try to work out some alternative arrangement. We have had conversations with the GERS actuary. We're tentatively slated to have another conversation with the GERS actuary this coming Tuesday, so a week from today. And our hope is that we can figure out an alternative arrangement with Cypria. So again, I thought we had a deal last summer. I know City Council thought we had a deal last summer. And we were certainly disappointed by the curveball that Cypria threw in the fall. But we're hoping that we can get through this and figure something out that's agreeable to everybody.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you for the update, Mayor Grimal. But this is for the president. GERS, when are they scheduled to come to City Council? I know we had them on the schedule and then they asked for more time. Did they give us a time that they will be coming in front of City Council?
They identified in February, and right now we have 2 meetings scheduled in February, either the 4th or the 18th. Okay. So we'll reach out and see if they've landed on a time or if they still.
And the reason why I'm constantly bringing this up because it's like we're getting various different stories and it's getting very frustrating. I'm really tired of this. It's been 3 years for us and
it's not our money on the hook, and we're exhausted.
Yeah, so I really want to hope that we can find out what every group is thinking, so we can get to the table. Because I'm tired of the misinformation. I'm very tired of information. I don't care if I don't get a vote from a resident. I'm really tired of the misinformation when people come down here and speak. So we have to start getting to the truth of what's happening. So I'm asking GERS again to make sure they come present to the council. Because myself, Councilman Parker had a meeting, and we hopefully they'll come in front of this council and tell me where they at and where they stand, and is this durable? This should have been done. It should have been no more amendments after we was told that this was going to close, and it still hasn't closed. That's the issue, and I'm not going to say it's one side or the other. I said that, but it ain't the council's fault. I'm gonna say that very loud and clear. It ain't the council's fault. We've been trying to close this, and it should have been closed by now. And my frustration is starting to get over. I'm really pissed, and it's not. I'm pissed with everybody that continues to say what's going on, but it ain't what's going on. That's my frustration.
Councilman Rutherford.
Scratch a lie, catch a thief. At the end of the day, it's a lot of stuff that's been said that's just blatantly lies. And once again, we've lost 2 more retirees this week. Once again, I have to do this apology because it's a song and dance for me, watching these people die and never receive their pension. Portia Fields Anderson will never receive what she's owed. Never receive what she's owed. A woman that gave her life to this city will never receive what she's owed because people are playing politics, playing games with people's lives. Leonard Smith might not never receive what he's owed. Worked in this place 30 years. He deserved what he's supposed to get. And every week I see him in his Cadillac riding downtown, I hang my head a little lower because I got to lie to him and say, it's going to get done. And it still ain't done. And I'm naming names because I feel like maybe if I tell you who we talking about, you'll see a sense of urgency because it's a sense of urgency when we need them to support us. It's a sense of urgency when we need them to vote for us, but it's not a sense of urgency to give them their money. So again, to the 2 retirees, don't care who's offended, I want to apologize to you publicly as I keep doing every week because this don't make no sense. And yet again, 2 more retirees have went on to glory and they ain't gonna never get they money. And I'm blaming people in this room. Not blaming council, but I'm blaming people in this room, publicly and privately. That's it.
Further discussion? Sadly, this will return at the next City Council meeting for further update and review. All right, Finance Department reorganization, leadership status update. We went hard on this already tonight. So for the sake of time, administration, is there anything further you need us to know? Anything on finance director hiring or prospects? Okay. All right, for the sake of time, let's go on to 22, council redistricting process status update. Just a quick FYI, the City Council did adopt a proposed lines for the charter required redistricting of City Council lines for the next City Council in the upcoming elections.
Clerk Doyle, anything you'd like to highlight in terms of the election team's back-end implementation of that hard work?
Thank you, Mr. President. So the clerk's office is working on updating the voting precincts as a result of the new 6 council districts, and that should be finished within probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then we would actually have to take it before the Election Commission for a vote before we could actually send out new voter registration cards. Thank you.
Okay, this is a tangential related item, but if someone was running for office in the city of Pontiac, they are required when they're collecting petitions to put the date terms of the next term. The clerk has asked the city attorneys for clarity on what does the ambiguous charter language that was changed mean. And the answer I saw this afternoon, Clerk Doyle, correct me if you feel otherwise, but did not offer a specific date, because the charter language says something about days after the certification of the election, which can change every year. Whereas before, the charter language said a term begins January 1st of that first year and goes to December 31st of the final year. So I just don't want a scenario where every single person that runs for city council has their petitions thrown out by a court, and we have to have, trust me, your write-in candidacy ain't fun. Take it from me. I do not want this entire city to be full of dozens of write-in candidates when, if we get clarity from the city attorney now, we could save a lot of headache and recriminations from potential candidates. So I'm not trying to clock the clerk or your staff. We're trying to get this clear. So if we need to, at the next council meeting, we'll direct the attorneys to give us a direct, clear answer, because you have to submit to the county elections division
by a certain date
a confirmation of what should be on a petition term. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
That is correct, Mr. President. And I had a further conversation with Attorney White McDonald. I think it is. And she's going to send a further clarification.
Okay.
On that.
Okay.
So I did discuss.
If you need me to break it down in real terms, I just don't want that legal and procedural and administrative nightmare for the clerks, for the county elect, just our city. It would cause havoc.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry that ambiguous nature still continues, but thank you, Clerk's Office, for continuing to work to implement the council redistricting process. Hearing nothing further, 23, current extreme cold weather conditions in our city. Don't have to tell anyone in this room. Through January, the administration has expanded the hours at the Bowens Senior Center at 52 Bagley from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, regardless of weekend or holiday. And New Birth International Church is doing some temporary religious services that go throughout the night that provide warming options as they administer their religious service, their religious mission. So we want to make sure that the community is aware of that you are taking care of and looking after your neighbors, especially those that are older and might have just limitations, might have limited power issues with their home. Please contact city council members if you think somebody or an apartment building or anything. I got contacted yesterday. We were able to have code enforcement on it. So please keep the city council and the city administration updated if anyone's going without, and they shouldn't be. Councilman Rutherford?
It is a -2 degrees today. It will be a -5 degrees tomorrow, and I just have a question for the administration. What is the holdup with you guys doing the rezoning for where New Birth is? Because it's in a residential area, the same place where the Baldwin Center is in a residential area. And I'm asking because we need to understand what is the administration's holdup, or why do you insist on telling, or let me just make it plain. Are you guys never going to change the rezoning for where New Birth is so that these people can get the services they need? That's the first question. Second question, hoping the administration comes over and serve so they can see the population that we're serving. And what's your timeline? Because the county is willing and ready and able to give funding. And this council voted to give $160,000 to a previous organization. And so I just want to get clarity before I start naming names about conversations that was had. What is the administration's holdup for doing special rezoning for New Birth International? So I yield to the administration for clarity.
Anyone want to take it? Mayor Grimes?
Yeah, so I've had conversations with the county around this on Friday as well as yesterday. The short answer, I'll try to keep it short because it's not simple, but the Baldwin Center and New Birth International are in different circumstances. And the reason why they're in different circumstances is that New Birth International is zoned R1. R1 prohibits this use without complete rezoning. In contrast, the Baldwin Center is not in R1. It's in, I don't know if it's R2 or R3. That allows for a special exception. And we have an opinion from the city's attorney that says we could issue, in the case of the Baldwin Center, a temporary use permit to allow this as well. We, in terms of the situation of the Baldwin Center, that requires, like I said, an actual rezoning and an application for outright rezoning. In the case of the Baldwin Center, that's not necessarily the case. I know that our planning manager as well as our building official are going out to the Baldwin Center to meet with the executive director of it as well as a representative of the county to facilitate moving forward with the Baldwin Center, because that's the quickest way to do this, because we can issue a temporary use permit at the Baldwin Center. That is not permitted at the New Birth International because that requires rezoning. They're in different categories. And again, we didn't write these rules. None of us up here wrote these rules. These rules predate any of us being in office, but they are the city's zoning rules.
Okay.
Tim Carrington.
Yes, just for time. So, how long would it take for rezoning? How long would that application be if we had to go in that direction? If they had to go in that direction?
I'm not sure of the answer. It's a question for Mark Yandrick.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So, Baldwin Center has no furnace, so that's not going to work. Baldwin Center is about to close because they have no funding. You know this. We know this. Pastor Parker knows this. We have a program that is working, and so let's do the rezoning, whatever it takes. If you could, council leadership, can you find out how long it takes? Because to me, we are literally about to not do our job for politics and for semantics. It doesn't matter. You have the authority to do so, sir. And to me, the refusal to do so is a slap in the face of what the council is trying to do. And I don't care what your little cheerleading section says or whatever. At the end of the day, this can be done. I would ask the council leadership, and this is a statement, can you find out in writing how to start the process to do rezoning? They already know that the Baldwin Center has no furnace. They already know that the Baldwin Center is about to close. So why all of a sudden would you try to change this up in the middle of this situation when New Birth is already doing this? That's what my frustration is. I hear the semantics, but it's amazing how you could find every other thing but not this. So to the council leadership, can you find out the process to get this rezoned? Please.
Yes, and I will always condition that if city attorneys have interpretations, it definitely slows down or puts barriers up. As what we've seen, Councilman Parker and I have seen, that there are religious protections that different courts of jurisdictions have ruled in Oakland County, in Farmington Hills already, about such a similar, where zoning would not be able to undermine a religious a place of assembly, a place of worship, to be able to deliver their religious mission, which for them was a warming and shelter situation in Farmington Hills. So, obviously, there can be legal opinions, but there is case law that also provides a path forward if one wanted that to be the path forward. But Mayor Grimal's next on the speaker's list, so it keeps on going.
I do just really want to set the record straight here. I don't make the law, and I'm not going to violate the law. And the zoning for New Birth International is different from that of the Baldwin Center, period. The Baldwin Center does have a furnace. I've talked with the Baldwin Center. They are prepared to do this. That's why Mark Yandrick and the building official are meeting there on Thursday with a county official. In terms of the case law, yes, there was a case, I think, in 1996 in Farmington Hills that ruled one way. But the following year, the U.S. Supreme Court overruled that decision. So again, people are using partial truths and half-truths without knowing the full story.
We are at 12:04 p.m.
Yeah.
The man's going to say what he's going to say. We can take it in a resolution, write in a resolution, we can add it to the record. There is a long precedence in the city of Pontiac of religious institutions being able to deliver religious mission. And we can continue reviewing and assessing the options. Yes, I've heard your request. We will check on the timeline for city or council initiated rezoning requests, but state law dictates the timeline for that, hearings for that, 15 days or something notice before, and then it would have to be a scheduled existing meeting or a special meeting. So really what we're talking about is yet again, another winter come and gone, and there isn't a solution or leadership that the city of Pontiac, I'm not saying individual names, the city of Pontiac has not been able to provide leadership or a path forward when we have the need, the resources, the facilities, the will of the community. I mean, it's so it's glaring. It's glaring to us. Maybe it's not glaring to others. Any further discussion? Let's, again, for the sake of time, let's take it up through motions and resolutions.
Discussion. I just want to say something really quickly.
Man,
It's cool. Like I said, at the end of the day, it should be people over politics. We can play semantics if we want to, but mighty funny. Everybody else can get stuff done, but when it comes to the least of these, they go through so much. And I'm going to just say that New Bethel had a shelter. There are other organizations that had a shelter, and not even a shelter, a place where people can do worship services. I ain't never seen a church get told they can't do something here until this administration got here. I ain't never seen the city tell our people we do not care about them freezing to death. And I said it publicly because it ain't the council that's saying it. That's it.
Further discussion on that item? Hearing none. Councilman Jones, you had a motion to suspend the rules to bring up a quick discussion on street lights out.
Yes, and this will be very quick.
She moves to suspend the rules to add a new discussion item. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Any discussion? Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on suspending the rules and adding that new discussion. Oh. We done made too many motions for the night.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that carries. The discussion is yours. Councilman Jones, you have the floor.
Okay, great. So quickly would like to flag for council members and the administration that as of Friday of last week, a series of streetlights on Orchard Lake Road have gone out. The way it was presented to me, around this time in the afternoon, a resident lost power in her home. She was able to flip her breaker and it restored power. However, the streetlights along Orchard Lake, running from like the barrier of District 2 to District 1, are out for a few like half mile, and it's very dark commuting through that area. Along with the fact that it's winter right now, very cold and icy, this is a very hazardous situation. I'm aware that in the past, restoring street lights has been a lengthy process, but the sooner we can flag this and begin working on it, the sooner we can ensure safety for our residents. So that is the discussion here that was brought to my attention.
Thank you. I will also flag that Joslyn Avenue, there are a lot of lights out, and I've got photos. Again, I was driving, so it wasn't the best clarity, but a lot of photos of lights out on Joslyn before you get to traveling southbound, or if you are going northbound north of Montcalm. That there's a lot of blocks of street lights out on Joslyn, so I'll work to submit that if it hasn't already been caught. But obviously, streetlights in neighborhoods are important, but these thoroughfares are very, that's why we have a lot of pedestrians that get struck. They are sometimes crossing, maybe not an intersection, but even if they are not an intersection, how can we expect them to cross safely at night without any streetlights? So thank you for flagging that on Orchard Lake Road. And community members, if you notice any more, I make it a nightly mission to try and capture them, but please help us know where the lights are out at night. So because oftentimes staff or contracted workers, they are not here during the night, so they don't see when it comes off, so we can help do that collaborative effort. Further discussion on streetlights out? Okay, just a quick reminder, that concludes our discussions. The next Pontiac City Council meeting will take place Tuesday, February 4th at 6 p.m. You can see other written communications there. A lot of district meetings coming up all throughout the city. Mayor Grimal, closing comments?
It is now after midnight. In the interest of time, I will pass.
Okay. Deputy Mayor. Clerk Doyle. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Come back to me.
Councilwoman Jones.
Yes, I am hosting a Youth African American History Forum on February 22nd at Silver Lake Church of the Nazarene from 1 to 4 p.m. I will go into detail the next time we reconvene, but I'd like to flag that for the community. Please look around for the flyer on social media.
Councilman Parker.
For the sake of time, I'll just say everyone have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Yes, I'd like to announce that our district council meeting for District 4, which is scheduled for Thursday night, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, will be canceled due to weather. So again, the District 4 Community Council meeting for January, scheduled for tomorrow, January 23rd, has been canceled. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So today in my district, it was a fire on Lake Street, and I asked the question, what did the city do to ensure that the family had their needs met? Has the city called to check on the little girl or the father or the aunt? And I keep getting asked this question, what is the job of a city? It is to ensure that the least of these, that everybody has a right to have safety, be warm, be fed, and the pursuit of happiness. It is so frustrating to me to hear people use the law to cover up them doing their job. At the end of the day, I ain't never seen an administration, and I'll say it publicly, go through all of this when all we try to do is keep people safe and warm. So the next time I get a call about where a warming center is or where people can go when they're freezing, I'm going to tell them to call the administration and ask them, have you changed the zoning yet? Because we can play politics all we want, but this is personal for me, and I'm really getting tired of these semantics that they're throwing out. I hope their family on Lake Street have the resources that they need, but if they don't, my number is 248-758-3017. Please give me a call to the Egan family. On another note, this Saturday we will have our District 1 meeting at the Alley Cat Cafe. It is from 3 to 5. It is my hope that the administration will have answers because, believe me, District 1 is going to have questions about what we're doing to take care of the people who can't take care of themselves. I want to say God bless you and keep you. May He put His hands upon you and give you peace. And as always, it's a pleasure and an honor to serve as your councilwoman. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, just to be very quick, just a reminder that District 6 monthly meeting is this Thursday, January 23rd at Ruth Peterson. We will be meeting from 6 to 7:30 p.m. please share the information. We have a business owner that's coming to talk to us about that particular new business that will be on Martin Luther King in our district. Again, good night.
Thank you. I'll just briefly share thank you to Gloria Harston-Span and to Darlene Clark for staying for, I think, 6 hours and 20 minutes or so. And I really want to thank the City Council for your leadership and service going above and beyond. We dealt with a lot of time-sensitive matters, took a lot of important votes, and so thank you for sacrificing so much to do these marathon opportunities to give back to our great city and our people. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilman Parker. Hearing no discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adjournment.
Carrington.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas and no nays.